Titan pickup that Ollie tends to enjoy. Just showing some respect there for some combinations on hand. I believe the most straightforward one for Talon was like Savage Void with an Elder Titan. So you do still have throughput in that chrono, but that combination is cut off here.
Certainly is. We'll have one more, or rather two more bans before we can see these drafts continue. Jonathan, can I be honest with you? I always secretly get very jealous of a good puck player. Because, you know, even when I was young, Jonathan, I was never good at pressing buttons with this hero. I just never understand it. Like, when you see a puck juking and jiving and just getting never caught out and making infinite space, it makes me so jealous inside. Because I never got that feeling. Which might be why I also hate Tinker players so much, because I was never a good Tinker player either. That might be it.
Yeah. It always feels different when you see someone just playing on that edge, playing on that fine line, and Mikado has shown that off quite a fair bit. Speaking of the Tinker, you know, LGD does play it, but again, that's nothing to say, and, well, they already have the Ember, so you're not going to have that. Yeah. We've got the Silencer coming out here from LGD, so that's going to force out some early defensive items, I want to say, on Mikado. Like, Global Silence will ruin the puck. That is a very good way of just ensuring that Mikado won't run away with this game. That gives him a very hard answer to that puck, which has eluded a lot of teams. So again, you go with these early picks, you're banning out Core Stone Town, you leave out certain options like this from LGD. Mind you, LGD do not have much hold in the lane. Like, your team fight hold is pretty big. Your only laning hold right now is like chains from the Ember. So you have a lot of ways of just dancing around here. As they pick up the Tusk as well on Talon's side. I believe this is something Q's played quite a fair bit of. So you go with Tusk NP lane for Jabs and Q. You've got Tag Team with a physical output. That lane can run down pretty damn fast. Can get aggressive, but it can also fall flat. Talon has had a couple of games where you just don't manage to get a good target for the Tusk to jump on. You get melted down, punished for your overextension in lane, and then you're left hurting there for Q. So see what kind of game we'll get. They go with the Omni Knight here as well.
Well,
so Ollie.
All right.
You've got Sustain. This does play into the Savage style, right? Like, he tends to, in laning phase sometimes, in certain heroes, he does look to play aggressive. Omni Knight can enable that, and Omni Knight can also enable you to just farm. So it works both ways. It's a good dispel to work up against the hold you have in LGD as well. Like, Fire Spirits won't feel effective in that lane, at least.
I love Omni Knight right now. Like, I know Omni Knight's been powerful for a long time, but I'm telling you, John, this hero is so broken. Like, this Pos 5 Omni is so freaking broken. Heavenly Grace is still a completely busted ability. It's when you're fighting against it, it just doesn't seem fair at all. They do go for the Doom pickup, so it's not like they're going to have the most aggressive off-lane here against the Omni either. So now I wonder, like, what they want to kind of combo at the top lane here for Talon, right? Because you can still go for those range calls, assuming they aren't banned out. I don't think we've seen Savage play much of the Drow Ranger, but I think it is quite suitable with the Omni if you did want to go down that route, especially against the Doom. He has played it? All right, well, there you go. I think it might be a pretty damn good Drow game here for Talon if they did want to go ahead and pick that up, just based off the lane matchups. Omni Drow is actually pretty damn ridiculous. It's a disgusting combination.
And the one thing is, you're going to be picking Drow into the Ember, so you're going to have the backline jump. You're going to eventually have a blink on the Doom. It is susceptible to that jump in, and it might not be the easiest game to get your spacing right here for Talon. They are gunning for it, though. Like, they banned Spectre. That's one big answer for Drow as well. So I wouldn't be too surprised by that pickup that you mentioned there, Mikey. Could work out.
It's just the lane is so strong. It's so damn strong. With Hammer of Purity and the Frost Arrows at level 2, you cannot run. It's just a guaranteed kill. Even maybe with the Scorched Earth Icarus dive, you might be able to get away. But you get my point. Like, Savage would basically just free farm that lane. There's just no way to stop him. That's my assumption anyway here for Savage. Side of LGD though, I was looking at potential pos 1s here as well for Shiro, and I'm thinking maybe would Ursa not fit the bill here? Like, against the Puck Dreamcore, you can just pounce out with his ulti, with the Enrage. It doesn't really feel like they have the best ways of stopping an Ursa this game either. On the side of Talon, like,
you could Ursa. You would have to find a way to answer for the Guardian Angel. You are a physical core, so you're going to be stalling for time on Talon, and that does work in your favor. Granted, you do have magical damage coming out from your Phoenix your Silencer, your Ember to an extent.
Oh.
And they banned the Ursa themselves, which is fair because Ursa plus an Omni-Knight is still pretty big as well. So I don't mind that too much. Question now is whether or not Talon wants to go for the Drow. Like, it does feel like they've taken care of the core matchups. You know, you're not worrying about Alina, you're not worrying about a Spectre being on top. Maybe something like a Sniper can come out, but even then, a Sniper into LGD's lineup just doesn't feel like the best when you're playing up against a Puck that can jump you, a Tusk that can jump you, and an NP that can TP right on top of you as well. So, yeah, and Talon can still gun for the Drow themselves. And the answers for LGD, I mean, they could pull something weird here. Trying to see if Shiro has played Doom on pause 1. He hasn't done that yet. What other answers are there? If you did want to have this jumping here, if you do see the Drow, it does feel like Morphling isn't actually too bad here. You can just farm up. It is fairly greedy, Morphling plus Doom plus Ember. But I honestly feel like almost every draft with Doom just feels greedy. They'll go with a Wraith King instead on Talon. Wow. So just going Ultra Durability, that is an answer for Doom in a sense that will force a choice in the Doom target. And LGD, they gun for the Alchemist.
Wow.
So they want to go to farm game. I mean, you can get aggressive with Alch, but the most aggressive Alch we used to see was like, what was that? SMG with KP when they'd run Venge Alch. You don't have that minus armor stacking here to just get aggressive with the unstable concoction. Should just be a farming lane for Shiro. Granted, Alchemist into NP does make sense in a way that you could just farm these treants up and rapidly accelerate your farm. But looking at the draft, it's actually LGD that does feel like it came out with a mildly slower draft depending on how these lanes come out. If you do win the lane on Old 11 and Shiro, you can rack up really fast and match Talon space. If you don't, Talon has some earlier timings to play with.
I'd like to quote Synderen, Jonathan, and by the way, Reddit did correct everyone 20 hours ago when they posted a thread saying everyone's misquoting Synderen, so I've actually opened the thread to make sure that I am not about to misquote him. But he said when there's an alchemist in the game, it's an alchemist game, quote unquote. So, well, there you go, Jonathan. It's currently an alchemist game here, LGD forcing this kind of gameplay. What do you think? Like, how do Talon deal with it? Because Alch is still one of those heroes where if you leave it alone for long enough, it's just going to snowball out of control and just kind of run at you at the 20-25 minute mark. What do you think you do as Talon? Because with the draft they have, I'm kind of doubting that they actually have the answer in terms of slowing down Shiro this game.
I mean, just win your lanes on Talon, right? Like, you hope that Jabs and Q can run this tag team combination and just prevent Shiro from farming up. It is still an annoying lane. Like, Alchemist plus Silencer in this case can just take care of you early on. There is some early presence coming out there from the side of LGD. But I think Talon can play fast. The issue is, will they play fast? Because this team has been a little bit slower. Granted, in some of the games they win, they do run down really fast as well. So it depends on what switch is turned on there for Talon. Yeah, if you're off to a slower start in Alchemist, if you don't have the net worth lead above 4k, with Doom and Alchemist at 10 to 15, if you don't have a 4k lead, then you start to feel, alright, our 20-minute timing or 25-minute timing, it's going to stall out a bit. And if you don't find kills to compensate for that, if you don't find space to compensate for that, then that timing can just not feel as impactful as you'd want it to be on the side of LGD.
Already a little bit of a win here, John. They've already placed an observer ward right underneath the observer ward of Talon, so Q was very fast to place that one down, so they'll get an easy D ward on that. Q continuously picking it out, telling his whole team how great he is for putting that ward down first. Very, very happy knowing he's about to get some free gold for himself. Happy days. PSG ODG. It seems like they're just going to stick around for those bottom side bounty runes, not going to try and risk going into a fight. You don't have the most amazing level 1 timings here on this draft. Like, you literally have Alchemist and Doom on your team. So it doesn't really feel like it's the kind of team where you really want to go for that level 1 team fight. Still, they are maybe going to contest the top side bounties. Savage will be there to make sure Old 11 can't just take it off him, but it is going to be about who has the faster hands, but never mind. Wraith Fire Blast is there, and Talon, they actually get away with 3 of them. So a nice little bit of a bonus start here in terms of gold for the side of Talon. Nothing to Say was the only one to pick up a bounty rune for his team. And speaking of the devil, well, Old 11, top lane still chasing down Savage just for a little bit more. Planet right behind him, dishing out a little bit more harassment. Savage is going to be just fine. We'll start with the mid lane for now. Of course, you're going to have Mikoto and Nothing to Say going at it in the mid lane. The Ember Spirit versus the Puck matchup. This one's a classic. What are you thinking about this mid matchup, John?
It tends to be player-based, but it does feel easier for the Ember to win this matchup in comparison to the Puck. Like, your lane clear with Flame Guard and Sleight of Fist is highly effective against the Puck. The Puck's counterplay with Illusory Orb, it's a little bit longer cooldown in comparison to the Sleight of Fist once that's up and running. And you do have range, a lot of scaling for that here despite a slow start. Even up top though, 11's also copying it.
A lot of damage being dealt. He does have the stick charges, so he's going to be just fine, but this is still a rather aggressive lane. Like, Ollie just running them down with the Hammer of Purity, and 23 Savage can just follow up with the Wraithfire Blast. Ollie might have a look for another opening, and you can see Old 11, he does not feel safe in this top lane any longer. We'll be handing some tangos here from Planet, but it's not going to be the simplest lane. Like, they can just keep running him down. Another Hammer of Purity. And a lot of people underestimate how much damage that hammer does. It's pure damage. And let me tell you, John, at level 1, when the side of LGD in this off lane, when they're still level 1 themselves, even level 2, it's a lot of damage being bursted out here by Ollie.
Yeah, it's a lot. And I do like that Old 11 does grab a healing creep, so he does have some way to play back and just kind of sustain in that lane up against the aggression that the side of Talon wants to pump out, but it is a lot slower than you want. The biggest issue right now for LGD is still the spot lane. Like, you're being shoved away pretty hard on Y. He's not able to apply as much pressure onto these heroes as you want. He's not able to really play with the Orb Walk, not able to just spam out the Arcane Curse until the last word. And that is just the one thing. Like, Alchemist can be aggressive with certain lane partners. Silencer can be one of them, but he's not being given the room to do so on Y. So you are giving a lot of opportunities for Jabs to just work this lane to his advantage and constantly farm up. Like, this NP for Talon tends to go into that secondary core. Heck, tends to be the scaling core in the mid game, depending on how Savage's lane goes. So with this start, Jabs can set up for the team here.
That he certainly can. It's always the thing with the offlane Prophet. Like, you might underestimate it because it's not running that pos 1 role, but still can be super impactful in that position 3. Currently 0-1 here in the favor of Talon. Very slight net worth lead their way. Most of the action happening at top lane, but both sides really just deciding they just want to farm up for now. Not really too interested in trying to force any fights. Of course, talking about the mid lane again as well, Nothing to Say, currently top of the CS board, 27-5 on the Ember. Mikoto not doing too badly, he's 18-1, but is still just a little bit behind the Ember's bottom lane. Shiro again going to be focused down, and he is gone. They've got the Alchemist another time, and it goes back to that tag team. Q just runs in with the shards, gets the tag team up, and Jabs just always has the follow-up damage.
Yeah, again, it's just a relatively straightforward lane to run. There's not much you can do here on white to stop that. Really, how can I lie, a pretty atrocious lane for Shiro. He is 8-0, 9-0 on an Alchemist. And this hero just wants to hit creeps, man. He's not able to do so. It's not a great feeling. And just, it's compounded by the fact that you've got offlane Doom. Like, you've got two heroes that just want to farm. And your Doom is off to a better start, at the least. It's not like he's going to be playing early with that farm, though. It's going to be Midas, BKB, Blink until you're ready to go. So there's a lot of time coming out from this laning phase where LGD will have to just sit back and try to build up. Maybe play with Nothing to Say, but your other cores are going to be ready to follow you up there.
Certainly so. You look at this top lane again, like, I love this Omni pick against the Phoenix because you always get so much value with the Heavenly Graces. Bottom lane again. Shiro's gonna drop. Q will give his life away for that, but that's the third death for the Alchemist this game. Jabs having such a good time. 2-0-1 on the Nature's Prophet. And man, oh man, I mean, this is... I know we said it was an Alchemist game, John, but it doesn't really feel like an Alchemist game right now, I'll tell you.
That's really the big issue with a hero. You get a good aggressive lane setup from Talon, like you pick it into the NP.
Oh, Q, he's so good with these rotations. He'll just move in, Old 11 to drop. This is why you don't allow this man to have the task. If they do get 3-man stunned up top lane by the Centaur, won't really matter though. Talon currently 1-4. Again, very slight net worth lead because the saving grace being that Nothing to Say is farming extremely well. But that's pretty much it. Like, the Ember's the saving grace right now. Nothing to Say has all the pressure on his back at the moment.
He is hitting his early item spikes, though. Orb of Corrosion's up. So every Sleight of Fist is extra painful. He's got the value point in the Searing Chains to try to pin someone down like Mikado here. Mikado's going for a play, though.
They are going to move in with jabs as well. Q to rush in with the tag team. Snowball to hold him down, and nothing to say. Will drop very, very quickly. Talon just consistently so aggressive with this draft. And, well, John, you said earlier you were hoping it wasn't going to be a slow game from Talon. That it is not. Savage, top lane, he's going to have the heals coming in. You cannot fight through that Heavenly Grace. The heals are just way too high. He will be just fine, and Ollie just making it in the nick of time to make sure Savage does not go down. And like I was just saying a moment ago, John, Talon, they are playing at quite a fast pace so far.
Again, with Talon, it's like either or. It's either they play a really fast game, or they're going to play a really slow game. And right now, they're kicking it into gear. You know, they're finding these openings. Good scan out from LGD should prevent any further deaths for Shiro. I see it, but he's not safe.
Shiro. Not Shiro again, please. Oh, he jukes out the stun as well. Makoto, it's the easiest juke of his life, and jabs. He's not even there, but he'll take the kill. He was literally just hitting the tier 1 bottom tower. Spams and Nate's Wrath. Gets the kill done. And now, well, the bottom tier 1, it is as good as gone. There is no protecting it.
And that is extra painful for LGD. You're gonna have limited farm space for the Alchemist to just sit back and build up. And Shiro, bottom network core now, like, he's below Q's network. That's how rough this game is for LGD right now.
They've rotated Planet in for this park. Makoto's just gonna back off, but the remnants are there from nothing to say. He can't lock down Makoto, and Jab's even threatening to TP in to help out here with a fight. Q is going to get caught trying to secure some bounty runes. He'll move in onto Y. Jabs does move in, and now the Dream Coil.
No.
Nothing to say, he's trapped up. Oh, nothing to say. He's getting baited by his own team. Y will be chased down. He's gone to boot. Talon are just destroying LGD at the moment. Oh, boy.
It's rough. It's also down to this draft. Like, you have a support Phoenix and a support Silencer. There's just no control. We talked about this early on in the drafting phase, but you have no ways of really forcing these fights out until these ults are up, until you've got the threat of Egg and Global Silence, and that's still a ways off for this duo.
Makoto, he's going to drop low. Nothing to say. Ollie is there with the heals out and the orb away. He is going to be there. He is fine. As now Planet...
Oh boy.
Planet try to come in and secure the kill with the Icarus dive damage, but it's not enough, and now nothing to say! Oh, he'll get a Sleight of Fist Remnant. He's alright. He'll outplay them on the side of Talon. That's what you wanted to see from LGD. Nothing to say. He has to play on the edge to make that happen.
They have to take these risks. There's just no way. Like, you have to try to punish when Talon does group up like that. They save Mikado, but it cost them 3 lives. Big kills coming out for LGD. Bonus side is Shiro was also around to soak up some of that. So your Alchemist does get a good injection. He's pushed past Q's network. So it's not as scary as it once was. You're still at a 2k deficit, but you know what? The farm distribution's not too bad.
They have the damage output for nothing to say this time around. He gets a Sleight of Fist Remnant towards the right side, but the chase is still ongoing. He'll bottle up the Snowball. He's going to be there, in Q will ensure they do secure the Ember's life. So a bit of revenge back the way of nothing to say is why now getting bloody blocked up by Jabs, and Jabs will just destroy him as Planet's trying to run. He does have Icarus dive up. He's just waiting to make sure he can get away. The Q's also waiting. He'll go for the punch out into the Snowball, and Planet will drop.
No, not more.
Old 11. Oh no. I mean, he literally ran towards this dude. Old 11's like, hey, what are you doing? Get away from me.
Yeah, this is why you don't let Mikado play puck. He's been tearing it. He's been tearing it in the DPC. I mean, he's always been good in his hero, but my god, he's just carried so many games for Talon off the back of this hero. And the whole of Talon really just playing as such a well-oiled machine right now, whereas for LGD, it's not that their movements are wrong, it's really just the fact that you're playing the slower game. Yes, it's an out game. That has a positive and negative connotation. This time it's a negative out game where you're not top net worth as the Alchemist, your bottom net worth core, you will have a bounce back, but it's going to take time, and look at Talon, smoked up again. They know they just can't afford to give any space to LGD, so they just keep hunting.
They are. Into the Radiant Triangle they go. They're not going to find anyone there yet. occupy the area for a little bit. PSG OGD realizing that they are probably in their own triangle will draw out lines showing that they do exactly know that. So Talon instead will show up in the mid lane. Nothing to say does have basically his whole team behind him if they did intend on making a jump, and they will not. They'll leave the Ember be this time around. And instead Talon, they'll go back into the mid lane and just start pushing out the wave. Q, still in the triangle, will spot out Planet, but does want to back off. He doesn't want to fight on his own, obviously. Old 11 going to see the Tusk as well, but doesn't have anything like a blink to try to make a jump in. Power runes are going to spawn up. They're making the jump in on the Ember once again, but there is help incoming. Global Silence will be popped. Savage even shows up, but there's going to be a double stun out into the egg. It's going to be a fair bit of damage. Q has already gone down. Savage is going to be able to run outside of the range, but they have lost their Tusk, and Talon will find nothing for it.
Pretty costly kill. All things considered, it's Global Silence and Egg Down. Those are two massive cooldowns. Again, the two tools LGD has to force these teamfights outside of this Doom now available on Old 11. So Talon on the respawns could just look to group up, go on the hunt once more, and knowing that these spells are down, there's not much that's going to stop them if they do decide to make a play happen. We'll see. Planet.
Savage gonna find Planet. Fire Spirits will save his life. Problem is Q is there to cut him off, and what a chance to come out from Q. Not only does he damage Planet, but he blocks in Old 11. That's called value for your shards.
Yeah, he's on a roll. 5 to 15. They have Savage around to soak up that kill as well. He's farming into his blink. I believe last time he had the Desolator queued up as well, but understanding that he probably doesn't even need the damage output. He just needs to wait to be on top of these enemy heroes to follow through on, say, Jabs and Mikado and their mobility. So it's all kind of lining up for Talon. Whereas for LGD, the bright side here is that you are getting room for Shiro to farm. He's now #1 on his team's net worth, so he has bounced back. Again, recall a while ago he was below Q's farm. Has to be a bit cautious though, let's tell him. Always just kind of on the hunt here.
Yeah, that they are. And Shiro just being given zero space here to farm. He does at least now have the Sacred Relic coming out, so almost the Radiance done down the Arc. Not going to be the most amazing timing, that's for sure, for an Alchemist, but it's something. It'll allow him to kind of join in and fight and obviously escalate in terms of that net worth. Mid lane, Makoto's going to be spotted. He'll just orb away. He just wants to clear out the creep wave. Ollie was just behind him in case they needed it. It's all about making sure this Alchemist can't farm the jungle. Shiro very patiently is just farming the bot lane, trying to be as cautious as possible to not get caught out once again. But here they come. Talon, they're going to move their way in. Q is there. Chance to block the way. Shiro, he's still going to get there though. He's alright. They do force 2 more to rotate down bot to try and help out. And in fact, PSG OGD, they have everyone up top, or rather at bot right. All 5 heroes to make sure this Alchemist does not go down. Really find anything out of these numbers, but they just want the safety in numbers. They just want to make sure Shiro's hitting creeps.
Yeah, you just want to enable your Alc as best as you can. The one issue is that Talon's farming really effectively with the NP, and they go for another smoke play out here.
That they do. OGD on their word here. On a bot lane, Old 11 going to be targeted. They'll make the jump in with Makoto, forcing another TP rotation in. That was cancelled off, so they know it's going to be a 4v5 if the fight does begin. Alan, kind of being surrounded here by OGD. Savage, he saw the silencer. He'll move in immediately. Wise going to get stunned up, and Q will just blow him up with the Walrus Punch. No global silence to come out. Alan looking for a little bit more, but unable to find it. Meanwhile, Q, he's going to show up top lane. It's like Jabs has found the Alchemist, wanting to try and chase down Shiro. Shiro just about has the Radiant. He's selling items to get the gold. Q's going to move in, though. He might be too late. Shiro, run! Oh, he's not going to make it. He was selling his items to try and get it. Nothing to say. Forced to remnant out. Planet also running. Should be fine. He basically had nothing else left to sell, John. He had a Ring of Protection if he really wanted to.
It's one of those things. He needs to rush in that Radiant. You know, he needs to get that farm game going, but it's just not online yet. And Talon, their movements have just been very precise. Like, they play around that area. Savage doesn't opt to jump the Phoenix. They gun for the Silencer. They know they've got to take out Global Silence while they don't have any Dispel to take these fights.
Oh, he doesn't want to break the leash. Wants to just hold on. He can't take that damage right now. Still trying to run. Nice shards block Q. Not going to allow it. Will block the pathing. Meanwhile, mid lane, another fight breaking out. 23 Savage being chased down right now, but nothing to say. But he's going to be okay to back off. They can't really deal with him while Ollie's right behind him on the Omni Knight. There's just way too much healing coming in. It's just such a tough game. At least now you do have that Radiance, John, but at this point it's more of a farming Radiance than anything. Like, you've just got to hit creeps with it. And in the meantime, Talon, they're just going to rush Roshan with this.
They've got the output, they've got the summons, they've got the tag team. Doesn't take too long to melt that Roche. LGD don't really have control on that side of the map anymore. Can't really scout beyond their triangle. So a freebie take for Talon. You're going to have 2 heroes for 2 lives. Like, Mikado with the Aegis just means you can make these riskier plays happen all the time now. On the side of LGD, the most success we've seen from them is when they can connect Global Silence use with the Egg. They just haven't been able to clump up around that. Like, we haven't even seen a Doom come out from Old 11. He's just not been able to be in a good position to find these heroes he'd want to kill. And if you're not able to really commit the Doom, again, you're just stuck with like 2 supports plus the Ember that can't really hold heroes down just yet.
He's going to try to move in on his own here, John, the Ember. They aren't going to throw out the coil. Seems like nothing to say, going to be just fine to back his way out. Meanwhile, though, Jabs kills off Planet down a bot lane. Jabs, once that Wrath of Nature hits, it's just so much damage flying right across the map. It's down to the bottom tier 2 tower. Not really much in the way of stopping Jabs if he wants to commit to this, and seems like he will.
A nice simple shove in from the NP, full BKB up and running for Jabs. So the only thing that can really stop him is a post BKB Global Silence, if possible. And again, that's always a little bit dicey right now. They are at least in a position to take top here on LGD, so they might be able to open up control on that top jungle. But they're TPing in for the defense.
They are. I mean, why not? You know you're the much stronger team at the moment. Why not force the fight? LGD, they don't have the draft to go for the fight. Q's having a look around with the shards, won't find anything. Shiro, keeping in the tree line, is going to be okay. Everyone else from LGD, they do get themselves out just fine. They won't even find a top tier 1 tower. I mean, this is just how desperate things are right now for LGD. Just no opportunities, nothing for them. And Talon, they are not stopping. They are still chasing heroes down. You see how confident Savage is, knowing the Omni's right behind him. He knows he can't die. Like, this Reincarnate's doing nothing for him because he just won't die. Shiro, get the ulti off and run. Savage, he's just so confident, John. I don't think he's reincarnated once this game.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't needed to. He's just been in a really good position this entire game.
Planet.
Oh,
yeah. No. That's a 2-shot right there.
Yeah, that's without the Desolator up and running too from Savage just yet. So it's gonna get worse before it gets better here for the side of LGD. He did smoke up. Not gonna be able to find anything off the back of it. 5-20 Talon's way. As Jabs leaves the ring of Aquila here for Savage as well. So a nice
Old
little
11
for him.
Old 11 in trouble down a bot lane, is still trying to run, but Snowball is going to connect from Q. Global Silence pop to try and make sure he survives, and he will for now, but in the meantime, everyone else is just dying. Old 11, nothing to say, is gone. Jabs, he's going to stand his ground and hit the egg. Does he have the damage? Oh, he does. Oh boy, it's a 4-for-2 trade in the favor of Talon once again. The only survivor is Shiro, who's currently being ignored on the Alchemist. And they're onto the bottom tier 3 tower.
Oh man. I love that little play from Jabs. In that chase, when he lost vision of the Doom running up the stairs, he just starts to right-click anyone, looking for that proc in the Maelstrom. Finds it in the end. Like, Old 11 was trying to actually use Doom. That would have been his first Doom of the game. He couldn't even get it off there. it's not feeling good for LGD, and
Uh-oh.
it's just such a shortcoming of this draft.
You know who's not not feeling good right now? John is Shiro. He's died again.
Oh boy.
Yeah. One of those games. 23 now. He's got the full deso up, so just gonna blink in and just one hit somebody. I'm sure very soon. Jumps in, nothing to say, gonna pop the blade mail. That should protect him for now, but the rest of the team is just gonna move in with the snowball, but they're dealing so much damage to themselves. They've basically killed themselves here. Savage, he'll just reincarnate though. He doesn't care. He'll die once. Makoto will hand over his Aegis. He doesn't care either. Savage, on 11, he's down.
Oh,
They even
Mikado.
found Planet. Makoto's not done. He's just diving base now. Props to LGD for not calling GG yet, but with a draft like this, it's kind of hard to see them coming back.
Yeah, they just got outpaced. Like, this draft from LGD desperately needed to win their side lanes really hard. And that's what we said early on. If they don't win the side lanes, it just gets crushed so easily with all the space you lose out on. Even the fountain, it doesn't feel like it's enough to save wide. Barely makes it out from Mikado's Poken. Once that Arak's done, they could gun for another. They don't have the Aegis protection left on Mikado, but that was also perfectly timed on the usage. You only had maybe less than a minute left on that. Got the full AC up and running for Jabs now. So he's a lot more durable as well coming into this. The blink from Q can be impactful in getting some saves. LGD will try to smoke play out though. They know Reincarnation was taken out. They know Aegis is down. They've got an opportunity. They've got all their big teamfight spells ready.
Here we go. LGD. I mean, they're smoked around. They've got no vision. So it's very hard to know who to jump. Closest target to them is Ollie at the moment, but they can't see him. In fact, they did see him, but they won't make the jump in on the Omni. Anna Smoke is there from Talon. A 5-man, in fact. They'll head down towards the south. In fact, never mind. They're going to head west. Round the Radiant Triangle is where they'll go. Kind of going the wrong way if they want the team fight against LGD, but they're kind of lacking the vision on LGD at the moment as well. In LGD, they do draw out the circles. They know exactly where Talon are at the moment. Planet may show himself here. Fire Spirit's just being thrown out to try and clear the creep wave. Savage looking to just try and move in for an easy kill. Planet eventually does get caught out and just gets one hit by Savage, and there goes Y as well. In fact, they even found another. It's going to be old 11, just trapped up in the shards. I mean, you buy back on the silencer, but he doesn't even get a chance to press R. I imagine right now, Jonathan, our coaches are having very different faces on at the moment. I imagine somebody's looking very happy and Zhao 8's looking very displeased.
Oh, for sure. A happy Sunby is quite the sight to see, because he always has this very neutral expression. So to see him smile is probably a gift to Talon. They probably, yes, no slipper today, boys. No slipper. You know, we're not getting whipped today.
I mean,
and they should have 7-31
anyway.
No, he's not. He's not. He probably has something he's upset about on Twitter or something. The guy really needs to. The crazy thing is, we talk to Sunby and it's like, no, I enjoy it. I enjoy getting angry in social media. I'm like, oh my god, you're a sick man, Sunby. He's super chill as well. It's just on Twitter, he's just like a degenerate or something. Not really degenerate, but he's just something else. Still, this is something else for LGD as well. I mean, again, we talked about their previous years. They beat Tundra 2-0. Right? They get quite the high from that, and then you go into Town, who again, a lot of people probably don't rate too highly. Before Lima Major came out and performed well. Another smoke attempt out. They have all those spells still ready.
Well, they're going to find Q. Q chained up. He's going to get perma-stunned, and they do find him. Nice little pick up there for LGD. Not the biggest kill in the world, but right now, considering their circumstances, it's certainly better than nothing.
And you'll take it. You have to take it. You get the blink up on Old 11, so perhaps now we'll actually see our first Doom usage. This is big. If they catch someone like Mikado playing overconfidently here, that turns the game.
I mean, Savage is the one that's playing overconfidently, John. You can tell he's about to jump in, and there you go. There's your blink. Enjoy. You can blink when you respawn on 11. Egg is out. It will go all the way, but nobody's going to make the jump in. They're just out of range of it anyway. And in they go. They know Egg's down. They'll just make a jump. Jabs. He's in onto Shiro. Shiro's literally doing 0 damage.
Oh my god.
GG. 0 damage. He's got Radiance BKB at 26 minutes as an Alchemist. That's how bad this game's gone for LGD. I mean, what do? They try to make this unique kind of draft work in this current meta. It doesn't work out for them. They practically lost every lane but the mid lane. I think Nothing to Say was the only person who won out the mid lane, but that was pretty much it. That's all that went well for LGD, and well, as you can see by the graphs, John, on the screen right now, it just went all downhill from there.
Yeah, the rough thing for LGD is that they had all these ways of getting answers, right? Like they last picked the Alk when it felt like you had options like the Drow there, you had options, so many other options that are ranged or just much more in meta cores. And they lock in the support duo of Phoenix and Silencer as well. Like it doesn't give you control. And you already picked Doom on offlane. So your team fight had to rely on Global Silence and Egg, which when we did see Connect in that mid fight, it did work out. That was the only circumstance LGD managed to use that combo effectively. And Talon, they come out, they pick up, they first pick this Nature's Prophet, and, well, I mean, it works for Talon, so I think he's going to have to, well, maybe look at that, but it works out for Talon in this case, and for LGD, they have to rally. No, they need to still climb up, they need to still solidify their position here in the group stage. If they can get a draw, that keeps them steady. But for Talon's side, if they find a win, again, just one win, 1-1 series, probably maybe guarantees their top 4 almost. So a lot in the line for both sides here, Mike, as we step into game 2.
I mean, is there anything in particular you want to see changed up for the draft of LGD? Because obviously this draft is something that you don't get to see very often, like these Alchemist kind of styles of draft.
Yeah.
Do you have any ideas for the director? Any ideas for Xiao Wei?
Yeah. The first phase pick on the mid matchup just enabled Mikado to go Puck. You don't want that. Like, right. You keep Nothing to Say as hero to second phase. If Mikado does take Puck, take something that counteracts it, is much more active mid. We've seen stuff like Leshrac. It's not too hard to really dominate or at least win out on the Puck lane. And then maybe have a little bit more activity out from your supports. Like, Phoenix and Silencer just aren't necessarily lane dominating supports. They need heroes to play with them to dominate that lane. And you had Alchemist and Doom. It's much harder to dominate the lanes with these kinds of supports and these cores together. So just have stronger side lanes and just watch for Mikado's Puck. That guy's just ridiculous in that hero, man.
All right. Well, with that, Jonathan, we will head off to a very short break. And after that break, we'll be back with Game 2's draft between PSG, LGD, and, of course, the side of Talon. We'll see you soon.
Life will make us home again. Not your best. Fire is that summer snowball. You bit mine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Limb from limb.
Radiant's middle tower is up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between PSG, LGD, and, of course, Talon. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. The name tags were completely blank, which is good because you look completely blank at the moment after that Game 1. What are you thinking, John? LGD? How do they change things up?
Yeah, maybe just, well, they ban out certain things, but I think they just have to adjust their draft, get something more aggressive, get some lane wing supports on hand, don't go too passive against a team like Talon, because you can punish their over-aggression. We've seen that a couple of times already where they can just force an issue and over again, and then they start to fall behind. Maybe also just consider banning something like the Mikado Puck. They do respect ban the Jabs NP, so that is out of the picture at the least, but Mikado still has the puck. And for LGD, again, we saw them like first phase Ember after the NP was picked up. And so we'll see if Talon are actually more than willing to just jump into the puck. This will give LGD much better time in adjusting to control the puck. I like that they also take this Tusk away from Q. It was highly impactful on it last time around as well. So good adjustments already done by LGD in the first phase. Talon, they'll go with the Undying, which it is up there in picks and win rate right now, and they just gun for it. Like, why not, right? Like Mikado Puck, it's a staple of his now. It's something he just excels at. It does feel like Nothing to Say should be able to manage that a lot better, and you do at least have one support that can get on top of Puck, like Snowball. As long as you time yourself and position yourself right, you will have a good way to lock down Mikado here.
I just get kind of concerned, like, you gave the puck over again. I know there's only so many bans you can make as LGD, but that puck, it's such a strong hero for Makoto. Like, they must have an answer to it at the very least. Then again, last game around, they had the Ember and the Doom, and neither one could control it whatsoever. So it does concern me just a little bit for LGD going into this draft. Like, I'm just very curious to see what they do to try and deal with this. Mind you, I don't feel like Makoto's puck was the big issue last game. It was the Tusk of Q, to be absolutely fair, and they have taken that away from Q, so I suppose you don't have to worry about that now, but Q is one of those quite a versatile player, so I highly expect he'll have something else up his sleeve very, very soon for us. LGD, in the meantime, second pick for themselves. They'll go for the Death Prophet, very meta hero. Can be in the mid lane, can be in the off lane. Either way, I think it already kind of fits the bill a little bit better than what they had last time around. And we'll go into the next ban phase here and see who they really focus on in this ban phase, especially for LGD. For now, it seems like they're going to focus on the position 1 ban outs of Savage.
Yeah, that makes sense. Savage, he is always like this big build-up win condition. Like if things do go south, Mikado will stall, but the game hinges on Savage catching up. So you just want to take care of those big heroes to just farm up and scale with the game. I am curious as to what Talon reads from this DP pickup. Will they assume a DP versus puck lane, which is it's not the worst thing in the world for the puck. You can dance around it. Will they assume a DP off lane with some flexibility here and try to protect Mikado's puck a little bit more with a matchup? Again, when you think about puck, there are lanes where it doesn't win, but it also doesn't lose. It's actually pretty hard here to outright shut down from the laning phase. I can't think of a directly unfavorable matchup outside of Lina, which is always first base banned anyway. Maybe a Leshrac could be one way for LGD to run this ref. Like, say you run off lane DP here, pick the Leshrac up. You've got a lot of push. You've got good early hold. You've got good early team fight coming out here as well. And you don't really have a strong answer from Talon. Like, you have Undying, which can contribute to these fights nice, but doesn't really do much to stop that gameplay. So I like this from LGD. It's a lot more options. It's a lot more in how to actually play this game now. They are leaving Jab's heroes open, though. Like, he does have a lot still in the pool to play with. I don't think this is really a shining game for something like his Timbersaw, but you've got... Well, you ban out the Broodmother yourselves on Talon, and he could run for something like, say... He's run some really dumb stuff in the offlane. Visage is something that Jabs could excel at.
Right.
It's pretty alright here, if you do decide to kind of just want to get a little bit push, want to get a little bit of presence out. Maybe something like Mars, it doesn't feel like you have a really good reason to pick a Mars just yet, though, but Mars plus Puck is always solid as well. Mars plus Undying in team fights. You can protect the Tombstone pretty nicely. So it could be one way, but they're probably just going to gun for, say, a Q hero. See, this is the one thing. Ricky's left in the pool. You're up against Tusk, but it tends to be Ollie who plays the Ricky. And I don't think you want a player like Q on the Undying, so it just doesn't sound viable for Talon right now.
We'll see. The third pickup for themselves here. We'll see what they would do on a pickup, and they do go for the Rubik. And Q Rubik is one of my favorites to watch. Like it can be pretty disgusting.
It just scares me because Talon has run that in jabs. They have done that.
Oh,
and
why?
You know what? I don't know, but they've done it in jabs. So hopefully not. Right. They've done it once and it didn't work out. Q, we've seen his Rubik, as you mentioned, something he excels at really well. Just get something else for jabs that combines with Rubik well. You don't need to go too high on your own supply here on Talon. You don't need to huff that copium too hard.
That doesn't sound like something Sunby would do. Like, it sounds like Jabs would be like, hey, let me play offlane Rubik, and Sunby would just turn around and give him that look. Like, we're not doing that. Jabs, this isn't the same coach anymore. Jabs, you're not getting what you want.
No. See, I know Sunby. I think it came out in like the first week, so it's like Sunby's like sending a lesson saying, "Oh, you want to play offlane Rubik? All right, you play. Then tell me how it goes afterwards." You know, that sounds like exactly the kind of thing I can imagine in my imaginary version of Sunby would do. So it's on brand for this imaginary Pete in my head.
Right. Fair enough. I mean, you know what? Now that you mention it, I can imagine he's the kind of guy that lets you do something and then he'll just give you crap about it the whole day. Like, Jabs, remember that time last month you played that offlane Rubik?
You want to try it again? No. Still, it does combine nicely here. It's a nice lift back. You've got some save. I do like what LGD's done. They get the Disruptor and the Ember, so pretty strong team fight. Good ways to pull back the puck. Good AoE control now with a Static Storm as well. You've got your bases covered pretty nicely. This does show that your DP is going to be off lane, and Talon will just go into the Bloodseeker. DP Bloodseeker lane matchup is still pretty DP favored, but the Bloodseeker can play into that. Like Spirit Siphon Chase and then Blood right on top, it forces a choice out from the DP. You want to get Silence and risk getting run down with only, say, one Spirit Siphon running. You've got the Undying to soften you up here as well. So there's a lot of play, and they are keeping the jabs here till the end. Seeing the Enigma ban out and just taking care of the Illusion heroes on Talon's end. Like, you just don't want to have to deal with that on the Bloodseeker. In this case, with this kind of lineup on Talon's side, it does feel like you kind of want something that can perform like the Nature's Prophet for jabs again, and something that can be like scaling condition. Oh, it scares me to say, Mike, but he could run the Marcy off lane.
Oh no, not that.
They could do that.
Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear it if that's going to be the case. I mean, to be fair, Marcy has looked pretty good. Like, it has looked really good recently, but it's still one of those heroes where if it doesn't have a good start, it's so useless. And there's the man of the hour we were just talking about. Somebody looks, considering they just smashed game one, he looks very annoyed for some apparent reason.
That's just how he looks, you know. I remember in an after party in Stockholm, where just one of those days in Stockholm when he was still on Fnatic, it's like, "Hey, Sunby, how are you doing?" And then he just looked, you know, nonplussed, and it's like, "Yeah, I'm doing good. I had a good day." And he just didn't look extremely happy or pleased. And it's just like, yeah, that's just how Sunby, that's just how Pete is, you know. It's just how it is. Going back to this Marcy idea for a little bit, Mike, think about it. You've got Blood Rage, you've got Sidekick. That's all you need. You just buff up someone, buff up the Bloodseeker to be massive, and it could be nice. You get your shard up, you can sustain through the DP and all of that good stuff, and you run down, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, John, while we were talking about coaches there for a moment, we had a look at Zhao 8 on the camera just then, and I'll tell you what, over this major, he looks like he's aged a few years, Jonathan. It's not been easy on the man. Not been easy at all for the director.
Yeah,
what can you do? It happens.
It's been topsy-turvy, you know, but this is a roster that's fairly fresh. It's a roster that you're stitching together. I'm sure Shaoe's the kind of guy looking long-term as well. So, like, every match is a lesson to learn. Every match is something to improve upon. And he's the kind of guy that I think would really build that mindset up on. So, I'm sure LGD's perfectly good hand still. He's just a lot more focused. Sunby looked way more relaxed, to be fair. Way more relaxed.
A bit too relaxed. Still,
Maybe.
Final pickups. Final pickups to come out. Pos 1 here for LGD. Shiro, obviously a huge hero pool. We talked about this during the game 1. Hopefully it's not going to be another Alchemist pickup here for LGD because I don't think that'll work out too well for them. And they're going to go for the Lifestealer route instead, which does seem to make sense against a hero like Bloodseeker because he ruptures you can just infest and be fine. You don't really care about all the magic damage that's coming out. A good way of dealing with the puck as well because you can just rage and break the coil of the Dream Coil. So it seems overall like a pretty decent pick, and well, it looks like LGD, they're pretty happy with their draft.
Yeah, it's a lot more stitched together. There's a lot more you can contribute in the early to mid game now. For the side of LGD, there's a lot more play. I think for Talon side, like what lanes into Bloodseeker fairly well? What lanes into Lifestealer fairly well? There's not much. It just goes back to the Timbersaw. It just doesn't feel like an amazing Timbersaw game. So I don't really want to see that come out for Jabs. Jabs thinking about it, and Sunby's just like, what do you want to do, Jabs? What's your ideas here? You want to add Rubik? You remember that time you played Rubik, Jabs? Like, yeah, I remember. You want to try it again?
You want to try that Rubik, Jabs? Take it. It's right there. We'll see. I mean, Jabs is having a think about it. We'll see what he wants to pick up. Against LS, I mean, it's one of those heroes that, it's kind of just always usually has a decent lane. I suppose you can go for things like, I was going to say Beastmaster, but that was removed. You pointed out the Visage earlier on, which I suppose could work for Jabs if he wants to go down that route. What other heroes have we got here?
Timbersaw's on hand, but again, it's not like the easiest Tim game. All right, there you go. Just a straightforward answer. You've got the Bash Root spell immunity.
Of course.
You've got a lot of throughput. You can just amp up the targets of Savage to want to jump for. I like this answer coming out from Talon. You've got Slardar plus Rubik lane as well, so just all the control in the world early on to run them down. I think this time around, though, looking at this draft, LGD can play a lot faster in their side lanes. And that was the big issue they had in the last game. The side lanes just didn't go off to any sort of noticeable start. And this time around, they just have heroes that play a lot quicker and that have strong early to mid-game presence on hand. And this could mean a very different game that Talon will have to play up against. Like, yes, they've got combinations on hand for Talon. Yes, they've got ways to play these lanes, but whenever I see this Bloodseeker on Savage, this is one of the heroes that just takes a while to build up. Like, you hit your Maelstrom BKB timing, and if it's a fast one, it feels great. If it's slow or average, it doesn't feel amazing. And you can scale into the late game, but it's not as straightforward for the side of Talon. So it's a lot more even on the draft here, Mike.
Look at those forearms, John. Look at Sunby's forearms. Oh, this man's been working out, hasn't he? My goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice forearms.
See, he had to have such strong arms to whip the slipper out. Makes it more effective when you can strike them with a lot of fear there, Mike. So, from Fnatic to Talon, he's had to keep that form up.
Plus, I'm pretty sure he's single, so that might explain it, John. He'll walk off the camera. Obviously, he's a little bit shy now, Sunby. There we go. Off you go, Sunby. Game number 2.
You gotta do him dirty like that. What the hell? That's savage. Jesus. Mikey, I know it's
I just call it how it is, John.
It's 5 a.m., but damn.
I call it how it is, John. That's 4 a.m. for who, Jonathan? It's almost 8 a.m. for me. My goodness.
5 a.m. for me, Some of us live in a proper part of the world, not some God knows where Australia even is. I don't think it's even real, Mike. You tried to tell me. I don't think so. I still don't believe you.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Rock.
Game number 2. It is just a rock, Jonathan. It is. Like you are. You're my rock, John.
I am John, so
Oh. That's a compliment, by the way, Jonathan. You're like, when someone calls you a rock,
I'm a rock. I'm the rock. Whatever. I could be the rock as well.
Moving on. What do you think about these drafts? Like, do you think LGD have got what it takes to pull off a draw here?
They could. Again, I like this draft a lot more than their Game 1 draft. There's a lot more early activity they can take. They can win out the side lanes. And if they win the side lanes here, like playing with an underfarmed Slardar and Bloodseeker does not sound like a very fun time. Like, these heroes are so tempo-based. So the side of Talon has to still gun for the win on the lanes, but it just feels a lot harder with the heroes they've picked up. Jab's lane, maybe not as hard, but Savage's lane, definitely a little bit more effort has to go into that one. Can be rough if they don't get that, and I think LGD can bite back a lot harder here.
Old
The
11
battle
gonna
begins.
face down a little bit by Ollie. Ollie gonna back off, just securing some bounties. It's a 3-for-1 trade this time around. LGD, the ones to get the 3-for-1, so complete opposite of last game around as Planet. High fives up here as Savage will chase him down a little bit. Nevertheless, looks like we are going to start in the mid lane once again. Nothing to say. On that mid Ember is going to be playing against Makoto, so we have the exact same mid matchup. Now during game 1, Nothing to Say had a pretty decent CS lead over Makoto, and I imagine not too much is going to change here between these two. I'm pretty sure they have the exact same items.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing, exact same skill build, exact same back and forth. I think this time around, the one thing LGD can look to bring out is more aggression from supports. Disruptor rotation there can work out. And if Planet does get the room to show up on mid for, say, 4 minutes, it's going to be a lot more effective in comparison to the last game. So that's the one key factor. You have much more early play to shut down Makoto. And shutting down Makoto does feel like the win condition up against Talon. You take this guy out, he can't buy space, he can't have impact.
Certainly not. What about those side lanes? What's going on there? In the top lane, Ollie's going for a creep pull. Planet's doing the exact same thing here on the Tusk. He's going to stack up a double wave here against Ollie. But Ollie's just waiting for him to pull it over so he can meet them. And there, here we go. They meet top lane. Planet still has a double wave though, so he should be able to pull the wave over. We will have a look at it eventually. So Planet should be able to continue pulling this wave. Old 11 is going to meet over.
Dire's top tower
Savage
is
not
under
going to be able to
attack.
pull the Radiant Wave over to try and make the wave meet, and never mind, we're going to look at that down at the bot lane instead. So Q and Jab's going to be up against Y and Shiro. And you did say you'd like the starter pick into the Lifestealer. It is one of those natural counters, so you'd imagine Jab should have an advantage once he gets a few levels up.
Yeah, it's not the easiest lane for you to play here for Shiro. It also kind of goes into how Disruptor's lane now as well. Like, you do get that glimpse early on, so you're not able to harass out, and you have to watch for the stun combinations there.
Yeah, Y's getting chased down. Jabs doesn't even need the bash to the deeps. We'll just hit him once, and that'll be first blood once again to go the way of Jabs. And he had first blood last game around as well, so Jabs having a very good series thus far.
I'm a bit surprised you still opt for the glimpse level 1 here on the Disruptor. It just feels like this is actually a decent Thunderstrike lane. Just get some harassment out, shove these heroes away from your Lifestealer, and get your farm going. And they'll get a pretty good glimpse back, but you're already copying a lot of damage out. And Jabs just doesn't care. He's fairly durable as well. He's got an early Wraith Band with some extra armor, so he can cop some hits from the Lifestealer in the laning phase.
Absolutely. Top lane, action breaking out. They have dropped a tombstone here. Savage going to go ahead and deny that one off before they can farm it. As Old 11 now trying to run. Savage a little bit too low to go for the chase, so instead Ollie will do it on his own, but doesn't have anything like the Soul Rip. Only level 1 decay as well, so no damage to come out of that. So he cannot secure the kill onto Old 11. Nevertheless, though, he is securing the lane here for 23 Savage. Savage should be able to free farm here. There's not really much in the way of stopping him. The Old 11 and Planet can stick around, it seems, on low HP. But it does seem like Talon, that they're having a pretty decent time in pretty much every single lane.
Yeah, they're holding steady at the least. They're not losing anything outright. Shiro's in trouble.
Certainly is. Shiro, trapped between a rock and a hard place, going to go for the man fight, but the bash of the deeps comes in. Jabs still going for the fight himself, but Y is going to go ahead for the glimpse, and that will be enough to at least kill off Jabs. Problem is, though, he got the kill on Shiro before he dies. So it's still not very good for LGD.
It's not a great feeling right now for LGD. Again,
Dire's middle tower
I expected more play from their side lanes. You are getting a little bit of that from Old 11, but the bot lane's just rough. You're off to another slow start for Shiro, and they are getting some glimpse harassment onto Q, but you're not glimpsing back Jabs, so he's tankable for that. We've seen that before in the NEDPC. The side of Talon, and this is still pretty similar to game 1. It's not an overwhelming start, and to be fair on LGD, you're not playing with something like an Alchemist from behind or the Doom from behind. So it's not going to be as bad coming out of this lane phase trading this way. You will have room to grow, you will have some play on hand with these heroes without too much itemization as well. It gives you opportunities. Getting the levels here for Old 11. Once you come up for the tag team, you can just melt this double melee lane for Talon up top.
Mid lane, nothing to say. Still farming very, very well on the Ember. 30 and 8 once again, so still the same lane for him. He's still just winning it out, but Makoto, he's actually being forced to go back towards the base now to go for a reset. As top lane, there is going to be a snowball out on 23 Savage. Planet diving the tier 1 tower, so he's going to take a fair bit of damage on the way back out. Now, snowball, it doesn't really amount to much. I think he was just trying to avoid getting hit by a blood rite.
Just dodging out. And Savage is pretty alright with just getting jumped like that. He can drop HP a fair bit because he does have that level 2 turst. And he knows he can cop a lot of the hits. He's got 3 Slippers of Agi. A good amount of armor coming out from that. Good amount of attack speed to just ensure he has lane control. Yes, you're not really going to get some aggression onto Old 11. It's just hard to jump the DP in that lane. But your Bloodseeker is going to have a good time into the Maelstrom. Again, Maelstrom BKB is the big timing for that hero. Don't put a knock in it, and it's still going to be effective once at least the BKB is up and running.
Absolutely. He's slightly worth lead the way of Talon at the moment. 1 to 2, not too much action happening across the map. Both sides just more than happy to secure their own farm at the moment. Last game around, we saw Talon just start running at them around the 10-minute mark. Mind you, that was off the back of the Q Tusk, and this time he does have a bit more of a passive support on the Rubik. Like, you can rotate, but it's not one of those heroes that really enjoys rotating. You'd much rather just sit in the lane, soak a bit of XP, and just make sure that Jabs has a good time. And, well, speaking of, Y is going to show up, but they have the lift up. Jabs will move in. Glimpse is going to be there, but they'll land the stun, and they can continue for the chase as Y. He will put the kinetic field up, and Jabs will get stuck. In the meantime, Old 11 does secure a kill onto Ollie. Savage still trying to go for a kill onto Planet, but the TP away is going to allow him to get out.
Has been killed.
Q is still chasing down Y and while all this is happening, but seems like Y is going to be just fine. The Savage continuing on to the harassment here of Old 11. Can't really keep it up though, probably does need to back off.
Just play it a little bit safe. Nuking damage is there on Old 11. He's going to need to clear out a couple of creeps on Savage to build up that HP pool again. You are getting some good aggression out now from LGD. You're more than happy, even though it is just a support kill, but you are slowing that cadence of Talon down by a fair bit. Like, these item timings are just not going to be as quick as they were in game 1. So again, you're giving yourself more room to breed. It goes back to a little bit as to what you said, when that your supports aren't as active. They've got 6 and Jabs here playing tag with Shiro.
Yeah, bot lane. They're going to bring Planet over as well. Jab still trying. Shiro getting bashed up and the snowball's not going to make it. Oh, that hurts, man. That really, really hurts. Shiro going down for the 2nd time this game already. And I mean, to be fair, he has a very tough matchup into the Slaughter Rubik. It's not easy whatsoever for a life stealer. And Jabs, well, he's already 3-1 as...
Who is Goodman?
I don't know who Goodman is, but... Well, Savage does not seem happy about someone else typing in the chat.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Haven't seen that in... Honestly, since item pings used to show up in chat and all this random stuff. A bit of a chase here, but the kinetic field will stop still. Jabs.
Yeah, getting caught out. He may have gotten a bit too greedy, but no, a big stun, and now the tombstone to be dropped. They'll get a snowball off to try and protect here. Planet still surviving. Jabs finally going down. Nothing to say, still fighting, but the Dream Coil is going to come in from Makoto. Savage, well, you won't even be there. Nothing to say, just going down.
Savage?
Oh. Yeah, speaking of, Savage being chased down here by Old 11. Old 11, 4 seconds away from that Crypt Swarm being back up. Trying to run, Old 11 keeping up the vision. No, he's barely going to miss. Though he has the Siphon. Savage stuck around, popped the Blood Rite, and that means he will die. Not confident he'll be able to juke out another Crypt Swarm. So at least you do find the Bloodseeker.
It's a pretty big kill for Old 11 to find. He has the Exo they can set up for a push up top here. That kill, though, for Mikado to find On Nothing to Say, that's a big one. Mikado's been struggling a little bit more in this lane. He has been lagging behind net worth, but just having that kill bounces him back a fair bit, gets his acceleration into the Witchblade, and Jabs already has the full Mask of Madness up. And just easily run down a lot of these softer targets now if he's allowed to. Heck, even the Lifestealer. Like, Witty Undying around, you drop his strength, you drop his armor, he's very squishy. Nice snipe from Ollie, but not going to be able to really play off of it just yet.
LGD. Not looking so bad this game, John. Old 11, top of the net worth board, Nothing to Say right behind him. Much better performance than game 1 already. Say, make sure he doesn't get caught out in the mid lane. He had a pretty bad experience last game on the Ember. Does not want to get caught again. Planet having a bad experience right now as 23 Savage will take him down. Trying to shard himself in and just get a deny off with the neutrals, but it does not work out. Meanwhile, Talon, they're just moving up toward the top lane where Old 11, he just ran out of that exorcism timing. He did get the tier 1 tower, but it may cost his own life as he will try to go for a bit of a run, but they'll lock him down with the coil. It's going to be another nice kill here for Mikoto on the puck. His second kill of the game. Talon's starting to really ramp up now, but at the very least, LGD, they do get the top tier 1 tower, which I can't quite remember, but I don't even believe they got a tier 1 tower last game, did they? Or did they get one? They
got top.
Okay.
Yeah, they got top at some point. So they weren't completely towerless. Q is here for the defense. They don't have the coil to really stop this shove in. You should get some room here for LGD to play this poke war. But it's a lot of commitment out, and you don't have the EXO to follow through. You can just nuke down the creep wave and stall for time here.
Not trying. Nothing to Say, not giving up on this. Planet going to move in. Chant is there. Mikoto being targeted. Would try to get away. Phase shift is out. They get the Warrior's Punch of Mikoto. He's going to drop. It's a decent start for LGD so far, but Old 11 dropping a little bit too low, trying to run his way out with the Fade Bolt. It will get the job done. A 1-for-1 trade, certainly feeling like it's in the favor of LGD. They can move back into the mid-tier 1 tower, and they should be able to get away with this. And they will. Nothing to Say will take it.
Big win for LGD. They open up the map more. They make it a little bit harder for Savage to just sit back and play that farming game. And one big difference right now for Talon is that Jabs is taking it more passively. With his Slardar, like, he's got the Mask of Madness. He's just farmed up bot lane anyway, building into that BKB. So you are waiting for your Slardar to kind of join in here. Just your Tusk plus 2 supports, your Puck plus 2 supports just doesn't feel like it's quite enough, especially in terms of control, unless Q gets something big with a steal. I guess the Warrior's Punch is pretty neat, though. You do have the attack range to just kind of pin someone down, and they'll try to smoke with that.
They will. 3-man smoke up here by Talon. It'll be around Savage. Nobody in that western side of that dire jungle, and now LGD smoke up. They'll go into the dire triangle. In fact, never mind. They'll find Jabs. A perfect shard's out. Will lock him in, and now the glimpse right back into the loving arms of Old 11 is going to ensure they find the Slardar once again. And that'll be the bottom tier 1 tower to go down. And I'll tell you, John, right now it does feel like Talon just don't have a position 3. Like, this is very, I want to say, greedy gameplay from our Slardar, and he's trying to get the BKB up so he can start moving in with the team, but it's just taking a bit too long.
Yeah, they can't really jump without that Slardar around. And he's a lot of your control. He's a lot of your steroids in the sense that it will boost your damage output on these tankier targets as well. So until Jabs joins in, you're just lacking the tools to really play it. 23 will try onto Planet, but he will TP away. And you don't have the bashes online on your Bloodseeker, and you don't have Jabs around either. It's just awkward for Talon to go for these chases. They just have a lineup that doesn't quite deal with this early on.
Look, you're going to try and back off. Nothing to Say, though, looking to try and just kill him off here on the Rubik. It's a bit of backup. Does have Old 11 coming in, but now a massive Blood Right into a Dream Coil flying out from Mikoto. This could be very bad for LGD, but no Savage. Savage has been caught, and he's been left alone. Mikoto, he does get Planet, but he needs to get the hell out of there. He'll kind of juke out as Mikoto jumps back onto the high ground of the dire triangle, and he's going to be just fine. But it's a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of LGD. And Makoto, he's stuck around. Nothing to say on the chase once again, but doesn't really have too much mana. But they have the glimpse back. They'll find a third. Massive pickoffs here for PSG, LGD. And Talon, again, looking a little bit lost right now, John. I don't know. I mean, they're playing without an offlane. I just don't know about this.
They're just waiting, right? Like, it does feel like you need that BKB for jabs. At the same time, it's sacrificing so much from Savage and Mikato to enable him. He's only lacking the recipe now. Cut your losses in Talon. If you are going to play the slower style, don't force these fights out. Your lineup just doesn't take these fights well without the Slardar. And you just need that time to build up, especially for Savage. Like, he had a decent start. He's starting to lag behind in comparison to LGD now. Wait for these double VKBs to be up. And then you feel a lot comfier at that point. It does feel a lot tougher for Mikato, though. He's bottoming that for core. And he tends to be that player that buys space for Talon. And in a way, he is, but he's sacrificing a bit too much this time around as the game draws even in kills, but definitely a lot more efficient here in LGD 4K lead.
Mid lane, who have they got? It's gonna be the Rubik. That'll be Q to go down. PSG LGD now with a 5k net worth advantage. Looking very strong with this new draft.
Top tower is under attack.
Obviously not wanting to give any leeway back the way of Talon as they'll jump right into that dire triangle, realizing Savage is farming the area. Savage forced to just run the hell out of there on the Bloodseeker. Cannot stick around to go for any kind of fight. This is LGD now smothering the side of Talon as they were smothered in game 1.
Yeah, they're taking control. They're just dipping forth good aggressive wards to play with here to give them the information as to where to move. Talon, pretty blind right now on the map. They just need to farm on 2 heroes. Like, they are playing this slower draft that does feel pretty familiar and pretty similar to what LGD was doing in the last game. So this can cost them 100 gold away from Jab's BKB, or 200 gold away. Once that's up, we need to see something effective, but that's a slaughter with BKB Massive Madness, no blink. So getting on top of these heroes that you want to be on, it's gonna take a lot longer. And LGD, just straight into Roche. They've got the Deso up and running on Shiro. He's recovered from a slower lane. Roshan just melts to their output.
Certainly does. So much damage being dealt here by LGD. Gonna be Roshan to go the way of LGD for game number 2, at least the first one around. Shiro will take the Aegis for himself. Looking so darn strong on the Lifestealer. LGD, but they'll start thinking about tier 2 towers very soon. Not that they really need to, because they do have the better late game scaling draft for sure. That's the thing, they could just sit back and keep the farm game going. Where it does feel like Talon are the ones that need to start maybe moving as a unit, trying to fight back against LGD, but at the very least for now, they're still sitting back. BKB now up on Jabs. BKB being farmed up on 23. Though the Bloodseeker's BKB is going to take a lot more time to come up.
Is under attack.
And again, I think LGD are just more than happy to keep the farm going.
They can scale pretty well. I don't think this is a game where ultra late game scaling on relatively even net worth is a big advantage for either side. I think both sides have a little bit of play there. So it's not like you get as strong for LGD. Again, their net worth lead just hasn't grown as much. It's still 5k. If it grows to 10k in like 5 minutes, that's where you like, all right, we've got a pretty massive lead now. That's where confident. But if Talon keeps up, then again, they've still got some angles to take. It just gets a little bit more difficult. You're waiting for the blink now for Jabs, really. Again, the BKB is nice, but the blink's what you need on top of that. You need a way to initiate the follow through, to set up for Mikato to jump in. And it's just more time. Like, Talon will just have to cut their losses, avoid these fights, and just keep stalling out.
See if they can. 9 now, 19 minutes in. 5k advantage still standing for LGD. This is kind of the two sides you talked about when it comes to Talon. Like, you have the really fast pace side and you have the really slow pace side. And it seems like they're going to show off a little bit of both here in this best of 2 series. Kodo, top lane, going to try and juke his way out of this one. Wire looking for some vision to be able to get a glimpse back onto the puck. Still very hard to catch Makoto. He should be just fine. They really don't have the lockdown unless they can land the Static Storm. And that they will not. Makoto, he will escape. But it seems like they're going to focus down the top tier 2 tower instead. They've got the Exorcism up here on Old 11 if they want to try for this. Mind you, Savage has just picked up the BKB, so he could choose to just fight with his team. And in fact, they aren't even going to pop the Exorcism. They're just going to do it the old-fashioned way and right-click the tower. With the Deso up on Shiro, they do it fast enough. But the Glyph is going to be forced out.
Haste.
You don't have the numbers from Talon just yet to defend, but they are going for a smoke play. If they find the angle here.
See. Odo just trying to chip away at the life stealer. Glimpse is going to be there, but doesn't really do anything. Seems like Shiro has seen enough. Old 11 though, he does get caught out. Q with the lift up, but Old 11 does get the X off in time and we'll go for the team fight. Rupture is there onto the DP, but he doesn't mind too much. He'll just keep moving away. Still Savage is going to try to move in, but there's too much damage. He'll barely get out. Old 11, he will go down. Jabs, however, Jabs needs to run. The shards will lock him in. Still trying to fight, but can't do it. And in fact, Savage, he's not out of the woods yet either. Nothing to say right behind him. Chains not connecting, but it won't matter. He will drop. 4 down for the side of Talon. LDD only losing Old 11 throughout that whole engagement. In fact, they did lose Y as well, but he brought back. And they can just go back for this top T2 tower. Nothing to stop them.
You don't lose out on the H's either. Still have a full minute on it as well. Now you have the full Heaven's Halberd up on Shiro, which is such a great solution for that physical hitting core and the Bloodseeker. Heck, even the Slaughter is not going to enjoy getting disarmed here. It gets tougher and tougher for Talon to take these fights. I mean, it's a great pickoff on Y. That is the hero you need to take out in the middle of these fights, but you've got issues in the middle. You're just ultra durable right now on the side of LGD with a full Guardian Reeves up on Old 11. He's got a plate mail on top as well. And you only really have physical output right now, especially on your 2 cores. They're very reliant on just trying to right-click down. And plate mail counteracts a lot of that Talon wants to do in the middle here. It just takes him way too long focusing in on that VP.
We'll have the Talbot up now. Nothing to say, picking one up for himself as well, so really just focused on making sure that this Bloodseeker and Slaughter just feel completely useless throughout these engagements. That'll be the mid-tier 2 tower gone. LGD looking very, very powerful now. So we do finally get a blink up on Jabs, so you have got some form of initiation here on the side of Talon, apart from the Dream Call, of course. Still, just feels very, very late here, and even if they do get that big initiation, I kind of doubt they have enough damage to actually deal with the side of LGD at the moment. Yeah, I'm just creep skipping at the moment down a bot lane, but nothing to say is there to address it. What were you saying, John?
It's just down to who they focus first. If you take the Disruptor out, it's great, but you can't immediately switch to the DP. She's just too durable up front. LGD trying to sneak a smoke play here.
If they could find something, it'd be amazing right now. And they're going to run right into Savage. The Bloodseeker getting shredded by Shiro. Rupture was there. Shiro just does not care about it. He'll just keep going, and they've got him down. Savage just cannot survive the onslaught. Now they found Ollie. Jabs. How's he ended up on the high ground, John?
Blinked.
Oh,
he blinked. Probably trying max range and just hits the wrong spot. They find some good value out of their smoke here for LGD. Talon crumbling a little bit. You pop the BKB, you can't TP home, you know the Walrus Punch is there, so it forces 23 to try and run away, and no one's there to back him up. Now the high ground will begin. Exo is still ready. It's not going to take too long to melt these objectives.
Certainly will not. LGD going to the tier 3 top tower. Jabs hanging around, but doesn't have any help right now. Still waiting on Savage to respawn. That'll be the tier 3 tower gone, but with the Exo going, they won't be afraid to stick around for that top Braxton. Cliff will be forced. They might just force them back. Still nothing to say. Wants to stick around a little bit longer. It's hit by the Blood Ripe, but won't mind too much as he takes literally no damage. Now it's just the top Rex to go down. Talon, they have no answer. Odo. for a bit of a jump in. Just a bit of chip damage being dealt the way of LGD. But again, they are really lacking the damage. LGD, they'll just pop the drums on Planet, and that's going to be enough for them to just casually walk out. No problem.
Got it.
Try to sneak
Smoke
out here
out
in
from
town.
Talon.
They've got the full Guardian Greaves at the least.
Dire are
They
scanning.
have some sustain here.
They do. Ollie's going to show himself, does break the smoke. Shiro getting blocked in by the shards of Planet. Ping's coming out immediately as now Jab's going to try to move in with the BKB. They'll move in onto the Tusk, and with the silence, he really has no gameplay. He does go down. That'll be one down for Talon. Tombstone is going to be focused though, so you won't have that available. Meanwhile, Old 11 was caught for a moment, but they won't mind. They'll just turn right back onto the Slaughter. That's going to be one down. Still, they will find Old 11, but it is going to be Q to drop as well. Now Savage, he's the big one to find. They'll kill him so easily. He's just nothing without his BKB up. Kodo, can he at least get out? It does seem like he can. But it's still a 2-for-3 trade in the favor of PSG LGD. Sure, you probably won't go high ground again yet as LGD, but you are in full control of this game too.
They have everything. They're finding everything. They have everything they need as well. The side of Talon. Their bounce back is a long process. Mikado fighting over the rune just a bit. Doesn't quite spawn up top. Should be able to bail out anyway. For Talon's part, this game is now all about stall. Mikado's just gonna have to keep cutting these creep waves somehow. Try to buy them some distance in their base, and between their base and LGD, get some distance between them. And try to get Savage to this point where he can get some hits in. Like, he's still gunning for this Gleipnir, which is going to be nice to combine with your Blood Right and kind of follow through from all the rest of your control. It does feel like Savage needs that shard. Like, he needs to have that life sapping with right clicks to sustain through these fights, because he just melts without it. Like, he can't really trade hits with the life stealer at this point in the game. Shiro is just doing way too much damage. He has a plate mail up as well, which just ruins this physical output again on Talon's side. And I mean, LGD, they're gonna have Wise Ags sooner rather than later. Disruptor Ags just ruins Mikado fully. It'll remove way more play on the side of Talon. Their options are growing limited in Talon as this game drags on here.
To say, jump in, gonna find Ollie here on the Undying, and that's gonna be another. 9-1-7 is a scoreline of nothing to say, and Roshan is up now. Planet will scout it out. Does TP out immediately though, because they want the top lane, because they saw Savage, who's farming very deep at the moment. Savage, he'll go for the Rupture on Planet, but the Snowball is going to be there to follow up. BKB's there, but he can't really TP out while the Warrior's Punch is available on Planet. So he'll keep trying to juke and jive his way, but now the BKB's over. Very deep position to try and farm in. Savage, I believe, must have thought they were in the Roshan pit, but that was just not the case. Now Jabs has found Shiro in the mid lane. The Infest was there, but Shiro is still full HP. He's fine to back off towards his team, and they'll go back for the Roshan pit now.
And it doesn't take too long for them to melt this. Full AC up with the Deso. Damage output is there. A free shard to come out as well, so open wounds could be a big factor in the middle of these fights now. For the side of Talon. For Talon's part, they're stalling out. It does feel like they've bought themselves maybe 5 more minutes than you'd expect in this game, considering how well LGD is playing. But it doesn't feel like that time is doing much. Jab is still just farming, trying to go into the AC. It does feel like he's missed his timing on the Slardar by a fair margin. Savage just lacking the recipe for the Gleipnir now. That'll be fully up and running and should have a little bit more impact in these fights, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough yet.
Radiant's bottom tower
Certainly
is under
not.
attack.
Very dull game here for Taloners.
It's under attack.
We'll see what they can do with the Gleipnir. Shiro gonna move into the tier 3 tower. Gonna be nice and easy for him. Ag's now up as well on Y, so he has so much control on this disruptor. Mute the whole team if he really wants to. Rack's not gonna last. Makoto gonna try and chip away at Shiro. There is a jump at the backside, but they've got jabs. They have muted him up with the Static Storm. No hesitation and no buyback either, at least for the Slaughter. no way back into the game for another 50 seconds. As Ollie's going to get caught out. He'll at least get a 4-staff away, but now the chase is on for Makoto. Makoto will be able to blink away. Tombstone is down. Savage, he will throw the Gleipnir out, but it's just casually. There's no actual gameplay here. LTD, they just casually take a mid-racks and they just leave.
Is under attack.
Just reset. The fall-through damage just isn't there for Talon. Even with these combinations on hand, it's not connecting in the best way for Talon. And it does feel like now for Talon, you need to get some decent spells out from Q. Like the shards perhaps coming out. Maybe the spirit siphons out with your shard up, although Q doesn't even have that up. No shards on him. You could try to steal Static Storm, I suppose. That's one way to turn with the Dream Coil and the Gleipnir. Man, you have some hold for that AoE spell. It's just difficult to expect that from Q. He doesn't have Aether Lens. He doesn't have any range increasing neutral as well. And LGD, they'll just keep that pressure.
Dire are
Yeah, they
scanning.
will. Smoke is broken. Remnant's immediate. Jabs, he does get a couple with the stun, but it won't matter. Nothing to say. He's holding everyone else back. So Talon, they haven't got the help, and now the Static Storm. It caught a couple of them. Oh boy. Makoto can't help. He's silenced up. They'll at least find Y in the end. It's a 2 for 2. There's nothing to say. He did die as well. 23 Savage. He does end up finding the Ember. That's a pretty big pickoff. Problem is, they are going to lose Makoto. So it seems like in the end, Nothing to Say may have gone too far.
Dire's bottom tower
But it's still not going to stop LGD from just pushing through the bot lane.
Now they've got the push for it. They can take this tier 2, no problem. Shiro's still healthy.
bottom tower.
Exorcism does fade, but again, you don't really need it with the output on Shiro right now.
Dire's
Side of Talon,
bottom tower
their
has
bounce back in the late game does feel like, what, level 25 on Savage? He's still level 18. You need to stall for maybe 15-20 minutes. You're not going to be able to stall that long, it feels like, with LGD playing this way. And 17k lead for LGD. They've played so cleanly here in game number 2. Bouncing back from a really rough game 1. Side of Talon, they've found themselves in these kinds of games so many times. Game 1 goes their way, game 2 just doesn't. We've seen a lot of draws in general coming through from Lima. But it's just so topsy-turvy with this team sometimes. And they're trying to save for the shard on 23. AC for Jabs, and he's got the Hyperstone. The rest of it's still pretty far out. And Mikato trying to go for that Octarine. He really needs those lower cooldowns. He's been really good at dodging. Mikato again just dancing around as best as he can, but he's playing on a thin line here.
Well, they don't have much time for those. They don't have much time for the farm right now, that's for sure. Talon. And they'll try to continue defending high ground. Shiro's going to move in. Lift is there, but he still will find the tier 3 tower. Is now Savage. Well, no, he does get caught by the Static Storm. And that'll mean they just jump right in. He's got no way to survive through it. No buyback available on the Bloodseeker either. They are trying to focus on Nothing to Say, but the heals are incoming.
Dire's bottom barracks are under
It might be time to call it, boys. And they do. 1-1 will be the scoreline of this series as LGD managed to push it back their way in game number 2. Just both these teams, right? Like, one game they can play super clean, and then the next game they just, new draft comes out and it just doesn't look like they know exactly what they're doing with it.
Yeah, they go off a lot slower. Like, they go back into this Savage Bloodseeker, and it does make some sense. Like, you can kind of play up against the Lifestealer with your shard up. You can combine with a puck. Dream Coil, Bloodright is a lot of control. The biggest issue here, it did feel like Jabs soaked up way too much space out, right? Like, he went for Mask of Madness into BKB, and the BKB just took a lot longer than it should have. So he couldn't contribute into these fights. And your support duo and Talon just couldn't do as much. They took the Tusk on LGD's side. Planet performed spectacularly on it. Q on the Rubik can only do so much. And Ollie on the Undying, I mean, this hero just tapers off a cliff past the laning phase for the most part, if it doesn't have that overwhelming start. So Talon just kind of go all in this mildly tempo, not I was gonna say wacky, not really wacky, but more time sensitive draft, and they just don't hit that timer. And then one big correction as well individually from LGD is just nothing to say, handling the Mikato lane a lot better. Like, he dominated that lane much more in the laning phase, correcting a few missteps perhaps from game one. And that slower start from Mikato meant he couldn't connect. Like, sure, your supports aren't the best to rotate on, but if Mikato had a slight lead, then you might have seen some more early activity from him, but he was just suppressed on mid. LGD, they fix up from game one, and they rinse off well after a pretty hard time. They draw out the series.
Well, I hate to say it, John. This is why I always call this Bloodseeker hero trash. It just never feels like it does anything. And I don't blame Savage for this one. I'll be frank. I do feel like it was more of a drafting issue than anything, this game number 2 around. But nevertheless, props to LGD for forcing a tie here with Talon. Be a 1-for-1. Of course, we do have our next series on the way very, very soon. We're going to be casting Hellraisers versus Team Aster. I had a complete blank there, Jonathan. Hellraisers versus Team Aster coming up very, very soon after a short break. For now, enjoy some highlights of this series, and we'll be back with our next series very, very soon. We'll see you then.
First blood.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in for our next series here between Team Aster and Hellraisers. It's MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. So we've got a brand new series on our hands. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great, Mike. We had a little bit of a back and forth to start off our cast here today with LGD and Talon going 1-1. This one should be an interesting one because Hellraisers, they've not been doing well. They just found their first series win up against, of all teams, BetBoom, which people expected to be a lot stronger coming out of that Eastern Europe DPC. So, going to be an interesting one. Aster as well. They're a team that hasn't found a full win and hasn't had a full loss. So it's like, is this BetBoom? Is this Hellraisers that will keep up their momentum and find a full series win? Will they find a draw? Will Aster continue their trend of just finding draws? Like they're 0-4-0 right now, which is kind of ridiculous. Yeah. But they need to find a clean win to climb their way out of this rut in the lower half because it's fairly secure at this point. BetBoom, Hellraisers, and Knights are way below them, but if things go south for the next few series, you know, that spot could still swap with BetBoom if they're not careful, or Hellraisers if they play their cards right. So a lot in the line for both teams, and again, it's a matter of whether or not these patterns will continue, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hellraisers currently in the danger zone, as we like to call it, currently sitting at 7th place, so kind of fighting their way to try and get out of the elimination side of things of the groups. And well, like you said, for Team Aster, they've just been drawing every single game. Arguably, the strongest team in China at the moment is Team Aster. Though I say that, PSG LGD now sitting in 4th place, so maybe not so much. But, you know, before the major started, they were kind of the strongest team going into this major. And, well, we'll see if they can at least get themselves a 2-0 victory here against Hellraisers. Not going to be that easy, I'm sure, but we'll have to wait and see how these drafts pan out and where these games are going to go. For now, though, we haven't started our game one yet. We are waiting for both teams to be ready. Is there any particular hero picks you think are going to be highly contested between these two teams, John? Anything to keep an eye out on for?
I think the Rubik's going to be the one that does get interest. There are some pocket picks for Hellraisers. We did see a lot of techies in their last series. They won against BetBoom with techies twice, I believe. So that could be something. We get a techies on stream. It's always fun to see. It's really strong in the lane right now. And then just kind of works out that way. That's the main parts. You have your standard stuff as well. All the standard cores are still there. The one thing that Hellraisers brings out that's a little bit different is that they have run solo on the Death Prophet before. Mind you, that wasn't the DPC, but they do run it on the Pause 5. And Solo's also played some funky stuff. He's played the Support 5 DK as well. So you have some pocket picks for Hellraisers to pick up here, but I don't think they're going to go that far left field, but who knows? Who knows?
Who knows? You never really know with these guys. We'll see. I do appreciate the fact that Hellraisers is kind of taking out the techies as well, right? Because this is a hero that I've been going on about ever since the rework and ever since the buffs came in for this hero. I personally think it is still very, very busted in the right hands. And obviously Hellraisers have been showing that it might just have a place in the meta. Though I could see another buff or two coming in the next patch to really cement itself in the meta. But it is one of those heroes where if you have a really strong player on the hero that just knows exactly what they're doing, it kind of catches you off guard. And the amount of burst damage you have on techies at the moment is pretty ridiculous. Like, it's not very often you can pick a position 4 or 5 that can literally just burst anyone on the map at level 6.
Yeah.
As soon as you hit level 6, you can burst anyone.
Yeah, I think the big thing with techies that honestly is the most annoying about it, it's not its laning, it's not anything like that. It's really the fact that proximity mines still pop when you're under smoke. So it actually makes it really hard to make a move out of the map, and I think that's the one issue with techies right now. Like, I don't expect it to get buffed. I expect maybe a change with smoke interaction, although it does make sense, right? Like, if you are smoked up, you still have a physical presence, or you should start off the proximity mines. It's just obnoxious to play against. So we do have our initial picks on hand. The draft has kicked off. You see the Phoenix and NP being banned out here by Hellraisers. Aster with a standard Lina Broodmother. Nothing too strange. Hellraisers picking up the Undying. Again, nothing off the beaten path here. Undying's been highly picked. Not really contested. More of just taken up by the team with first pick. For the most part, if they don't want to prioritize something like the Rubik. And it just gives you a lot. Teamfight presence, healing, sustain. softens up some tougher targets as well. Lane domination's a big part. I do want to see Hellraisers to take a little bit more activity now on Antares under Pawns 4. Just, have a little bit more play. I mean, if you think about it, you could still go techies. Like, Undying techies, you soften up people, then you bomb them, then they pretty much die with like a couple of decays up.
Well, I mean, they did run that duo in their previous series against Bet Boom. It was Undying techies every single game, so you may just. And techies is just one of those heroes. Like, you don't need any combos with it. It just does its own thing. It's a very annoying hero to play against. See if they do want it. Like, it's available for them right now. They could leave it for a later pick because I don't think it's going to get banned out anyway. It doesn't do too badly into heroes like Beastmaster because you do have some nice wave clear, and there you go. There's the Enigma coming out. So far it's the exact same draft as the previous series. They always went with Undying and Enigma, and Techies was the third thing that always came out in their previous draft. The other two picks were always a bit of a mix, but it was always Undying, Enigma, Techies. So far,
I like that.
Very, very similar.
I like that foundation. It just gives you so much. It gives you this combination of early laning presence, really good team fight that scales, and just strong lane domination. So I wouldn't fault Hellraisers for picking up the techies. I'm wondering if Aster actually see value in banning out the techies, or if they're confident enough in trying to deal with it. Like, you do have a Beastmaster on hand. You can scout out the techies. You can get a rough idea where it's at, and they will ban it out. They show respect. They've seen Betboom get 2-0'd by that combination. They won't allow it through. So no fun here, Mikey. No techies, unfortunately.
Very sad. Very, very sad. I do love myself for techies, but props to Team Aster. I mean, they've done their research, and they're probably just like, look, we don't really want to have to play against this hero if we can avoid it. So they will just go ahead and get rid of it. Naga being removed here by Hellraisers as well. Very curious to see what Aster tries to do with their own draft. Like, this is, again, this is the Chinese team that I had very high expectations for going into this major, and so far it's been a bit lackluster, just literally drawing every single series so far. We'll see if they can, again, finally get their 2-0 victory that they've been looking for. Even with Hellraisers, though, you can't really underestimate these guys. I mean, they did just 2-0 Bet Boom, so coming off a pretty big victory, I'm sure they're feeling very good about that. It's Aster. Yeah. Well, it'll take a bit of time for this ban phase now.
Yeah, I think
it's kind of a very standard opening anyway. Like the Snapfire Beastmaster, both heroes have been very popular as of late.
Yeah, it's a straightforward combination for Aster. Roar into the kisses. Not too much going on there. Maybe some flexibility on the snap, but the Snapfire Beastmaster lane already sounds pretty good to play with here. I like the Batrider ban from Hellraisers. That hero's just been also one of the most contested heroes here. It's really effective once you snowball hard. It kind of just wins in most lane matchups as well. So you don't want to have to deal with it. Burns down your Eidolons quite nicely too. For Aster, right? Then you mentioned the performance of China. It feels so rough for the region, right? Like, it does feel like a lot of people always had high hopes for China every time we go into these lands post-pandemic. And every single time, it just doesn't feel like it's aligned. And now, after Tour 1 of this DPC cycle, I mean, there were a lot of changes in China, right? Like, a lot of the teams really did shake up quite a fair bit. At the same time, it's just rough. If you're a Chinese fan, it's a rough time. You're probably just pinning all your hopes on PSG LGD right now, but even that roster is also a little bit up and down. We'll see if Aster's managed to shape up in the past few days, but they still need to find a full win. I mean, I guess for Aster right now, if you find a draw, you're kind of happy, right? Like, yeah, you know what? We're just keeping it all draws. We're not losing series outright, so you know what? We'll take that. That's a W, in a way.
I suppose. I mean, I guess so. So, you may as well keep up the pattern while you're at it. I mean, I think Aster still have a chance to get to the upper bracket, though. That's the worst part, right? So it's like, you still have enough games where I believe they can make it if they start getting some wins. But that's a big if. But keep in mind, John, after this series, they still have another 3 over the next few days. not including any kind of tiebreakers that may or may not happen. So, mathematically speaking, still possible, but it's relying on them winning pretty much every series to give themselves a good chance. Then again, though, it would be pretty attractive to just see them go 0-7-0. It would be pretty funny to just see 7 draws to go their way, or rather 8 draws, I should say, to go their way. That would be hilarious. We'll see what happens. I mean, if they draw this series, then chances are they're going to draw every other single series.
I suppose. What would be funnier if you had an entire group stage where everyone was just drawing, not just one team? That would be something. I think that
One day, John.
That'd be terrifying. I can't fathom the tiebreakers that happens there.
One day we'll get to enjoy that. You and I, we love a tiebreaker, you and I.
Yeah. It's been a while since we've had our spicy 2-round Southeast Asian tiebreakers. That was like about a year, 2 years ago now. Maybe just a year. That was pretty spicy. I want those endless cycles. Western Europe had an endless cycle for a while. I'd like that. A repeat
that was fun.
Endless 8, you know?
That was hilarious watching the Western Europe talent walking into the studio and walking back out being like, hey guys, good morning.
Oh yeah. They'd leave while we go in for NA. I'm like, oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's the good stuff.
Time. You could see the suffering in their eyes. It was amazing. There we were just finishing in 20 minutes. We just walk out, go to breakfast. Great old times. Chen comes out. Jonathan, I don't think there's been a Chen pick this whole tournament. Has there?
I don't think so, actually. I can quickly check, but I do like seeing this for Pichu. That should be Siamese Cat and Pichu. Picking it up, and it does provide you a lot. Like, you tie it in with your Beastmaster, you tie it in with this push, you've got the sustain to play with. There was a time when we saw a lot more Chen post changes to his ult, and it just felt really, really strong popping up. And it's really faded out, but if you get a good Chen game, it can still feel amazing. We have seen at least one pick of Chen, so this isn't the first time.
Okay.
And I don't think it... Did it win? No. Chen. I don't know if it won. Let me just check. I don't know how to work this website. Like, I'm very incompetent.
Anyway,
It won. It did win. So it's 100% win rate over one game. There you go.
Very good. That's always a good stat to know. Very, very good. Tiny comes out here for the side of Hellraisers. So sadly, they didn't have their techies to go back to. They'll go into the Tiny. Could probably just be a pos for Tiny here. Highly doubt we see a core Tiny coming up from Hellraisers. They do have to make their 4th pick as well, so potentially 2 more cores to come out. Again, their cores tend to change quite a bit. They don't have too much information on what Team Aster are doing at the moment, so it might be a little bit challenging for them, but see if they do one. I mean, it never hurts to have a bit of wave clear here against Beastmaster Chen. They'll go for the Morphling for now.
Yeah, that lane's pretty well into Beastmaster. It's not the worst lane for the Morphling to play with. So you can kind of handle that lane. You've got Morphling Undying, which also plays nicely into this healing if you do go for the Soul Rip build here instead. So Morphling full Agi, Soul Rip, and he's in a pretty good spot. You can just go back in the lane, play that again. So I like that coming out from Hellraisers. And I am wondering what their game plan is. Like, it could still be that Tiny 4 you were mentioning. I can't imagine them running the Tiny mid for Kiyotaka. He has to play that more often than not on the mid rather than the pause 4 for Antares. So we'll kind of see it. It is a little bit flexible to keep it open here for the side of Hellraisers. For Aster, into the Tusk. Now, you're tying in Tusk with Beastmaster and Chen. There is a lot of rundown potential coming out from the side of Aster. That should be our mid-Tusk coming out here as well, unless they do something funky and run something like a Snapfire mid, which could happen, but you don't really have a reason to as of yet in Aster. Still leaves things a little bit more open for them as well, in some sense. I like the flexibility in Hellraisers just a little bit more here, though.
It does seem nice. Final banouts to come. Bristleback being removed here by Hellraisers, just in case Aster want to go back for that. Puck also being removed here by Team Aster. It seems like they're just going to focus on the position 1s now of Team Aster, and naturally they don't want anything too fast-paced, because this kind of draft with the Chen Beastmaster can really take off quite fast. The Bristleback, one of those pos ones you don't really think about, but I believe we did see it before, and they'll even get rid of the punch. So just really making sure that this high-tempo kind of draft doesn't come out from Aster. Ember going to be removed here from Team Aster, so not wanting to hand that over here to Hellraisers, because the Sleight of Fist spam with the Maelstrom, very, very good wave clear against Team Aster. They won't have that available to them any longer. So we'll see what they do want to pick up here in the mid lane here for Hellraisers. Again, I still think you need a good wave dealing with the Beastmaster Chen units. Right now, you really don't have much in the way of dealing with them whatsoever. And they're going to go for the Pango, which is one way to do it.
Yeah, it's consistent, right? You can go for a Maelstrom if you really feel the need to clear out these creeps. I do still like the more active Diffusal build-up, and Aster will go into the Troll for their side.
Wow.
So that's one way for them to hold steady as well for Monet, just to get that build-up here. I don't know, I'm not fully sold in Troll. I know you and I, Mike, don't tend to enjoy that here. We've seen it just not pan out for a lot of teams across a lot of different regions just because of, well, Troll just doesn't feel amazing at the moment, but this is something Monet played at least once before up against Bet Boom, and it did find a win. So they could just run it back here for Aster, hit that momentum they'd want. You've got some sustain to back him up. You've got a pretty good lane for him to play into as well. Like, there can be some aggression that you get out there with Pichu on the Snapfire, so you can kind of go there. And I'm interested to see what happens, because I think if Hellraisers gets the strong start, Uragi and a Morphling can just really take over this game. Like, your core-to-core matchup isn't something you're worried about here in a Morph, and you can just basically sit back and farm. As long as you don't outright lose lane, you're going to get your pacing, you're going to get your itemization, you're going to get the stats up, and then it's a Morphling versus a Troll. Troll just, it's not in the funnest position right now.
Troll's one of those really weird picks as well, right? Because you are right, John, we hate this hero, but the thing is, it has shown up quite a bit at the Major, and I believe, I don't have the exact stat on me right now, but I actually believe it has a positive win rate, which is really weird to say. It just kind of came out of nowhere at this Major, but it actually has been performing. And heroes like Lina, while it did get banned out this game, like, it's just being left alone. Nobody's taking Lina at the moment. It's very, very strange. Still, it's going to be an interesting matchup. I kind of tend to agree with you on your draft analysis here. Like, I do like what Hellraisers have got. The thing that scares me for their sake is if Team Aster get off to a good start with their laning stage, it feels like they just run all over you. Like, in terms of slowing down the push potential and the tempo that Team Aster can set, it could be quite challenging.
Yeah, it can be a little bit hard. I think Aster has a lineup that can play a lot faster, so I'm keen to see them kind of pull that out. Again, you've got the Chen, you've got the Beastmaster, you've got a lot of early pressure, and in a way, even the Troll can kind of jump in early with the Chen backing him up. Like, you've got the global heal, you can keep him alive. If he drops low at the end of the battle trance, you can jump back in to try to make a move, and you've got the Tusk to buff you up with a tag team. So you've got ways to enable this Troll early on. You have ways to just play a lot faster on Aster if they win out the side lanes. So they just need to hold steady in the side lanes, connect, and start forcing objectives, and then suddenly you're going to be stuck with an Enigma, you're going to be stuck with a Morphling, and a Tiny who's going to need to hit that blink timing in the support, which is always a little bit difficult there.
Yeah. Definitely don't want to go into the late game stages here against this draft, that's for sure. We'll see what Aster can do about it. At the very least, Baboka's actually denying off his own Observer Ward at the moment, so may have just been spotted out, so just doesn't want to hand the gold over. We'll get rid of it. Maybe just didn't like the look of it either. Just screw that Observer Ward, he says. Success. Nice little Hawk to come out. We'll give Vision over Solo. So they have Vision over the high ground here as the Beastmaster. Antares, though, has been caught out on the Phoenix. Just a little bit of a slow coming out from Monet. Seems like it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade in terms of bounties, so Aster will be able to get away with 3 bounties on their own side of things. Great start for them. You always appreciate those little kind of bonuses before you get into the game with this style of draft, because again, if you get off to a very good start, you aren't just going to run all over Hellraisers. So every little bit matters. And of course, we'll start with the mid lane. You're going to have XWY there against Kaio. So the Tusk vs Pango matchup, I believe we've seen this many, many times, John. Anything to keep an eye out on here in the mid lane?
It's pretty back and forth. You know, both sides have ways of just applying pressure on each other. I would say it's maybe a little bit easier for Kiyotaka to have a better lane here. You can just dodge out with the swash. You can get a little bit more durable with a shield crash as well when the Tusk decides to try to trade right clicks. So that you have a little bit more spacing out, but it's not a complete wash. It's going to be down to how they push each other in the lane. And right now it does feel like Kiyotaka is winning out in terms of resource trading, although he is down to 1 tango, so XWY should have a little bit more leeway in terms of trying to be effective here.
Bottom lane, you're going to have the Undying solo here with Uragi on the Morphling, XXS with the Beastmaster, along with his Snapfire. We'll see what Uragi can do. Of course, he loves playing this position 1 Morphling and should have a decent time considering he is with solos Undying. Aster probably going to have a bit of difficulty trying to deal with this Undying throughout the laning phase. Solo just has so many mangoes already ready, spamming decays out. We'll see what they do to deal with it. Like, you can always just pull the creep wave over so XXS can just farm safely. For now, they're just trying to focus on getting that large camp to get the creep wave pulled over and aggro that creeps. Hellraisers, they don't really seem to care too much. They still have the creep equilibrium going their way.
You should just set up for a pretty free farm for Uragi. Again, the Morphling pick into Beastmaster feels pretty good. Your build-up is there. You've got Stain if Solo does decide to dip into the Soul Rip at some point. Uragi's not going to be lacking reach in this lane at all. And your connection with the Snapfire here is a little bit harder to pull off. You could try to rush the board forward with Cookie, but Uragi can always kind of waveform way when stats up, so you can't even look to play aggressive and try to lock in that Morphling early on. And that's the one here you kind of want to suppress here. If the side of Hellraisers does get that tempo at 20 minutes with a Morphling ready to go with at least 1 stat item up, it can control the game early.
Was that top lane? We had a brief look at it, but you did have Monet there with Baboka against Antares and of course Miero. Oka gonna run into the Tiny now. We'll slow him down with the Penitence, and they do have the Wild Axes as well, so Monet can move in. A few uphill misses though, and that's gonna mean that the Tiny can just walk away from this. Baboka gonna continue chasing him down, won't be able to get a self-cancellation. At the very least, just forcing the Tiny away. Meanwhile, mid lane, a bit of harassment being traded back and forth between XWY and Kaio. It seems like both sides are gonna be just fine. And it has been a very even affair in terms of CS between these two. It's 18 and 18 in terms of CS for both sides.
Bit even, just a little bit more regen being popped out by Kiyotaka. Is forced to buy another set of tangos. Every little win you get in terms of forcing out this gold onto regen does make it a lot better for the Tusk, just marginally. It's not like a massive win, but when you think about it, that's almost 2 creeps you're having to expend just to stay in that lane. XWY doesn't need to spend that much as well. So take these little wins when you can find them. And for the most part, Aster's lanes can feel...
Mid lane, Cookie's gonna land. Nice rotation out from our Snap and XWY. He's gonna be able to secure first blood here on the Tusk. Massive rotation.
Nothing to watch that from Hellraisers. Their ward is on the opposite side of the river, of the mid lane, so they're not able to spot when Snap comes in. And again, you're winning big on XWY now. That widens the lead. It means the region you bought out on Kiyotaka just... No, it's not keeping you alive just yet. And Aster, their supports just feel better. Even up top, Miero, not feeling great with the souls applied. Nice little ghost creep being picked up by Baboka just to get the chase earlier. And Miero...
Oh, Miero. Yeah, he's still going.
Not worthwhile.
I mean, he literally just walked into the Chen. I'm not...
He wanted to turn it into an Eidolon. No, he wanted the Eidolon.
Okay.
He wanted to take out the ghost creep.
And Teres, he's also going to get caught now, so he goes down to Monet. We didn't really catch that on camera. I realized we kind of missed it, but for anyone that didn't see it, he literally just kind of walked into Baboka and died. That's what happened.
He was chasing the creep. I don't know why he'd want to just try to get the demonic conversion on the ghost. It will kind of just fade away anyway. You don't really care too much about the Shin having that. You can just clear it out with the Tiny instead. But it cost him 2 lives, that kind of play. A 0-4 start for Aster, much cleaner coming out from them. Very steady. Side lanes are at worst even, at best crushing it. As we have been seeing for XXS, just kind of holding his lane quite well. The lane management's just been perfect. You are buying a lot of space out for Monet to just go into Battle Fury. Heck, he's already got the Ring of Health up. And progress is being made. And now there's not much tempo that's coming out from the side of Hellraisers. Like, you've got Tiny Support who's stuck at level 2, with just toss and tree grab. You don't have your Ava-Toss combo ready for rotation. So you don't have many options to try apply pressure here yet.
That you certainly don't. XWI still farming so well in the mid-tusk as well, as they are going to have another rotation here from Siamese Cat. And, oh, Kaio, he's at least going to be able to swashbuckle away. But the Invis Rune is going to go XWY, and sure he'll be able to rotate later on with that as well. It's nothing going the Pango's way in this mid lane, and it does kind of go back to the draft of Hellraisers. You do have a Tiny who can rotate, but apart from that, you don't really have much else. And Antares, he's been just stuck at top lane, making sure his Enigma can farm. So the mid Pango has been kind of just left alone to do his own thing, and it just hasn't been going well for him.
Yeah, he's just not able to really close in anymore. And a 2k lead early on for Aster. Like, this kind of strong start coming out means that the connection eventually that can come through with a creep army, you're going to be able to melt these objectives fast. You don't have that strong counterplay coming through yet, especially since it's not like Kiyotaka can melt these creeps, and Kiyotaka is still being chased.
He is. We'll be able to back his way out. Top lane, bit of action to break out, but Boca, I mean, he was tossed back, but he's just perfectly fine. Monet just going to keep moving to make sure that the Chen is remaining protected. He will just be. Meanwhile, mid lane, Solo getting caught out now, and the Undying is going to drop. Even drop the Tombstone, so a bit more bonus gold to go the way of Siamese Cat. Now a 3k advantage is the way of Aster. Like, it's such a fantastic start with this kind of draft, and Hellraisers, they really need to get it together and slow the pace of this game down a little bit, because really nothing going their way at the moment. I suppose the only winning kind of situation here is the fact that Uragi is farming pretty well on the Morphling, but it is still a Morphling that's going to take quite a bit of time to be online.
Yeah, he's gonna need, like, at least one of these stat items up. He is rushing the Lincolns here just to protect from the roar. That's gonna be a pretty big one to top, but it's gonna take time. For Boca again, though.
Toss up is there. This time around, they'll have Boca's life. Eventually, after they've tried enough times, Boca does go down, but Monet is casually moving into Miedo by himself. Will eventually back off, back to the creep wave once again. Monet doesn't really want to affect his farm too much. He is currently second in net worth, so wants to keep that up the best he possibly can. And that was actually the first kill for Hellraisers on the Chen, so happy days. You know, they're on the scoreboard now.
Get one. It's still fairly important for Antares to kind of help out there. He is needing to soak that EXP up. It's been slow going for him on the Tiny. The one issue is, though, you've got the Dominator already up and running on XXS, so they can look to start forcing the issue on pushes solo.
Jump in. Siamese Cat going to get stunned up down a bot lane. Is going to go down. Nice little pick up there for Uragi. XXS in the meantime try and run his way out, as Uragi will go for a bit of a chase, but doesn't have the lockdown to keep going after the roar out. They're going to just buy back and turn back around, but do they have the damage? Uragi, he's going to strength morph and just walk away from this. XWY still chasing. Okay, they've got him. The Siamese Cat, he might die back immediately, and he will. Oh, I'll tell you what, that's a very unexpected play coming out from Aster. Solo, he will drop as well. I suppose you'd call that work.
It is worthwhile. Yeah, that's the one here that, again, Aster wants to keep suppressed. Costing a buyback on your support at this point, not the biggest deal. You don't need too many items up in your Snapfire anyway. What's that really stalling out? Your Arcane Boots timing? You don't really mind that too much.
Kiyotaka just goes down solo to XWY here, John. Just completely solo.
They're finding these pickoffs on Aster. They're able to move like XWY again. He's had a fantastic mid lane. His matchup against Kiyotaka, I didn't expect him to really pull ahead this far, but Kiyotaka just never...
Radiant's bottom tower.
Movement out from Antares just doesn't line up. The movement out from Solo doesn't really help the cause too much. And the activity from Aster's own supports just feel a lot stronger. Even just Siamese Cat. He just shows up, and that's more than enough. The control you have with Tusk and Snap is there. They are starting to clump a little bit more up top, and they're just maintaining. They just drag Solo up with Miaro. But you're really not forcing Monet off. He's got Phase Boots, he's got the Perseverance. Battle Fury not too far off. Siamese Cat now has the Kisses as well. They line it up, get the Roar. Got the follow-through damage a lot cleaner now.
Dire are scanning.
Scan out Kiyotaka. They know he's in the tree line somewhere on the Pango.
Dire's middle
He will have
tower
Rolling
is under
Thunder, so he should be able to get out unless he gets roared up. Kiyotaka, he will go for the roll. Chase out onto XXS. More TPs incoming here from Hellraisers, but it's going to amount to nothing.
attack.
They do get cancelled off in the end. Master just going to group up again and just go at it again. They know the Rolling Thunder's down. They know one TP got cancelled off, so
Radiant's bottom tower
no real
is
reason
under
to back
attack.
off now. They'll go for the bottom tier 1 tower, and it should be a very free one here for XXS.
Yeah, it's a quick little push. Got the Dominated creep.
Radiant's
You've got
bottom
level
tower
2 Inner
is
Beast.
falling.
Doesn't take too long to melt that out. We've already dragged Monet into jungle as well, so he's just safely farming into that Battle Fury. You're giving some rune for Boboka to soak on the top lane. Yeah, the steady shove from our Enigma is chipping away at the top tier 1, but not enough to really melt it. They're clumping around on mid. They're forcing Issue out, but they can't really find a clean angle to find punishment even onto XWY here.
Rotation and Terra's gonna go right into Monet here on the Troll Warlord, but be fine. Oka, top lane, gonna be chased down. He's gonna be alright as well.
My thrift rewarded.
Seems like Aster, they're gonna group up top. I mean, they're feeling very confident right now to force a fight. They know that Hellraisers are up here somewhere. XWY is going to show up. Antares will be caught out immediately. Miedo does have the black hole, so he's trying to move in for that. Trying to land a nice one here. The kisses are going to come out. He's got XWY, so they found the mid-tusk, and they've even cancelled off the kisses here from Siamese Cat, so he will drop as well. Kiyotaka able to secure the kill, and even running back into Monet now. The Troll Warlord
Dire's top tower is under
disarmed up. We'll go for a run, but the Avalanche is going to connect. Monet's still trying to get the hell out of there, but the shield crash will force him to go for the battle trance, but he is really just messed up here. They will just surround him and take him out. And considering the great start Aster had, that is a huge loss on their side of things.
They don't manage to back up in the nick of time. They get this angle out, but all of Hellraisers are there to punish. It's not quite the position you'd want to try to go for that Kisses play. They clump up, they don't respect the Enigma, the black hole just goes through. You did have the Hand of God ready in Boboka, but he doesn't even bother popping it. Just because Battle Trance puts you in such a bad position. Again, it's the one thing with a troll, Mikey. You pop Battle Trance, you try to stall for time, but it doesn't feel like you really survived through it for the most part. Still, 2k lead still standing for Aster Hellraisers.
Mid lane. Well, they are going to find Antares in the mid lane, so at the very least getting their revenge on the Tiny. XWY will pick that one up. But yeah, I mean, going back to the Troll Warlord, it really is just a matter of that's just Troll Warlord. It's just that hero that you pop R and it doesn't do it. It's so sad that your ultimate ability is the only ability you don't want to use. Like, it's just the ability you never want to have to use.
Yeah, doesn't feel amazing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know. Is it viable to go troll and just never level ult? Like, you level everything else, then go stats? Legitimately,
Scanning.
I
that
don't think
might
so.
make it a bit better.
Radiant's
I don't think you
I
can,
mean,
Judd.
Yeah, I mean, you still need it. You need the lifesteal, but it's so awkward. Like, it's that ultimate's just so awkward. I remember a time as well where we'd see troll and like OD, and OD just laughs at you.
Yeah.
And you see the troll, it's like, yeah, you just get imprisoned, you can't do anything. You know, haha, nice ultimate, buddy.
Easy.
Get back in there.
Siamese Cat, he's going to drop. They'll find the snap fight Around bot side is it XWY. They know he was on the creep wave somewhere. He's going to go for the TP on, and they will not be able to make it in time. Just fine to TP away. Team Aster losing a couple bodies here, but still holding the net worth advantage. 2k their way. Now Team Aster going to take a seat back and just get that farm going again. Right now in Hellraisers, the only person really farming that well is Uragi on the Morphling. As bottom lane, Monet has been caught out.
He walks under the ward vision and he doesn't see the backup that the Tiny had, so he just feels confident in trying to poke and go back to farm, but the punishment's starting to line up from Hellraisers. The positioning of Aster is just a little bit awkward. That's Monet with his fresh battle fear. He wants to just sit in the lane, farm up, go into the camps, and just keep building up, but they are stalling out. Really, Uragi's got a very clean lead over that troll. Has the full Linken's up. He has protection against that one piece of hold you do have in Aurora. Snowball will still be effective, but you can block at least one of these spells out, and that gives you the window to waveform and strength morph. And just make it an unsuccessful fight for Aster if they don't manage to find that burst damage.
Boca gonna run into Antares, who just clears out a bunch of creeps here on the Tiny.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Aster, I mean, again, considering the great start, they really have slowed down quite a bit. Now starting to push out the bot wave just a little bit. Here, XXS is going to be there with the Helm of the Overlord on the Beastmaster.
Is under attack.
Top lane in the meantime, Boca may get caught out. Going for a bit of a run, but the Avalanche Toss does connect, and that'll be the Chen dead. And that tier 2 top tower probably not going to last very long either. Uragi is going to show up now on the Morphling. Without the Eidolon, they'll have plenty of damage for this. Mind you though, Team Aster, they'll do the exact same thing down at bot lane. They'll find a tier 2 tower for themselves, so it is a bit of a direct trade. It just feels as though the Hellraisers shouldn't really be able to get away with this.
No. Like, we expected Aster to play a lot more aggressive in terms of push. Like, connect your Chen army with a Beastmaster and play with a sustain game. I don't think we've even seen a Hand of God come out from Devoka, which is pretty disciplined of him. At the same time, it's like, you're not trying to look for these turn potentials with his hero either. Smoke out from Aster though, but you're in a good position to pop it on Antares.
Yeah, and he just jumped right in. A big avalanche to come out. They'll roar up the Tiny. They're just forced to do something to stop the onslaught that wasn't coming. So you get one. This is going to fly in, but the Roshan's already down. Hellraisers, they can just leave the building. And that's exactly what they'll do. Yotaka could still be in danger though. XWY is going to jump in for a Walrus Punch. They have at least found the Pango. Not the worst situation. Because now they can go into that mid-tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower
And they will. Team Aster, they should be able to get away with this, no problem.
And they connect their full force together now. And we still don't have the Chen, but it does feel like they want Boboka to just farm into the Guardian Greaves first. They take a big objective. They allow more control from Monet on that bot jungle. He's farming up into the BKB. Isn't too far away from it. Your troll should have some more forward-facing presence now. With some spell immunity once that's up. The question is that going to be enough to deal with Uragi? Because all of these fights coming out from Aster, they haven't had to really deal with Uragi in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Now they're going to have to. Smoke out from Hellraisers, they're ready to go.
That they are. Aegis up on Uragi, it's going to be very hard to take this man down on the Morphling. With the Lincoln Sphere up. I only saw Siamese Cat though. It's not the biggest kill, but they must be willing to take. Stun, it's going to make it in time. I was a little bit concerned there for a moment. The TP was just going for such a long time. I was like, surely they're going to get in there and stun. And they will. To the bottom tier 1 tower, it will go down. No problems here for the side of Hellraisers. And they even have time to try and fortify top lane. So Rolling Thunder is going to be popped, but it seems that they just want to clear out all these creeps. Kiyotaka is going through all the Chen creeps, even forcing out a roar. In fact, he might be dead. Oh, no. Oh,
yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Right? You want to clear the army out. You don't really expect the commitment to come through, but you have to respect the output here. It's a lot of output from that Black Dragon when you are stunned up.
I mean, it's your
He
mid
gets
Pango,
punished.
John. Like, you know, like, if you can kill the mid Pango, you're going to do it every single time.
Yeah. You don't ask questions when you're given that opportunity. So Aster, I mean, despite taking some losses, they are still 5k ahead. XXS is still number 1 in net worth. He's got his own BKB ready to go here. And you've got your BKB ready on XWY, so your tools are lining up. Your triple BKB timing's pretty lined up here with Monet flying his recipe out now as well. And it feels like once this Aegis expires, or if they can find Yuragi twice, we need to see Aster start clumping up. You've got Beastmaster, you've got Chen, you've got the army, you've got the full Guardian Greaves up. Surely at some point you start to pressure tier 2 into high ground with this massive creep wave, but still, Hellraisers still smoking up here. 2 minutes on the Aegis.
Yeah. 4-man smoke is there, but the counter smoke from Aster just to be able to retreat from this. XWY gonna break the smoke. BKB popped immediately onto Antares as they want the Tiny dead, and they should find it, but the snowball is taken by Yuragi, so he buys a bit of space for the Tiny, but not quite enough as the Tiny does drop. But Miedo from the low ground does get at least one of the black hole. He's got the Beastmaster. He missed that on XWY. Hill's coming in. Somehow the Tusk is still alive. Yuragi, he'll go for his own snowball. They still have not got the Tusk down. Monet, he can get right to work on the Troll. Taking down Solo as Yuragi is still chasing down XWY, finally taking down the Tusk. But it seems like a bit of a team fight win here for the side of Aster. They got a 2-for-1.
Radiant's bottom tower
Though,
is
to be
under
fair, they
attack.
did... No, in fact, it wasn't a win. They did lose their Snapfire, who had to buy back. Very messy engagement either way.
It's a lot of back and forth. And Hellraisers, you hold on to Yuragi's Aegis, but it's going to expire in a minute anyway. You might have probably enjoyed it more if Yuragi just found his opportunity to burst a hero down, get a reset, and come back in. Aster, they're fighting into Aegis and they're still doing relatively alright. They force the black hole out from Miero. No threat of that in the next follow through here.
Toss up onto the Beastmaster, XXS. Taking a fair bit of damage, but Yuragi unable to finish it off. Nieto gonna jump in as well. Swashbuckle, everything just not connecting. The shield
Ooh.
crash, it's not enough. XXS barely able to make it out in time. However, they are gonna find Baboka, but he also just TPs. They just haven't got the stunts to stop him. Rolling Thunder was on cooldown as well. With that, Hellraisers, I mean, they're the ones that are being aggressive, even though it's Team Aster with the 5k net worth
Radiant's bottom
advantage.
tower is under
Seems like
attack.
Team Aster just not finding the openings they're looking for here, and almost feels like they're kind of lacking a game plan. As they are going to go for a smoke up. Aster will make their way through their own dire triangle, but it seems like Hellraisers are very well aware the smokes happen. They'll just retreat. The scan will catch Team Aster as well. So now Hellraisers, they can just wait for the prime opportunity to jump in and just counter-initiate, and they do. XWY, though, gets the BKB in time, but he's still probably going to be targeted here by Yuragi, who does get a nice shards off onto the Tusk. In the meantime, on the backside, Baboka has dropped, and now XWY is gone. Immediately taken down by Yuragi. Continues to morph into the Tusk and make it so hard for the side of Aster. So it's a double kill for the Morphling. 3 down for Aster. The other 2 just need to get the hell out of there.
Really good readout from Hellraisers with a scan on top. Just camp where they have a ward. And Aster just kept rushing through. Like they were right in front with XWY, but he didn't have the follow through he needed to start to find some of these kills.
My thrift.
And you're not really able to join in position here for Monet. Like, even with this Battle Fury, BKB, and Yasha, needs a full Sanjin Yasha to have a little bit more stat resistance and HP on hand. And even then, you're at the point where Yuragi can just take over this game. Like, he's going for the Ags. He's looking to steal some attack speed when he turns into Troll and just be more effective. Like, he is just going to be so big, so durable that the damage issues you've had on Aster just going to get compounded once you have that up on the Morphling. And again, they've just managed to stall out for this morph so well. Like, yes, they made some sacrifices along the way, but they weren't the biggest sacrifices in the world. For Aster, it's just down to Monet having faith in this Troll. And quite frankly, Mike, the Troll is just... You talked about it winning a little bit more in the Lima Major. I think its winner is at 50, dead flat 50.
Right.
It's still not like this big win condition that's just guaranteed. It has to have conditions met to really win out.
I disagree with you on that front. Not looking very good right now, that's for sure. We might have a sub 50 very, very soon after this game. So Monet, he is farmed very effectively. Like, he's top of the net worth board. No problems here in terms of that, but he just can't join a team fight. Like, it's... If you get caught on the wrong side of things, you don't want to press your ultimate button. It's just that one button you do not want to have to press. There's so many ways of kiting him in and out as well. Like, you've got the toss back. You've got the snowball that's taken by Uragi constantly. It's really hard to actually do anything. So we are going to have a 5-man smoke once again. It seems like Hellraisers, they don't want to slow down. The net worth is much more even now, only a 2k advantage the way of Aster. They understand they are looking like the stronger team at the moment. So they'll start to move in as a unit through the top lane. Around the long way. They know something's a little bit wrong here. They've drawn out some circles. Still Kiyotaki looking for a way in. He's going to pop the Rolling Thunder and we'll move right in, but it's very obvious. The Boca will be the first one to get caught out on the Chen. Solo has been noticed by Monet, so he'll make the jump in. They will get the Chen down immediately. XWY is going to try and move in on the Tiny, but there's another snowball out from Uragi, who makes the play onto XXS, trying to go after the Beastmaster, but nobody else is really dying. Now a Black Hole has caught absolutely nothing. Right in the middle. Monet's being chased down by Uragi. Monet is going to be able to run his way out, but it's another 3 down for the side of Aster. And with a completely whiffed Black Hole. I mean, he literally caught nothing.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Aster. Like, they were patient as well. They were standing together. Oh, no. Oh, Monet.
Yeah. Monet, he's got to press that button, John. He's pressed the button. At least they might find a Pangolin. In fact, Monet, he survives us through it. Kiyotaka, he's the one to go down. The backup's there. Monet's going to be alright. So they can't go high ground yet, Hellraisers, but they are looking like the much stronger team at the moment, that's for sure.
And they've got the tools. And for Aster, I mean, they get some good punishment. Killing Monet is always nice. But now you have to deal with the Ags fully done on Uragi. Again, the stolen stat resist Nyarudo.
Yarrow's just going to drop. Roshan suddenly open for Aster. I mean, this is such a strange game. Like, it's like 1 minute you think Hellraisers is just going to run all over Aster, and next minute they're in Roshan. And it's theirs too. They've got the second Roshan of the game. Just freely going their way. Shards up on the Tusk, I believe. No, in fact, never mind. Who took the shards? It's going to be a Baboka.
Baboka, yeah. Ancients. Pretty nice. I mean, you've got the Overlord and then you've got Shen Ancients. So, you know, you take it. You have a massive army that you can't just burst down that quickly on Hellraiser's side. And for Aster, it's so strange. Like, it's as you mentioned, Mike. Like, they're finding some pickoffs and punishment, but they're losing the wider team fights. So I can't confidently say Aster's in a really good position yet. Their troll is building up, but so is the Morphling. Probably just a little bit better with the itemization here on Uragi. I don't know. I mean, we need to see Aster connect this team. That's the one side where Aster just hasn't been lining up. Their smoke plays have just not been as successful as Hellraisers, and they kind of slow down in the objective taking. They will smoke up now, though.
Yotaka would really like to not die first. Hawk is going to give some vision of where the side of Hellraisers are at the moment, but Aster need to find a way to fight this one out, or rather just initiate. And a smoke now from Hellraisers. They'll group up as 5, they'll start moving in through the mid lane. Bit of dewarding going on, but that kind of will reveal the smoke of Uragi. no fight to break out here. Like, both sides just take over another side of the map. Hellraiser's in a position to at least take the outpost and maybe start pressuring that top tier 3 tower, but you would still be fighting into the Aegis of Monet, so probably not the best time to try that. And Aster, they'll just take the opposite outpost. Just neither side feeling confident without that perfect initiation, though. XXS is going to be spotted out here by Kiyotaka. Rolling Thunder has been committed. BKB is forced out. XXS, he'll go for the roar out, and suddenly Kiyotaka's just dead. I mean, he just went in by himself.
Yeah.
Like, you can always roll
funky.
through the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, it's real funky, John.
Yeah, you can roll, or you can roar, you can punch the Rolling Thunder, which is a little bit weird because that's his armored carapace on the outside, but I guess Tusk just hits that hard. You have the full BKB up and running from Yarrow, so hopefully some big black holes coming out here that won't be interrupted. You tend to just want to roar someone else beyond the Enigma. But Monet now, but a creep army, I mean, look, this is just so ridiculous to see. 3 ancient creeps up with the Overlord. The objectives just really don't stand a chance right now.
Tier 3 bottom tower is going to go down. Onto the bottom racks they go, Aster. 7k advantage now, but again, just not feeling 100% confident. They will move back. Kiyotaka's back up in 5 seconds, and there is going to be an immediate smoke out from Hellraisers who want to try and punish. Mid lane, they do see XWY farming in a bit of an awkward position. Avalanche is going to connect. XWY, he does not have Snowball up either. He uses it to farm the creep wave. Siamese Cat, he's going to try for the TP out with the Glimmer Cape. Should be okay and will be. But it's just
no lucky bash.
no lucky bash at all, and yeah.
It's so awkward. Like, I think both sides are just having a pretty awkward game in terms of like finding these angles in. If you are in a better position, I mean, look at this. You have the Ancients up. You just shove them in. You force a response out. Tombstone had to be dropped. You might be able to find these Ancients, but it's a lot of space. It's leaving that one lane shoved in for the side of Aster, hiding them some opportunities to know that Hellraisers aren't fully clumped up and just going on the hunt here just yet.
Yeah.
You know what, Mike?
Yeah.
Down the line, I would like to see Boboka do a Ponlo. Get Ags, then sell Ags, get Desolator, and have a Book of the Dead. I'm saying that. I don't want to hit 60 minutes here, but you know, if we do, we need to see Boboka with those balls. You know, just get the Ags, then sell the Ags. And then rush out with the Deso, and then win the game. That's it.
Be amazing. Hopefully we don't have to get to that point, John.
But imagine if we did, Mike. Like, I still feel like 10 Ags is the funniest thing. Like, it's just such a funny concept. You martyrize your creeps for a little healing. Like, that's... What's that? Creep sacrifice from Shen?
It's quite sadistic, isn't it?
It is. At the least, you heal your people when you do that. Not like, I don't know, I guess Night Stalker just eats stuff because he's morbid.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. Radiant are scanning.
Morb's gonna morb. Hellraisers. Still grouped up in the Radiant Triangle. Just both teams again, kind of... just comfortable just farming up for now, just not feeling 100% confident trying to move in for any sort of kills. Of course, Roshan's still going to be quite a while away here between these two, so they won't have that to play for. Aster, I mean, Monet's going to be going for an Abyssal Blade here, so that'll help him just lock somebody down. Uragi's going straight for what looks like a butterfly, so you're not going to have really the counter towards the butterfly here with Monet. Hasn't got anything like a bit MKB up. He might be very, very effective, as Monet is going to get caught by an avalanche, but BKB is there, and now the Rolling Thunder's in, but once again, Kiyotaka's just going to die, and now a great shot out into the kisses. Where the kisses going? Another black hole comes out. Monet gets caught. Can he survive through it? Yes, he can. Snowball will connect. Solo's down. And Miero, well, he's going to go for a run, but the chase is on. Hawk dive to come out from XXS, but no, it won't make it. Monet is still chasing down. Niero barely going to make it out with a TP play. Yuragi should be just fine. Those kisses were outside of those shards.
Yeah,
was it just my game bugging out? Yeah, they were outside of the shards.
Yeah, it was an awkward angle. Maybe it sounds like a broken record. Maybe the steps again. That Z-axis just makes it confusing.
Oh, it
Does
could have
though. Like it makes the particle effects kind of look weird when you right click. I don't know. That's the one thing I can see. Still, Aster, they're going to be able to find the mid off the back of this. No black hole threat for the high ground defense either. So you should have room to go for more, but they'll play it safe. They don't want to push the envelope too hard. They respect that Hellraiser still has play in them, even though you do have this 10k lead coming out from Aster now. And side of Hellraisers, it feels like we haven't seen the effectiveness of Yuragi. Like, yes, he's farmed up, but he hasn't found these angles he'd want. And Antares really kind of set up in that last fight, though.
Yeah, here we go. Jump in again. XWY. He's with the Walrus Punch, but Yuragi's going to turn around and go right after the Tusk now as Nero is there to back him up, but they do force-staff him away, even using the Hurricane, and now the Raw does connect onto the Pango, just locking him down. Still trying to run, but the ensnares are out. Kiyotaka barely going to be able to make it out. As XWY does finally go down to the Tusk. Now they will go for a bit more of a chase, trying to find some more. Everyone else just escaping here from Team Aster for now. But Boca, the only one left behind, will go down on the Chen. Yuragi picking up the kills here on the Morphling. 7th kill of the game here for Yuragi. But man, oh man, I mean, this Pango, like, the rolls coming in, it's just never safe. It feels like they've always got a way to lock him down.
Got the Roar, they've got the Punch, they've got the Troll Roots. With his BKB running, he can just lay it onto the Pangolier, which is always kind of funny to see as well. You're still even on the kill board, 21-21, but the 7k lead is still up for Aster. Now though, Yuragi with a full Butterfly. We need to see the Morphling do a lot more in these fights. And I think that's the one issue. It doesn't feel like he's really bursting heroes down with his right click. And he needs some space to just dish the damage for his team. It was a little bit awkward in that last time when they got to jump in on that top jungle. Antares did get the avalanche, but didn't have the distance to come in for the toss and spot some openings. You've got the Gobble up now ready to on Siamese Cat as well. So you have some interesting heroes to toss in. Maybe you just throw out Monet at this point and just have him come in, immediately battle trance, try to melt the hero down, have the BKB up for afterwards, and just go from there.
Yeah, Roshan gonna go down here for the side of Hellraisers. Monet's gonna try to move in, but Black Hole's immediate. Monet has been caught out. He needs some help right here, right now. Where's the damage output though? Monet somehow still alive. He's gonna get the battle trance off. They couldn't have the damage for him. See if he can survive through it though. It does wear off, but the Glimmer Cape is gonna allow him to back for now. They have not killed off the troll. Instead, they'll take Baboka. XWY also being chased down here on the Tusk. Trapped in the tree line, should go down. We'll go for a snowball to buy a bit of time, but Yuragi's going to have his way with him. Roshan, of course, did go the way of the Morphling. So it seems like they are ready to try and push high ground. Hellraisers making the comeback happen. Suddenly a 1k net worth lead their way. And with XWY down for 70 seconds, it's going to be pretty hard to ask for a defense here from Team Aster.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Hold on. Try to chase a bit. They don't manage to really connect, but side of Aster, they've had the leads. They take some fights. It's just so back and forth. The moment you lose one team fight, you have to run in with Monet. This gets really awkward. Like, yes, he popped Battle Trance, but he can't chase down the Pango, and he had no one else he was close by to. So he doesn't manage to really get much from that spell usage. And now with Yuragi being as farmed as he is, he can just tank through. He's got the Butterfly, you don't have that physical pierce. He's free to frontline for his team and carry the game as the Morphling should.
Yeah, absolutely. Midrax going down very, very quickly now. Aster still waiting for the Tusk to respawn, but They may lose the mid-racks before that. In fact, never mind. They are going to back off here on the side of Hellraisers. A full scythe device being brought out here for Yuragi, so he's got so much more control on this Morphling. And it's not going to be really something that Aster are going to be expecting to come out of Yuragi, I don't think. So if they can get a nice surprise reveal off, it might just be GG their way. See if they can find themselves a pick-off. But now Kiyotaka are going to hang around the mid lane, hoping somebody shows up. XXS will reveal himself here on the Beastmaster, but does blink away. Nobody showing themselves from Team Aster. Hellraisers is going to keep that top lane forced in, as well as the mid lane, of course, and hope that somebody gets caught out of position.
All they can really hope for right now. We're having to hold high ground, just play passively. We still have all the tools available on Hellraisers to force a big team fight. Heck, even the Black Hole is still good to go here with his BKB. They can just take their time on Hellraisers. And for Aster, they need to execute on point. It does feel like it's been a little bit awkward when it jumps in. The combinations haven't been connecting as cleanly as you'd like. And the sustain, it just doesn't feel like it's coming out there, even though you've got this Chen with Guardian Greaves up and the Hand of God. It's just not enough to go through and sustain you from the output of Hellraisers as is. They just have so much, especially on Yuragi. He's dishing out a ton of the damage for the team. And as long as Kiyotaka just doesn't get deleted in that first instance of the fight, he's got room to be effective. The Ags, you can just go for these lucky bashes on the Skull Basher in the roll, and you're just going to be stuck in a weird position from there. A very marginal lead for the side of Hellraisers, but they were behind by at least 7 to 8k earlier on. They were at quite the deficit, but they just reel it back their way.
Here we go. Bottom tier 2 tower going to be forced in here by Hellraisers. Mane's going to show up. That is a huge target if they want to make the jump in, but it seems like they believe his team was right behind him, and they were. 4-man smoked up. Team Aster going on to Kiyotaka. He's going to Rolling Thunder away and be just fine. But he's going to turn right back around, hoping he can find somebody with the stun. Jumping in by himself, Kiyotaka. This is risky, but with the Lincoln Spear, he's feeling safe. Still a big avalanche. Maybe they can do it with this initiation. Miero, he's in with the Black Hole. He's caught Manet on the Troll Warlord. Can they burst him down? Not quite. The Battle Trance is there in time, so the Enigma is going to go down. Hellraisers need to retreat, or do they? Manet, the one falling low on the Troll Warlord, but he's alright. He's going to make it out. Kiyotaka finally going down as XWY does pick him off, but they are falling like flies on the side of Aster. They will lose their tusk. Yuragi, he'll secure the kill, and it seems like he wants more. He sees Manet on the Troll Warlord. He'll go for the snowball in. The Troll has no battle trance this time around. Fuels him up, but now he is still alive, but the cookie's not really going to go the right way. Snowball, it will buy a bit more time. Manet is still trying, and Yuragi somehow will survive. Manet the one to go down. He'll buy back immediately. They're not out of this game yet. They're still trying to fight their way back into this one. Up in XWY, he's going to find Solo. Tosses up. Snowball will save from the stun. They go again. Manet, he does have Battle Trance in a couple seconds if he wants to try and commit it. Yuragi just casually moving in onto the Tusk, does get a dieback here onto XWY. There's now Manet. Manet's been caught out. He's the big one they can't really afford to lose. But Boca, he will drop instead. But he's got no buyback either, as Yuragi's not stopping. He'll go for more. He's onto Manet with the side device. They've got him down. GG is called. Astra have seen enough. Yuragi, he will clean up right in the fountain for another triple kill. Hellraisers, I mean, it was looking pretty bad for them during the first, say, 20-30 minutes of the game, but they make the comeback. And Team Aster, well, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. The best they can ask for now is another draw.
Yeah, and maybe they keep that trend up, but Hellraisers, they hold their own. The lanes weren't the worst thing in the world for Aster. They come out with a really strong lane for XWY. He had some good times in the rotations. He held Kiyotaka alone quite well. Heck, Kiyotaka had a really rough time this entire game until he got his Aeon Disc up. The one issue I'm seeing from Aster here, Mike, is the fact that they had a Chen plus a Beastmaster, and they didn't really look to pressure towers as fast as I think you'd expect this kind of lineup to. Like, yes, XXS did manage to start running around and connect, but Baboka was so far from his team, we weren't seeing him commit these Hands of God early on as well, so the sustain wasn't really kicking in for the side of Aster until later on in the game. And the last pick Troll, I think, as an answer to the Morphling is just not the best answer for that hero. It feels like Yuragi just allowed to free farm, allowed to catch up, and just his itemization was on point. Linken's, Butterfly, Hex. Like, the fact that he went into the Linken's uncontested as well was the big one. Like, they needed to apply more pressure on the Morph early on from Master, but they just never were on top of him.
Well, with that, Jonathan, that is going to be our game number 1 in the books now. We'll see if Team Aster can make a bit of a comeback going into this game number 2's draft. Of course, we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our game 2 draft here between Team Aster and, of course, Hellraisers. We'll see you all again very, very soon.
I guess they took it personal.
Dire's middle tower.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Team Aster and, of course, Hellraisers. John, Hellraisers able to take Game 1 in, I don't want to say convincing fashion, because it did look like Aster were in the lead for quite a while, but ultimately just weren't able to make their draft work. Do you feel like there's anything in particular you'd like to see changed up here for the side of Aster to try and get yet another draw for themselves?
I want to see them take more activity, really. Like, they had this Beastmaster and Chen, but Baboko was just farming up into Guardian Greaves. Like, even with a mech, he wasn't joining his team. So I want to see them play a little bit faster in Aster's head. You know, play when they've got this advantage, because even the mech alone on the Chen it's already a pretty strong timing to group up and start running, because he had really decent lanes coming out. Like XWY in particular really shined in that Tusk versus Pangolier matchup. Kiyotaka just felt like he couldn't do anything until he had an Aeon Disc, which was pretty far into the game, but Aster opted to play like this weird tempo game and just allowed this build-up to come out from Hellraisers. Like Uragi was basically uncontested, and once that Morphling had its stat item plus a protective item up, he was set to go. Like Lincoln's just prevented all of that hold, blocked off a lot of your control, and just ensured that the Morphling just wouldn't be bursted down and just has complete domination in the game. So execution for Aster, I think, has to change. They've got to play a faster game, because to be frank, Hellraisers wasn't playing that quick either, but their draft wasn't made to play quick. Aster's was. So if they're going to draft that same way, you've got to see them play a lot faster.
Let's see what they get up to. I mean, draft will be underway very, very soon. Hopefully Aster figure out exactly where things went wrong. I mean, we kind of talked about the Troll Warlord pos one. It's just one of those things. Like, it's not, you know, it has worked out somewhat in the major, but it just doesn't feel very, very good at the moment. And yeah, I mean, Monet tried his absolute best, was top of the net worth board for pretty much the whole game, but it just didn't end up transitioning into a win. Let's see if they can change that up. I mean, maybe a less experimental pos one to come out here from Aster, where they can just kind of, you know, just go for something more stock standard. And, you know, Monet obviously able to find the farm regardless, just a matter of having a hero that actually does something positive for the team, I would argue.
Yeah, like the troll pickup certainly didn't help the cause. He farmed a decent amount, but every time we'd see him pop his ult, it was just awkward. Like at some point he was forced to chase down Kiyotaka, which it was a Pangolier and roll. If you don't manage to root him in your first few shots, then that just doesn't line up. So I don't know, it felt like they had a lot of options there as well. Like a few of the range cores were still on hand. I don't know, maybe Aster was just looking to experiment a bit in that first game. Maybe the reason why Aster's all draws is they're trying something out every time, and then they correct it by game 2. If that's the pattern they've been having, game 1 loss, game 2 win, that could be. But yeah, they need to rally here, because they need to maintain this position to go into the playoffs at the very least, and obviously you'd want to try to climb up. We'll see what they change. I don't think the bans are changing too far here. We still see Lena Brood banned out in this first phase. The other stuff that tends to get let through is stuff like Rubik and Nature's Prophet. It's really down to pick your poison here for either side.
We'll see. Enigma banned out first, so Team Aster not wanting to hand that over. And well, to be fair, that was the third game in a row that Hellraisers have picked up the Enigma. I don't really feel like the impact was really that high from our Enigma that game, but you know, it seems like Aster just don't want to hand the comfort over to Hellraisers. So they will also get rid of the Broodmother, so just not wanting to get cheesed. We'll see where they're heading with these drafts. Again, it's I said last game as well, like Lena was banned in the later stages of the draft last game. What surprises me in this current major is the fact that it's getting through the first phase and most teams are just ignoring it completely. Like, nobody seems to want to first phase Lena anymore. And prior to this major, that's what it was all about. Just pick it as soon as you have a chance. Now nobody cares to pick it up at all.
Yeah, like, there are still teams that prioritize that Lena first, but it does feel like you have to take care of the counters very well in the second phase, and some teams can just respond with their own range core. I do like that Aster is still respecting the techies being banned out. They don't want to give Hellraisers that win condition, but they just go into the Undying and Snapfire. And, well, it just works out well. Right? You soften up, you get damage out. You got a lot of presence early on coming out here from Hellraisers. No need to rock the boat too hard.
Well, Phoenix the opening here for Team Aster. They'll go right into the Ember Spirit straight after that, so very, very different kind of drafting coming out here. Mind you, of course, the Phoenix already kind of countered here by the Snapfire, at least the level 1 egg, but, you know, can fix that at level 2. You won't really have the greatest way of dealing with the Tombstone yet. Obviously, the Snapfire was taken by Hellraisers, so no way to really burst down the Tombstone right now. And we'll have to wait for these next bans to come out here from either side to see the drafts continue. But again, Team Aster, if they can pull off this victory, the funniest thing is they're going to have, what, their 8th tie of the group stage? No, not the 8th yet. I mean, their 5th tie, but I'm saying 8th tie because I'm fully expecting them to go 8 ties throughout the whole group stage, which I'm not sure if that's actually happened before. Like, one team just drawing every single series. But Aster might be one of the first to do it. I mean, it's just... with the way they're going, like, I'm sure they'll get a second win in game 2 now, and they'll probably end up winning out the game just based off how they've been playing throughout the whole major.
Yeah, they're just gonna try to tie things up here. The one thing with Aster going for the Ember is they don't really flex it. It should just be XWY, but it leaves Hellraisers with ways to answer in the mid lane. So Aster's just gonna have to ban out a lot of these mid matchups now. Maybe they suspect a little bit of flex from Hellraisers and running a Snapfire mid for Kiyotaka. He hasn't done it recently, at least not in what I can see. I don't think he's done it in the DPC, and he hasn't done it here in the Major yet. But Snapfire is still a decent laner up against the Ember. You don't have the melee range kisses anymore though, so you don't have that surprise factor, and that instant kill at 6 just doesn't happen as often anymore. But you can just do that on Hellraisers. Flex the snap onto mid for Kiyotaka, waste all the bans from Aster, start to pick favorable off lanes and safe laners here, and establish like a condition for Uragi to build up on.
Well, more bans to come out. Both sides taking their sweet time with these ban outs. Not wanting to get off guard, they'll not wanting to get caught off guard. They'll get rid of the Tiny now, because that Tiny did cause a couple issues here for the side of Aster last game around. No, the thing is, they already have an Undying Snapfire, so I suppose you could have expected maybe a core Tiny, or maybe even a core Snapfire to come out, but I suppose just really making sure, Aster not wanting to have to play up against it again. There's your Enchantress ban out as well, which has been a hero that's been picked up quite a lot by Team Aster, so Hellraiser's just not willing to have it. We'll remove it.
Yeah. Don't want to give the opportunity for Aster to play with this ridiculous healing that the Enchantress and Phoenix can bring. Sunray plus the Nature's Attendants does tend to drag you back to full, and again, it just sets up for lanes. It feels like Aster does look for pretty solid lanes to come out. Enchantress and Phoenix with the proper cores can have that early presence to just counteract what something like the Undying will want to do, something like the Snapfire, depending on its position, will want to do as well. So I don't mind that too much. Aster, again, they're having to make decisions, right? Like you mentioned the Tiny ban out that could have been a flex for Hellraisers. The Batrider, definitely one of the heroes that we've also seen very contested here in Lima itself. Do they still want to keep banning mids? Like again, you picked Ember so early. It does feel like you have to ban out these cores, so they'll take care of the Uragi special morph that we saw in the last game be highly effective. Hellraisers now can just kind of set up, right? Like they haven't revealed too much for their draft. Their next pickup after this ban should start to cement that position the Snapfire will be in, start to determine how these lanes will turn out. And with a Morphling ban, like there's still several heroes available. Something like Terrorblade's still up, Drow's still up, TA's probably not the best here. Even the Drow has a bit of a question mark. All of them have a few question marks actually, like Terrorblade can melt to the Phoenix early on. Percent-based damage, magic damage is on hand. But you can gun for any of these heroes if you want. For the side of Hellraisers, maybe actually something like a Nature's Prophet. Still unbanned, still available. You can still run it here. Feels pretty alright against Phoenix. Not the worst against the Ember, even though he can clear out the creeps. They'll go with a Skyrat on Hellraiser's side. I mean, this
Wow.
can be really effective. Like, you could tie this in with maybe like the Legion Commander combo for the offlane now for Hellraisers. Just it gives them really good silence as well to handle the Ember. But we've seen Skyrat mages, right? Like, you play against these Spirit Fighters, sure, your early rotations feel amazing. At some point, you're just cannon fodder. That's a risk Hellraisers will run here.
It's very, it's one of those heroes, like, sometimes it looks amazing, most of the time, though, it looks pretty bad. Yeah, you dominate the lane, but that's about all it does, and you are going to need some setup, too, with it. This Team Aster, they'll go right into the Nature's Prophet. Very meta hero at the moment, does come out. Not really much in the way of controlling this Prophet at the moment. Another pickup here for Team Aster.
Didn't pick it up for themselves. Like, they allow Aster to pick it up. Now you've got the Phoenix Nature's Prophet combination. You can kind of protect the egg, although we haven't really seen the Sprout be emphasized for egg protection in such a long time. But it just feels really nice for Aster. Like, the wave clear from Hellraisers isn't quite there. They go to Clockwork as well, so you have a good hero to stand in front of the Nature's Prophet now to just kind of set up. You could run it, the NP plus Phoenix as well, depending on what you want here. It just feels solid. Like, the Skyrat Mage will just be a very constant target. You've got a good way of canceling off the kisses from a mile off from Aster as well. So you can stave off the side of Hellraisers quite nicely. And for Hellraisers, it does feel like they still need this combination with Sky. Like, yes, you've got Sky, you've got a lot of magical bursts, you don't have Hold. They'll go to Storm Spirit, so Storm versus Ember matchup, which, man, we really don't see that too often now. It used to be a matchup we saw way more frequently, way less now. I will still say that Ember does feel like it still has a better time there. Like, Storm still has this level 3 with double overload, but Ember with Orb of Corrosion just has much more impact compared to Storm with, Arcane Boots, Kaya. And that's not even the same net worth value. Like, Ember gets into that Phase Boots, Orb of Corrosion a lot faster.
Yeah. Final pickups to come, or rather final banouts now, as the Troll Warlord's going to be removed from Team Aster, so they don't want to have to play against it themselves. Fair enough. AM also being removed here by Hellraisers. Suppose you don't want to have to play AM against Skyrath when you've got a Skyrath Storm. That would be an absolute disaster, if any. Aster. Final ban-out. Still looking to ban any position ones here for Uragi. Obviously, the Morphling being removed already is probably the big one here for Uragi, because it does seem like he really enjoys playing this hero. So one more to go. They'll get rid of the Naga Siren. Why the hell not?
I'm trying to think of what would Hellraisers want. Like, they're protecting their Storm nicely. AM taken out. And they could look to maybe pick up something like Monkey King on Hellraiser's end. Gives you some good ways of dancing around. Ties in fairly decently with your snap. Gives you some hold to follow through with the Sky. And just have something there. Pretty decent team fight as well. Wouldn't mind something like the Monkey King for Hellraisers, but I'm not sure if it's the easiest game for it. And Monkey King into Phoenix is always a little bit rough, and you can just control the lane pretty well. You also have this really good angle for Aster to maybe gun for their offlane, unless they are just going to run some like the XXS Nature's Prophet and something else in Pos 1, which can still work. I mean, we've seen a lot of that offlane NP as well. We just saw it with Talon. It can be really, really effective. And considering how Aster played, they do play a little bit slower so they can get that build up, and they will go with the Ursa. So that's their big win condition. And Ursa in this game, it's not the worst thing. There is some kite that can come out from Hellraisers, but with a BKB up and running, you're really not going to be stopped too hard. I want to see Hellraisers if they can apply that pressure on Monet this game and just, as we saw in game 1, just prevent him from farming up here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you may get kited out a little bit here on the Ursa, but ultimately, in terms of trying to control the Ursa and actually deal with it, there's not much in the way of doing so. Like, it does feel like the Ursa's probably going to have a pretty good game. Final pickup now for Hellraisers. still need a position one to try and fight this one out. The draft that they've got, it does look very, very squishy at the moment. Like, I'm kind of wondering who really frontlines here for their side. Like, who's jumping in? Who's initiating for this team of Hellraisers? I mean, you need a pause one, so you're not going to have that option available to you any longer.
Start with the Storm, I guess. Like, that's really the only play you have. Zip, and then hold down with Vortex, have the follow through from Kisses and Mystic Flare. That is control only for one. They do lack a lot of wider AoE control. That's all like a Storm Ags comes out, which that doesn't tend to come out all too quickly for the Storms nowadays. It's going to be a lot harder for them to play that run and gun that we saw them do in game one here. We'll go with a Slark, which is, you know, a pretty decent core-to-core matchup for Slark versus Ursa. That's a little bit more hold as well. With a Pounce out, it does feel like this lineup from Hellraisers, though, is super sensitive to just winning lanes. Right? Like, if you fall off, Antares and Solo aren't going to be able to set up for you. It's going to be down to someone like Kiyotaka or Yuragi actually coming in. And if they're not ready to go, then you literally have no one that can play make. So the early game is just so important for this lineup from Hellraisers.
That it certainly is. This will be the final game of the day for this stream as well, so let's hope for a good one here between these two teams. Of course, Team Aster looking to get their 5th draw of the Lima Major. Hellraisers looking for a 2-0 victory to try and get themselves out of the danger zone of the groups, because right now they are still in the red and they need some wins to get the hell out of there. Still possible for them to make it out, but again, you'd rather get the win than the draw, because the draw probably not going to really change anything here for Hellraisers. I suppose I could say the exact same thing about Aster. Definitely want the win over the draw. Not really going to change too much if they only end up drawing this series. And we should be underway rather soon here for this game number 1. John, I'm going to assume you seem to believe Aster have the better draft.
Yeah, I like what they have. I think they fixed their tempo issue from last thing they've got here is that I feel like they're going to have a lot more impact here as well. And for Hellraisers, I just don't see them being able to hold down the heroes. That's the one thing. Like, you have Cookie Stun, you have Vortex and Pounce. None of them are the most reliable stuns. Like XWY, theoretically, should have a really good game in December. Like, you will have to deal with the Skyrat Mage Silence, but once you have something to kind of get that away from you, like say a fast Yule game probably for the Ember or a fast BKB, then you're pretty much set to go. There's just not gonna be anything to stop you at all from Hellraisers, and I think their condition of winning lanes in this circumstance, it's not the easiest against the lanes Aster has, because they have pretty decent lanes here as well. So coming out with a complete stomp in the laning phase just doesn't seem ultra feasible for Hellraisers to meet that condition.
We'll get into it. Game number 1.
I can't hear.
Oh, excuse me, game number 2. I don't know where I got game 1 from. 5-on-5 smoke. Naturally, they'll just get some wards down immediately here between these two teams. The best voice line here from our Skyrath Mage. Antares. Had to do it. Disgusting Grandmaster Skyrath Mage here from Antares. And naturally, he has that voice line that everyone loves so much.
Of course. Man, I'm trying to remember the last Sky game we saw was in NADPC Mikey, and I remember Stominatin. Yeah. Hopefully this isn't one of those games for Antares. Oh no, I've got to work into Ags. I've got to work into Rodifatos. I need a Midas this game, and we're gonna stall. Probably not. I wonder
if they'll end up like. I wonder if this hero is gonna get a buff in the next patch, like the Skyrath Mage, because it just felt like the same thing for such a long time, and it doesn't feel good. Like, it's always the same gameplay. It's incredibly strong at the start and then incredibly weak later on. It just becomes free food for everyone, and it's always the same build up, right? Like, you go Rod of Atos unless you have somebody who you can play with that has a stun that you can coordinate with.
Yeah, it's pretty one-dimensional. I guess the one thing is that its strength in the laning phase is really, really damn strong. There is a trade-off there. Like, again, it's down to crushing lanes for Hellraisers, and if they can do that, then yeah, you feel a lot better. Really even Bounty Rune trade. No, not too much excitement coming out here early on in the game. 2-2 for both sides as we are taking a look at that mid. The classic Ember versus Storm that we haven't seen all too often, mainly because Storm just isn't the most popular at the moment. And this should be relatively even, but I would say just way better for the Ember to pull ahead on. Sleight of fist spam, orb corrosion timing. It's a lot quicker than the Storm, who just doesn't feel effective in the early to mid unless he's just being hyper aggressive and finding these angles that the enemy team doesn't expect. So XWY should have his work cut out for him, should be pretty manageable for him. Maybe rune controls where you can make a massive difference if your supports can get on top early on. And cutting it out for either Spirit Brother will help the cause for the opposite.
And of course, top lane, you're going to have Solo there with Yuragi against Baboka and XXS. Interesting lane here, like Solo is still on the Undying, so it's going to be kind of hard for them to try and abuse this clockwork, but I suppose with the Prophet, it is still quite a strong duo to have. I mean, chances are you aren't going to really be able to kill off Yuragi, but still plenty of damage you can get dealt out on Solo, assuming he doesn't just turn around and do the same back to you.
Yeah, just always try to get that output. You still have all these mangoes up on Solo, and he is giving some space up for Yuragi. You know, he's not under threat of being chased down himself, especially while he doesn't have pounce up. They're pretty alright for that. Should still feel a lot easier for Yuragi, like they can get aggressive with a pounce early on, and they know just how squishy the heroes on Aster are once a couple of the Ks are up. You can easily line up for those kills to build into those Essence Shift permanent Agi stacks.
And of course, that bot lane, the one we haven't really talked about yet, you're going to have Antares and Mieto against, of course, Siamese Cat and Monet. We'll see if they are actually able to make the lane hard for Monet as top lane. There is going to be First Blood being drawn. Solo able to kill off XXS, now chasing down Baboka. Baboka in a pretty rough position here, trying to run up north throughout the tree line. Solo just keeping up the vision. Yuragi on the chase as well, does have the pounce up. Just waiting for the right timing, and Baboka, he's still going to just run. There's a lot of time wasted here between Yuragi and Solo chasing down the clockwork, who still manages to somehow get out. So they weren't willing to try and go for the pounce.
Don't go for that chance. Baboka should still fall. One more decay or one more couple of right clicks here.
Yeah, I mean, Fairy Fire up, Solo will continue chasing. Problem is, it's only level 1 decay, so again, there's no damage to it. He has to actually just try and right-click Baboka. We'll get another one. Baboka does not have brown boots, so he is a little bit slower, because Solo does have a windlace up. Just keep running around the tree line, and one more hit will do it. Baboka, hands up. Baboka will go to the T2 tower. He knows he's got. And there you go. Just a lot of time being wasted here for Solo.
That's what you need. You need a little bit more space for XXS. You're just going to be able to sit back and farm. We're seeing the mid lane go pretty wacky for Kiyotaka, just having to back off and farm up the camps. XWY, he's not pulling ahead massively in terms of CS, but his throughput is certainly a lot higher in comparison. Again, it's just down to Sleight of Fist, feeling a lot better in that lane, easier to poke and prod onto that. Storm, just with a casual Blightstone, you don't feel that durable in Kiyotaka in that lane to sustain through it.
No, you do not. So 0-2, 4 minutes in. Hellraisers in the lead in terms of the kill score already. Saving grace right now is the fact that your Ember is having a pretty good game here. XWY, not struggling whatsoever, but Kiyotaka is having the exact same as bottom lane now. We are going to lose Siamese Cat. Antares and Mieto just able to chase him down and secure another kill for their side of things. So 3 kills to go the way of the Hellraisers. Aster yet to pick up one. And I'll tell you what, Monet has struggled quite a bit on the Ursa. Like, his CS is nothing to write home about.
Yeah, it's just really easy to kite him in this laning phase. You get the concussive blast out, he's suddenly slowing down, it can line up for the cookie, so Monet isn't really able to run up. And you don't really have control coming out with a Phoenix 5 as well from Siamese Cat. You can't really set up for the Ursa to just run one of these heroes down as well. You're fairly speedy on the sky, and you've always got the cookie threat up on the arrow.
Baboka's going to drop as well, trying to chase down Solo for the kill. Will not be able to get it. Does give his life away for that. 4th kill going to the way of Hellraisers. Luckily, XXS does at least make his way out on the Nature's Prophet. So that would have been really disastrous had they lost him instead. But it's yeah, still yet for Aster to pick up a kill, as well, Solo at least kills himself off. So that's the first kill for Aster. Why does it say that Dire killed Solo? He's on the Dire.
I don't know. That's some value flip, I guess, but still get the gold, I'm sure. Would be funny if they didn't. Roboka showing up early here.
Yeah, XWI is going to move in with the remnants. Kiyotaka, they're trying to fight back, but there's so many heroes moving in. Still XWI falling rather low, and Baboka with the cogs locking him in. They do at least get the clockwork, but now XWI, who is out of remnants. Thing is, though, there's no one else to take down the Ember. Solo cannot do it on his own. And in fact, Solo loses a courier while we're at it. It does work out for Aster. Big rotations in the mid lane, finding the mid storm. And hell, while XXS is here, he'll go after the mid tier 1. Still holding onto that siege group for a little bit longer. Eventually we'll back off, but plenty of damage being dealt here to the side of Hellraisers.
Never refuse gold.
I'm just going to say that for Aster, with how your side lanes are going, you're relying a lot on XWY. It's the one lane that you've pushed one out on the Ember and should get a good rotation for a kill. The Orb Corrosion still lining up for XWY. You will lose XXS TPing back up top, Kiyotaka this time, with successful rotation making that happen. But you are leaving room mid for XWY to just get control and keep it constantly shoved. Like it's now at 76 HP, Solo has to deny it. You're losing map control this early on already. You've got the forward ward from Aster to keep pressuring that jungle. Hellraisers could find themselves in a dicey spot if Aster does decide to play aggressive going forward.
Absolutely. Bottom, Monet being chased down, but like he's going to be alright. No cookie to come out, as Mira had already committed it. WI still farming extremely well on the Ember, 49 and 10.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He'll go for the standard Maelstrom build after the Orb of Corrosion. Nothing too special here. Uragi not doing too bad of a job either. Currently sitting at 44 and 6 on the Slark. Going for the Echo Saber build up on the Slark, which I suppose is pretty standard right now as well. Rotations incoming from the mid lane. XWY and Siamese Cat are there, but just with the Phoenix Ember alone, chances are you aren't really going to be able to kill anyone.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tag a little bit. The slowdown is to the benefit of Hellraisers. And you're getting some room out to get that build up in Uragi. You've been pressuring quite nicely on Monet. Like this Ursa's Battle Fury timing, it's not going to be the quickest. He is bottom network core as well. And he is going to be sharing a little bit of that jungle farm with XXS. So there might be an issue for Aster in terms of just getting that ramp up to, say, the 15 or 20 minute mark. And that should be where Hellraisers starts to shine a little bit more. And Antares is still at 5, but Ancient Seal at level 2. You've got the Kisses ready in Miero. And overcommitment from Aster can be punished.
Chains out. They're going to find Solo here on the Undying. Solo. It's eventually going to burn out to the Sun Rays now. Monet's going to make the jump in onto Antares, and they do secure with the Sleight of Fist. So Team Aster moving in and finding a couple kills for themselves. It goes back to the support duo. Like, they just... The Skywrath is extremely squishy, and Solo, I mean, he's playing Undying. It's not going to be that hard to take him out in these engagements.
Yeah, I expected a little bit more movement coming out from Antares onto the mid, right? Like, again, I recall our time in the NADPC. Players like Stominen would always just make his presence known on mid, play with that early Ancient Seal, and just dominate that lane for your fellow Spirit Brother on Kiyotaka, but they just opt to hold these side lanes, and they don't really squash these side lanes either. We'll try for a smoke play out from Kiyotaka, though. He does have the Falcon Blade, so he got some sustain to spam out the spells here.
Yeah, XXS taking a little bit of time to react to this. We'll just go back to farming anyway. Realizes he's probably dead. We'll go after the large creep before he dies. Does secure it. Top lane, Baboka going to be spotted out now as well. They could just go right in for the dive past the tier 1 tower. Kiyotaka will do so, but a nice cogs from Baboka going to make it a little bit more challenging. Ultimately, they will still just body block him up, and Kiyotaka now picking up a double kill for himself on the Storm. As lines are being drawn out towards the bottom lane, it seems like Aster want to try and push in a bottom tier 1 tower while they're here. Salvage some kind of situation out of this. XXS, he'll show up onto Miedo, and they will completely surround the Snapfire, eventually taking him out, and that should be a bottom tier 1 tower to fall with him.
Not the biggest objective for the side of Aster to find, but you kind of just want to relieve that pressure on the Ursa. Smoke out though. Kiyotaka and Antares are ready. They've got the Mystic Flare as well here for the Vortex.
Gonna move in. Vortex is there. Mystic Flare to be popped as well. XXS trying to heal through it, but cannot. But XXS, or rather XWY, will just clean up the Skywrath and force Kiyotaka to back off. Still a very nice trade for the side of Hellraisers, though. Finding that offlane profit once again, and it seems like Kiyotaka almost thinking about going again. So he does have Miedo around if he wants to, but seems like he won't bother. We'll leave it be for now. So 7 to 9, 1k advantage the way of Aster. Most of that net worth being on our Ember Spirit at the moment. XWY having a pretty damn good time.
Yeah, he's really set up. Again, his mid matchup went fairly well his way. He's got a lot of food to eat here as well. And once you find Antares, you've got the Orb of Corrosion, he just melts. Skywrath just does not have durability up against these physical cores. So it doesn't take too much to kind of just find some simple pickoffs on the Amber and get running. The one thing for Aster as well is they're starting to get some space out for Monet. Keep working on that battlefield. He's still lagging behind here in that we're barely above Niero in terms of that on the map.
Top lane Yuragi. Bit of a chase up. Mid lane Baboka may just go down to the Arcane Bolt, but no, has the raindrops. He's going to be okay. Top tier 1 tower though, just not going to last here it seems, as XXS will just leave the trees to get the job done. Yuragi unable to get in there to protect it. And now Monet's going to show up on the Ursa. There's no tier 1 tower left, so I'm not sure what the idea is here from Aster. They are going to eventually decide to back off. While that's happening, the mid lane is being forced in by Kiyotaka. So it just kind of almost feels like they're a little bit lost again. Like, you got the tier 1 tower, but for some reason everyone's still rushing top.
Yeah, it's just... It doesn't feel synced up from Aster's side. I think it should start to simplify a little bit more once you do have the hook shot ready on Baboka. So you need to hit level 6 on that clockwork. Kind of tie it in with your Phoenix movement out, and that's when you can start to line up the shots better. But the side of Hellraisers, they're still fairly alright here. And Yuragi has the Echo Saber up. He's going for Diffusal instead of the Ags. So he just wants more ways to control. So unlike the Ursa, would he inhibit? It does become relatively easy to kite that Ursa around when he's not going to have the freest time jumping in and out here. And the game for Aster still feels like it's just hinging on XWY more than anyone else, but Hellraisers are smoked again. They've got the Ancient Seal, they've got the Flare.
Where do they head though? Kiyotaka's gonna find Siamese Cat. Vortex will connect onto the Phoenix. Seems like he's just gonna survive through it though. Fire Spirits to slow him down, Nature's Wrath to fly through, and well, nothing comes out of that. Instead, maybe they can find XWY. They will land the Ancient Seal, but there's no Vortex. It was on cooldown from Kiyotaka, so Baboka's going to jump in. Antares is going to be the one to go down. Again, just very, very messy. Like, the Mystic Flare popped. I think he was really expecting a Vortex after, but it was on cooldown for another 2 seconds.
Don't line up the shots, and an opportunity presents itself for Aster. Not the biggest kill. And it's a Skywrath mage. You're not really stopping him from any sort of major build-up. It is just doing its job of cutting off these ganks, giving space out for Kiyotaka and for Yuragi to farm up themselves. On the side of Aster, though, they're going to have some tools on hand, Mike, sooner rather than later. The Ags being built up by XXS. And that is a very good answer for something like the Storm. You get that root off, Kiyotaka's just going to be vulnerable to the follow-through, and got good uptime on it.
Here we go again. Vortex is out. XXS being caught out on the Prophet. He will go down immediately to the Kisses damage. Spaboka will try to run. There is going to be a TP away, and he's not going to make it. Kiyotaka, he'll have the damage with a double kill. Uragi, in the meantime, he's going to kill off Siamese Cat. So suddenly Hellraisers wake up. 3 kills on their side of things. Across the map. Team Aster falling behind now.
It's just a little bit disjointed coming out from Aster. They aren't able to get in these angles they'd want right now, and they are getting punished for it. Maybe just wait
Radiant's
out
bottom tower is
this
under
Ags
attack.
on XXS to again just have global setup and have follow-up for the root. You're also inching towards XWY's BKB. And it's not too far off, like 700 gold away. So he's just
Radiant's
actually
bottom
looking to
tower
fully
has
sustain.
fallen.
Like Orb Corrosion, Phase Boots, and BKB.
They've got the Ember. XWY. Pounce is going to connect onto the Ember Spirit. Taking a fair bit of damage, but it seems like with the Sun Ray, he is going to be just fine as he'll go for a bit of a chase onto Solo, but no, he'll run it backwards instead. Hookshot in the meantime, the Boka. He's going to find himself a Snapfire. In fact, XXS is the one being caught out now, dropping really low, is going to go down. The egg will be popped on Tares. He's going to be trapped between that. So he is going to drop. And Miero is still running. Hellraisers, they are going to show up once again. Uragi more than happy to keep the fight going here in the Slark. We'll find another. It's going to be another great trade here for the side of Hellraisers. Team Aster, they are trying to get fights going, but none of these fights are looking good for them whatsoever.
It's way too much back and forth. Hellraisers are still finding openings for themselves. Again, for the most part, Aster's only really fighting Antares. And that's a Skywrath mage. He doesn't care too much about dying now. He's providing that space that Hellraisers does need to build up. The one thing for Aster, though, is you are farming nicely now on Monet with a Battle Fury. So this is some much needed space for the Ursa to finally catch up here. But
Uragi.
whether or not that's going to be enough.
Jump in yet. T1 tower is going to be protected here by Team Aster. It seems like the side of Hellraisers, they are just going to back out of here. They're not going to waste too much time. Not going to try and force a fight that just doesn't seem to look good. And you are working on towards Uragi's Aghanim Scepter, so you want to hit that point before you really start to get too active, I suppose, and you may as well just secure that farm before you really go into these big fights. It's not like Monet's really keeping up that effectively in terms of net worth anyway. Like, he's still 1.3k behind. So there's plenty of time for them to just farm the Ags and then really get going. Well, the way Monet is farming at the moment, it's kind of hard to see him being able to meet the timing of that Ags from the Slark, because we are going to jump in again onto Siamese Cat. He'll Icarus dive away, but Uragi is still on the chase. Monet is going to show up to try and help out. Egg will be forced, but Uragi will just focus it down. Though no, the Sprout is going to protect it. They can't deal with the egg. It will explode and go right back the way of Hellraisers. Hellraisers now, they will lose Miero. Uragi is still looking for a way to jump back in. Kiyotaka was able to at least pick off Baboka. What a Sprout to come out. There was no Quelling Blade in the bag of Uragi to be able to get through the tree line. He had the Quelling Blade in the backpack.
And that's not something we see Nature's Prophets prioritize all too much, the Sprout to save the egg, but pays off massively for the side of Aster. They find some punishment coming through on Hellraisers, bit of overextension. They keep the game even. Less than 1k net worth lead still remains there for Hellraisers, but you're not lagging too far behind now on the side of Aster with the rest of your chorus. XXS, his Ags is pretty much done now as well, Mike. So the lower cooldown on that Rat of Nature, the root, allowing you to set up for something like Kiyotaka's Storm, it's going to be pretty damn big. So try for a smoke here.
You know, Kiyotaka, he's going to break that smoke and they can't actually catch him. Sleight of Fist is off the mark and he just literally casually walks out. I mean, they'll get the vision in the end with the Observer Ward. Hookshot is there. They'll at least catch themselves a Skywrath and we'll be able to take him down. In fact, XWY moving in onto Kiyotaka, but he's alright to just zip away as Uragi's going to move in onto Baboka. The clockwork should drop and will. Yuragi still looking for another target. Is going to make the jump in onto XXS, who was trying to go for a man fight against the Slark. Shadow Dance was popped. XXS, he's just going to fall. Another smoke. Yuragi, he's got quite a few essence shift stacks available right now, so he wants to keep the fight going. Now at 22 in those stacks, and 3 down once again for Team Aster.
They just kind of stream in. And Hellraisers, we talked about this from the draft book. The 2 supports don't get to do much, but if their cores are willing to jump in, their follow-through is pretty ridiculous. You just have so much to offer in terms of softening up these targets. It doesn't take too long for Yuragi to wipe them out. Full Sanj and Kaya up and running on Kiyotaka. They've got the Aegis as well to hand onto that Storm. And for Aster, this farming game just doesn't feel like it's ramped up fast enough.
A Vortex out for Boca. Gonna get caught on the clockwork, will drop. Like Siamese Cat run around the corner, will pop the Sunray, trying to go after Kiyotaka, and they do at least find the Aegis. Yuragi going for a casual jump in, but needs to be a little bit cautious still. The chains are out. They've got Kiyotaka controlled up, but he is literally just walking away afterwards. Just doesn't last long enough. XWY, he was still trying. Oh, he was trying to at least get solo, but he ends up giving his own life away. Ouch.
It's not the hero you want to bleed out in Aster. That Ember is a lot of your early activity along with Nature's Prophet right now. And now it's XWY who's bottom network core. Just going in for these longer chases, not respecting the output on Hellraisers. It's biting them in the bum here on Aster's end. At the least, your blink timing for Monet is it's not going to be too far out. He still has his fresh BKB timing on hand. And again, it can still play around with its Rat of Nature route. It has proven effective for Aster to find some here to jump on afterwards, but it doesn't feel like the opportunity's presented itself here.
Oh, they've got XXS again. This Prophet has had such a rough game. XXS, he'll go for a Sprout. They'll get through it. He'll try for a TP play out, but it's not going to be enough. They have the damage with the Dark Pact of Yuragi, and now with the pounce out, XWY is forced to BKB just to get out of that. They'll lose Maboka while they're at it. 2 down again for Aster. 4K advantage now the way of Hellraisers. The one thing is, the only reason the net worth isn't that much higher is the fact that Monet has been farming this whole time, but even his farm isn't really that impressive. Like, he's got BKB Battle Fury. You need at least the blink to really start getting involved with your team.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot longer till that's up. And he's still about 1,000 gold away. I'd say you'd need more than just a blink. Like, yes, you can gap close, but circumstances for that jump in to be successful feel pretty tight for Aster. Whereas for Hellraisers, they can just keep running and gunning, keep running around these smokes, playing with a Storm Spirit, playing with a Mystic Flare. Just basically get anything you'd want. They take the bot tier 2 now in Hellraisers, so they can take control of the outpost. And now the map space is shrinking. Aster, it's all in on getting Monet up and running, but man, you're really sacking XWY after a pretty good back and forth lane there.
That you are. XWY just still trying to get a Maelstrom up. It's just such a slow process here for the Ember. Just really has no damage to speak of. Monet very close to the blink now. Desperately needs it to be able to join his team. Hellraisers see them and almost think about just going in again. They'll think better of it though. They'll leave him be for now. When with Yuragi's farm, it just feels like you can take any fight you want. Even the Mage Slayer now up on the Slark. But they're going to sit back and relax. They'll just wait it out a little bit. No need to rush, it seems.
They can scale really well in this lineup anyway. You don't need to force the issue too hard. You are still clumped around fairly aggressive here on Hellraisers. Could try to make something happen, but and there's just no pertinent need to. Although
Oh, they do find Solo. Problem is Uragi's just going to make the jump in. 4-star away, though, from the pounce, but now Monet needs his own way out. He does still have a BKB if he needs to pop it. Uragi going to find another target. We'll make the jump in onto Siamese Cat. So the cogs from Baboka are going to push Uragi away, but he'll just pop the Shadow Dance and keep the chase going. In comes a big zip out. BKB was forced. Now the egg will be dropped, but everybody is just walking away from the egg. Uragi just drops the depth route. Gonna be just fine, and well, Aster at the very least don't lose anything. The Hellraisers, they only lose Solo on the Undying. Like, it's not really a big deal. He'll be alright with that.
He doesn't mind sacrificing for the team. Like, you'd rather him than literally anyone else. If you want to just ensure your Storm's not the one being prioritized. And speaking of that Storm, your Hex timing for Kiyotaka, it's pretty damn good here. Number 1 effort core on the Storm, having this zip control come out gives you more opportunities to just look for these great Mystic Flares that we've seen coming out from Antares in this game so far. Aster, they are getting some farm out at least.
Uragi, he's not done yet. Up to Baboka now. Clockwork will try and go for a run, but well, it's not looking good for him. Baboka just drops.
Didn't you?
Notice as well, Baboka's still stuck at level 9. That's just so depressing. 26 and a half minutes in. He's at level 9 of the Clockwork.
He's had to be the body that they drove. Oh no, the Hex is up.
Yeah, they've got a sight device now up on the Storm Spirit, so XXS gonna try for a TP away. Vortex is gonna come out from Kiyotaka, and that'll be XXS to drop. Nature's Prophet 1, 9, and 7 now on the kill score, and just it has not been a good game whatsoever for him.
No, he's just managed to really run down Kiyotaka, just finding these opportunities. They're taking over the triangle now as well, preventing the build up for Monet. You have to blink up on the Ursa though. You could look for a pretty brave play with that BKB still at 8 seconds here. Not really looking to push the envelope too hard from Aster. Like, they see what's happening, but they're not going to jump first.
Radiant's top
I think Kiyotaka, he'll just go for the D-Ward with the gem up. A little while till Roshan does show up. It's like Hellraisers, they will move into the mid-tier 2 again. It's very slow in terms of sieging potential. It seems like they more so want a team fight right now. Not going to find the opportunity though, as Aster just sitting back and allowing Monet more time to keep farming. Currently 3rd in net worth is the Ursa, as Uragi now. They'll land a pounce out. There is going to be a 4-star from Baboka to make sure he's alright. Kisses were expended by Miero, so they're going to try and jump in on Siamese Cat. They'll find one. The Storm does get caught, but no, he's alright. He'll just get cookied out. Perfectly fine. And they're looking at that mid-tier 2 tower now.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's the kill you'd want. Right, you take away the Phoenix, you take away the egg, removes a big chunk of Aster's team fight here. It enables Hellraisers to go for the objective plays, knowing that the defensive fight for Aster is just not ideal at this point yet. Well, just get that done. Really good angles to find here from Hellraisers. Really good target prioritization as well. August is a little bit slower on that mid, and the creep wave isn't quite in position, but still try to gun for it. Roshan, a minute and a half until it's up.
Yeah, they found XXS again. Tips out for Kiyotaka. He's just making the Prophet's life a living hell this game. That mid-tier 2 tower finally may just go down. Not really any kind of defense to come out here for Team Aster. Though I say that they do smoke up as 4 even without their Prophet. Hellraisers backing off at the right moment though. They're not going to get caught off guard by that smoke. Jump in is there, hookshot is out, Cog's pushback is out, but the problem is Monet is the one falling. He will get 4-star away just in the nick of time. They'll still try and go after Uragi, but he has the depth shroud. So many ways of resetting on this Slark. Baboka once again is going to die on this Clockwork. At least he's at level 10, which is, you know, somewhat good news here for the Clock, but apart from that, things are going pretty poorly right now for Aster.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they'll be able to find that next time, Mikey. So you just kind of cursed them, almost. I mean, they still have this opportunity to try to come back in, but the game just feels like it gets harder and harder as time goes on. Pull Bloodstone up for Kiyotaka. He's just been so on point with his early Hex pickup. Aster, though, try for the smoke play. They still got the egg to let loose here. Just, again, a matter of finding it, and Yuragi's there to break it. It's already not the comfiest time to come up, and he breaks it while they're under a ward as well. So he knows something's up, and they'll just smoke up themselves here.
That they will. Mid lane Kiyotaka watching Monet as we speak. Gonna move in. Hex is there. Lock him down with the Scythe device, but the Force Staffs are gonna allow him to get away. Still the kisses are going, so Monet has to pop the Enrage, and we'll be alright, but now the Mystic Flare gonna force the BKB out from XYW. Or XWY rather. He needs to retreat. At the very least, they get the BKB usage out of the Ember. Roshan is actually up and available as well, so Hellraisers have a nice target and objective for themselves to go for. They'll just farm the Radiant Triangle first before they get there. But Solo will scout it out, just drops the Tombstone immediately. And Aster, they have realized Roshan is probably happening, so they're going to smoke up as 5 and wrap around through the top lane to try and contest this Roshan, because they really can't afford to lose it. Rocket Flare will give the vision. But HR, they just want to fight. They don't care.
Here I am.
Just play their own game. Like, they don't have to respond to Aster here, although Aster will try to line up for a contest. They're going with the flares.
Jump in, Siamese Cat, Force Staff away. Monet going to be targeted by Yuragi, who pops his Shadow Dance immediately after the Ursa, just taking all the stats away. They'll drop the egg. Yuragi will just focus it down, but there's your Sprout once again saving the day. The egg will survive through it, stunning up quite a few. So Monet, he can jump back in on the Ursa. He'll at least take down Solo, but can they find any more? XXS currently being controlled up by Kiyotaka. Going for the TP play out is barely... No, he's not going to make it. Still Monet. He does find 2 supports for their trouble. He'll go for a TP play out and will make it. So it is actually a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Aster, though they do lose a position 3 for a pos 4 and 5. But any kill's a good kill right now for Team Aster.
Yeah, you just take it as it comes. You need a way of crawling your way back into this game. You're 13k behind. And you'll accept the support kills. Still, you've got secondary life ready to go on Kiyotaka. So you can just clump up, try to go for another set of objectives. You could just gun down top here. You can just take control of the map. There's still a severe lack of room for Aster to get this build up. Full Octarine up and running now on Miero as well, so the saving cookie play is going to be online that much more consistently. And Yuragi buys up his Scotty. Just insanely durable on that Slark. Got 11 permanent Agi in at 33 minutes. And Aster just... I expected them to have a lot more in the laning phase, but it just doesn't feel like that they've been able to find it again, Mike. You mentioned it. It's just a little bit disjointed from the side of Aster at times.
It's pretty rough. 13k advantage. I mean, the most they're finding right now is supports on the side of Aster. But they're not out of the game yet. Like, bot lane's been forced in by XXS, and it's not that far pushed in, but it seems like Hellraisers, they still want to react to this. Yuragi, having a look around, trying to pound through the tree line looking for XXS, won't find him yet.
Force, double damage.
I'm surprised they even bother reacting to this, to be perfectly honest with you. Because the bot lane really wasn't forced out that much. It seems like they will play it safe though, they won't go high ground yet. Even with this huge advantage. Kiyotaka, he has popped the DD rune, and oh, Monet, he's gonna jump in with his BKB, but there's no setup. It's literally only him. Very desperate play from Monet. They barely get Baboka out of there alive, though I say that Kiyotaka, he'll just get Siamese Cat and Baboka.
Whining now.
What was that?
Not sure what's going on.
That looks like a tilted
Aster's
carry
side.
play to me, John.
Yeah,
Radiant's
it's
are fortified.
it's looking a bit rough for Aster. Maybe they expected the lanes to come out a lot stronger. I certainly did expect a little bit more coming out from them, but they're just not able to connect. And we have seen a couple of good eggs come through, but
Radiant structures
a little bit difficult. They spray paint. I can't even tell what that is because of this planar mapping, but +3 and oh, beautiful mantle.
Oh, very nice.
Radiant's
Well, there you
Oh,
go.
there's
There's
the
your
eggs as
mid-ranks
well
going
for
down.
Kiyotaka. Got the AoE vortex to help you control. As a process, and the roots are still annoying, but there's no follow through when that Rat of Nature comes in.
But then again, Kiyotaka now catching another. It's going to be Monet on the Ursa getting caught out with the Ag's Vortex. He's okay. Hellraisers just kind of asserting their dominance here through the bot lane. Shot is there for Boca. They're going to try one last time, I think, as Uragi does get caught out. May go down, but no, he gets a Shadow Dance in time. Kiyotaka in the backline just got the Vortex off to make sure there's no supporters. Look at this. Right back in. Has found Monet, but doesn't have the help. Still, they're all so low. The Boca, of course, is going to be the one to get sacrificed here. Hellraisers going to try and rush through the bot racks. Team Aster still struggling to find any way back in this game. There will be an Ancient Seal out on the Ember. Monet jumped in. He got sacrificed up, but he had the enrage. But now a big Vortex out from Kiyotaka. He got 3 targets. That's it, they've called it. Monet has seen enough. It's too much. This game must have been incredibly frustrating to play for the side of Aster, and Hellraisers, they will get themselves a 2-0 victory, which will certainly help in their objective to get through this group stage. Team Aster, sadly, Jonathan, picking up their first series loss, and they do break the tie streak they had going.
Yeah, it's not a streak that you'd want to break in this way with a series loss, but for Hellraisers, it's a surprising performance today. They find that win against BetBoom, they find this win against Aster. That drags them in a good position. That probably raises them right above BetBoom now. And it gives them some hope to maybe end up in the middle of the pack here for their group and stay in that playoff zone. They just need to maintain this performance because it's been quite the rally for Hellraisers. They can maybe even just overtake and grab that spot away from Aster. For Aster's part, it looked super awkward. Right? Like there were a couple of fights especially in game 1, there were some good timings that they did manage to hit there. And they were running this Chen draft. They were running all this push, but they didn't really connect. In this game, it just felt even more disjointed. Like those issues from game 1 just got emphasized even more. And that lack of coordination, that lack of execution as a team just made it so hard to play the game. Like, yes, we did see a couple of eggs with the Sprout saves. That's always cool because it's not something that gets emphasized too much. But it was way too far and few in between. In the side of Hellraisers, they just rally well. They get these strong wind conditions out onto Uragi, and they have such a great time with Kiyotaka. Like, he's just been popping off in the past few games here.
Certainly so, and of course with Hellraisers, they'll be very, very happy. That'll be the end of their day, but not the end of the group stage for them. They're continuing on, obviously doing very, very well now. Well, that is it for our day, though, Jonathan. That is it for this stream. We are through all the games here today for the Lima Major. Of course, the other streams are still going, so if you did want to tune into some more Dota, please go ahead and check out the first, second, and third stream. They're all still there. With that, though, it is MLP Dota and John X File. We'll be back once again for another great day of group stages of the Lima Major tomorrow, so hopefully we'll see you all again there. Apart from that, though, have a great night and enjoy some highlights. See you later.
What did you learn?
Dire's structures.
The of illusion. Oh, did I miss? I will rise next season. Oh.
Hook shot completely off the mark. Not who they need, but they do have the Hex, and trying to bring down Disruptor. They can't even kill him, though. Watson is now switched over into Terrorblade form, ready to run him down in PKB. Get out of there, Hector! You don't want to be here anymore. Manta tries to turn it, but the silence is there.
Fishman!
Entity is going to destroy this fight. They're going to win this game, most likely, as they get ready to run down the lane. GG is called. Just absolutely clean performance coming out from Entity.
I felt like they had the edge the whole game, but it wasn't solid. Like,
Yeah.
there was definitely opportunities for Beast Coast. I'd say that Enemy made very few mistakes though, and that's obviously what the problem was, because there was the lineup makes sense from Beast Coast and how you can come back in that game. I think the itemization was good. I think the general idea of like Dark Mago can get this jump, Stinger hits a good hook shot, and we can still win these fights because you saw the potential there just by the pure overwhelming damage that you have from Hector's Terrorblade. But Entity played that so clean.
Yeah, and I think that's something that has definitely... I think that Entity don't throw that many matches from what I've seen. It doesn't feel like it. They're a pretty consistent roster and team when they're playing together. I've been pretty impressed with them.
They have a similarity in terms of how their supports play. I think the Beast Coast is probably one of the best teams in the world. This is how they do well at LANs that people are never really expecting them to do well, was that Stinger and Schofield just feed.
Okay.
Like, they just run. They do. They're the best feeders in the world. Like, I stand by that. Like, Stinger gets the most vision by just, like, throwing his body in, Schofield as well. They tank so many deaths for their cores. And Entity, you can see that as well. Like, Fishman, Kanomi, they're dying. They're buying back. They're getting back in. They die back in that last fight. They don't care.
Yep.
You know? As long as you're in the right position of the team fight to enable your cores, that is your job. And similarly, Stinger and Schofield, their deaths in this game were a lot of just, like, buying time.
Yeah.
Like, they're just taking kills off to the side. Allies are getting out of the fights because of them. Hector's getting these illusions across the map because of them, catching these waves, delaying things out. But in the end, the solid control of the Tier 1 tower mid, it's like, it's just like the landing zone. It's just where they stage everything in this game from, is this nice, safe spot in the center of the map.
And it was never taken down. They never gave up the ground. Entity, they hold out. They stick to their Watson Morphlane playing around that Aghanim Scepter. I anticipate that that will not be given to them again, or at the very least, it won't be into a Terrorblade in game number 2. But we do need to wait around for a second here, as game number 2 right around the corner. Stay tuned, everybody. More from the Lima Major right after this. And welcome back, all you wonderful people, for game number 2 of Beast Coast facing off against Entity. Trent, we have had 7 games on this stream so far today. There have been 21 other games on the other 3 streams that are going on, which means that for a grand total of 28, and we're going to get up to 32 total games played of Dota 2 today. How are you feeling? Can you even comprehend how much Dota's been played?
I'm a little disappointed, to be honest.
Why is that?
Because not a single one went to game 3.
That's true. It's messed up, man.
What are the chances?
Pretty good. Yeah, but nonetheless, it has been a pretty exciting 3 days so far. And as we're on the last game of the day, at least for this stream, it's something that I'm excited to see where the next couple of days bring us, because I have a pretty clear idea of what the top teams are. But then you get a match like this last time. Beast Coast was looking pretty solid, and Entity continue to look really good. But there's moments there where it's like, okay, was this just the draft? Because in terms of play, I felt like they were very even, but it just like felt that always Entity was going to have this edge based on that draft.
Well, I can tell you one problem.
What's that?
Beast Coast have a drafting problem. I haven't got to see many of the drafts.
Okay.
But being first pick and having to ban Brood to me is a drafting problem.
Okay.
Because like Brood, I think that's just like number one right now, is that you should be looking at Brood first overall. I think most people seem to agree that Brood and Lina are the 2 best first overall picks right now, and can win games themselves, or at least give you an extremely strong chance of winning. And if the enemy team doesn't have to ban Brood, they get to ban something that really enables your team. And Beast Coast has always been a Snapfire team. It's like their best hero, because they used to run a mid all the time for C Smile. They would always enable these like easy rotations to the side lanes, because it just takes 1 stun. Like Hector would always play a stun hero, and all you do is TV down bottom if they were Radiant, and then you stun into the kisses, dead hero, fast pace, plays it really well on both supports as well. But they don't get to do that because Entity see, you have a weakness. You have to ban Brood. So we get 1 extra ban that we shouldn't get when you have first pick, and we take care of one of your favorite heroes. So and I think in terms of heroes to choose, I think Entity, fantastic choice versus Beast Coast. Very smart.
And then they end up now with the DP and the Rubik on their side. So they get a little bit more of the faster pace. They're going to get the Bat Rider on Beast Coast. I like the way that this is looking already. And it's weird because I feel like I remember seeing Sacred play Brood before. I'm not sure how often that was done, but maybe it's just something that they're not liking it when everybody else is. Who knows? Who knows? But I want to keep an eye on that one and what the rest is going on. Wait, is that it? Are we the last game today? I think everybody else is already finished.
What? What, are you guys all hanging out here or something?
Is everybody chilling? Friends?
The last game. Production hero. Oh, well, welcome, everybody.
Now you guys are stuck here. Well, if you missed game number 1, it was really crazy. I think it basically came down to Watson playing a Morph lane, and he was able to get an Aghanim Scepter against Terrorblade for K1, kept dodging the fights as much as possible, and then eventually he just won a couple of fights by stealing Metamorphosis, and everything fell apart. This game, things going to look different, most likely, because it's Beast Coast that have the tree. Death Prophet Rubik, though, they switched Stormstormer onto Death Prophet last game. Now that there's Bat Rider, I mean, I think that's probably an okay matchup for Death Prophet regardless, but, you know, Bat Rider is just sort of this really annoying hero to play against. Could also play it on Sacred if they want to, but we'll see. Lots of options. Lots and lots of options.
Nothing too shocking. If I'm Entity coming out of this phase, probably just getting my Fishman hero, right? Oh, can I get some junglers? Is that so much to ask? Can I get like the Fishman Chen or the Ench?
That sounds pretty good to me. I think if you're trying to play fast, I like the Ench a lot. That sounds pretty nifty. I guess the question again though is like, because you remember last game when we were in this drafting phase, Beast Coast had the first pick out of the second phase. And that kind of set the tempo for what the draft was going to be for Entity. Because you can still play this like playing for the later stages if you want on Entity. Or you can play the more fast plays playing with an Ench, just running it at buildings around the exorcism timing. I kind of like the idea of playing a little bit more drawn out Dota. I think Entity is playing really well in the late game, and I feel like I've seen so many of their matches go to like 60, 50, however many minutes. Their
don't wanna
average
rush
game
things.
time's got to be crazy high.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, they're doing well there, and they're gonna steal. What is up with the repeated heroes on our last two series? This is crazy.
Yeah.
You know, we're not seeing any Timbers or any Abbas, and now we've had 3 Timbersaw games in a row, which is wild, and now we get a second Abba.
You know what it is? It's just it's the SA versus Europe matchup. That's what's going on right now.
I guess. Yeah. Get the little repeat here after EG Tundra. So, well, Panda, he played the Abba last time for the powers of SA, and now it's going to be Fishman.
Fishman.
Yeah, the Fishman Abba here. Well, I mean, assumedly. Who knows? Maybe they'll get real crazy
Dude,
here.
there's no way.
You know who else
There's
used to
no
play a
way.
mean Abba was Hector.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my
But
God.
we're not getting that, obviously.
That sounds horrific.
Hey, man, you don't mess with Hector, you know?
It's fair.
Get the horn. It's got 1 horn. It's close enough.
Like it. Well, I think that Abba is pretty underpicked. I like this hero a lot. Obviously great against the Bat Rider.
Oh!
And then they take the Earth Spirit.
Oh!
Holy moly. I mean, this is another hero that I feel like,
Summer's face. He's like, oh, wow, Earth Spirit.
like, really?
Yeah.
Aphotic Shield's pretty good, guys. You sure?
He is perplexed right now. He's not a fan. Or he's just, you know, maybe he's not sure what to do. Maybe he doesn't like what his teammates are throwing down in terms of their suggestions
He's
here.
just very serious. That's all that it is. I think it is interesting, though, because this is a hero that obviously has some like crazy ganky potential, running in, messing with mid, making life terrible for whoever you're playing against. And with Bat Rider in particular, you gank, people are dying. And now the NP.
Okay.
This is a fast-paced game from Beast Coast.
Really speedy right now.
Yeah, heck, he agrees. Kalen's like, yeah, I got that. Don't worry. That's me.
I mean, we had that band earlier, of course. We'll look out for that position 1, Nature's Prophet. So with the bands on the CK and the TB.
I mean, to be fair, this also could be this is still a very flexible draft from Beast Coast. This
Yes,
could be offlane
true.
NP and Bat Rider mid.
Yep. I think it probably is still Bat mid. I think it's probably NP1. I think we'll probably get a Dark Mago hero next, but
Yeah.
sorry, a Hector hero next rather, but either a Hector hero or a Sacred hero next.
Right.
I think most likely it's a Sacred hero that's going to be last, is where I was trying to go before my brain melted.
They do not have last pick either on Beast Coast, so they can't go for like some crazy counter pick out of their last for mid, like, you know, if they want to do something funky with it. Entity, what are they going to go for now? They need to match the tempo of this somehow. Like, they need a hero that can just keep these towers alive. The TP rotation in from NP, summoning Treants, and then having like a Bat Rider dive you, it's just like way too dangerous.
Or you just take their towers.
Yeah, that's a possibility too, I guess. Exo and dive in.
Grab the Ember. Okay, that's pretty solid choice. Whenever it's a core Prophet, doesn't matter if it's 1 or 3 or mid or wherever the hell that thing's going. You
Yeah.
like having the Nature's Prophet. You have a lot of options versus that hero and his summons. Feels pretty good. We've even seen the position 1, I believe, a couple times. Probably not gonna be that here. Probably just gonna be for Storm. We'll get a last pick for Watson.
Okay.
Seems like the most likely scenario here.
Huh. What do you want to take out of the pool now if you're Beast Coast? I think that, yeah, the one thing that's a little bit scary about this for Entity is that there are a lot of options that Beast Coast can go for. Like, they can pick 1 through 3 for their last pick now. And they have revealed the Ember.
I think
Dude, what if they Huskar?
All right, come on now.
What if
They
Beast
don't
Coast
have last
Huskar?
pick. They don't have last pick though.
So, just
Well-
take it.
Just do it.
Just make it happen.
Huskar's out. We're not going there.
Okay.
I think Faceless Void looks okay for both teams, depending on like the last pick there for Beast Coast. It could be a solid option there for Entity. They're gonna ban out that Darks here though, looking for those good Sacred heroes. I definitely like banning Sacred heroes. I think Hector wants to play Nature's Prophet.
Okay.
What else would be good in that off lane? Because it's probably going to be playing with the Earth Spirit, right? So you either want really safe heroes that can lane by themselves, like Timbers or Beastmasters or Enigmas. Enigma already banned. Or you want heroes that actually play with Earth Spirit, like the Darkseer.
Right.
Hence that ban.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the question, right? Is like, like normally I would think a team would want to try and counterpick something here against Entity, but it's sort of a little bit difficult. They can't really go for a counterpick, so it has to be something more there. And they do take the Faceless Void out of the pool.
That was looking nice. I think a Lycan could be kind of okay for Beast Coast as well.
Yeah.
A lot of physical damage. Before you get the armor stacked up there on the DP, and then of course the Ember too.
That sounds good.
That could be kind of hype. You know, you don't really care about ABBA that much. You just kind of chew right through him. A lot of physical damage. And with the Earth Spirit, you can just like pull waves with the Earth Spirit and with the Wolves.
The other thing that's scary about this is this mid matchup is so volatile, right? Like,
oh yeah, we love this. This is my favorite matchup in the meta right now, without question. Yeah, without question, because like it can go both ways. Usually the bat is more favored for sure, but you know he gets a little greedy. One bolas.
They banned the Timber.
Yeah,
that's a nice takeaway.
It's just safe heroes, right?
But I think that's a really important point, right? Like, I think with Beast Coast, you at least have some like backup potential where one Earth Spirit can rotate to help out in that mid matchup to make it more likely to kill the Ember.
Yeah.
Or B, he can play like catch up by farming out the triangle.
Which is why the Beastmaster I think also looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I think Beastmaster's the safest pick here. Everything about it looks pretty solid. You'll have a real vision advantage because they don't have any vision on Entity. Oh,
Whoa.
the beast!
I mean, fast-paced Dota. Fast-paced Dota taking towers with NP and trying to punish around the map. I mean, this is a very volatile game. This could go either way. And for Entity, oh God, what the hell do they need now?
That actually could have been such a cool hero for Entity too, because like the match versus Nature's Prophet. But anyway, we're not getting too wild with our lanes here. Should just be a Watson here. I mean, the Morphling is still in.
Yeah,
that looks playable.
I don't know how great it is though. Is there anything else that?
There's also still just like Ursa. Yeah, Ursa looks pretty solid, right? Like the eventual eggs and everything looks pretty good this game. You got the hop out. You can go Battle Fury if you want to.
The problem is they also don't have that much control on their lineup. They go the Monkey King instead. You hate this hero.
I wanted to say Monkey and I stopped myself.
Yeah.
I was just like, I don't see how they locked them down to the Wukogs. I really want to like this hero. I keep suggesting it. I've tried. I spent a DPC season being like, yeah, I think Monkey's okay here. And then when he finally got picked, I'd always be so disappointed. And now he has to deal with Trample and Firefly. Like, I know. And, okay, all right, I'm not like the world's best Earth Spirit player. In fact, I'm quite terrible. But I think he's incredibly fun. Like, that was like one of the heroes I spent a lot of time like just trying to learn and really enjoy. And I loved nothing more than playing versus Monkey Kings.
Yeah.
Because you can just place the stone, do the pull, and it kills the tree. It is instant. It's so funny. It's like the freest Monkey King pickoff out of any hero I've ever played. It's so simple.
Yeah.
So I really hope we get to see that at least once.
I mean, it's going to be likely what they try and do too, right? Like Schofield is going to inhabit that role of trying to hunt down this Monkey King if he's hiding off in these trees, pushing out the side lanes. But that also depends upon how the like early laning stage goes, right? Like maybe there's a chance where Entity are just like snowballing around Toby's exorcisms, constantly running down buildings, and then Monkey King is playing forward with his team too. And then it's instead like Stormstormer that's pushing out these side lanes. I'm not sure how that one's going to work, but I am worried about how much early pressure Beast Coast can bring to this game. I feel like they've got so much early tower pressure with the Nature's Prophet, and then just incredible like the ultis from Sacred and Mago from like level 6 until level 12 are like terrifying, right?
Yeah.
Like that like mid-game timing of these two heroes just will decimate Entity. And when BKBs come out, that's probably when Entity can maybe make more stuff happen. But we'll have to see. Game number 2, Beast Coast looking for a win. Entity trying to stay in position to continue to dominate this group stage. They've been a big surprise for me. Really impressed with what they've been able to do.
Man, I gotta say, I feel like this might be one of the worst lineups I've ever seen a Monkey King 10th picked into, though. Like, I get why it works with his heroes, but I'm trying to think, like, of heroes I like playing versus Monkey King. I see, like, I guess tree kind of goes both ways, but it's not bad because like you're in the trees. Like generally, if the Monkey King's committing on you as the tree, you're kind of happy. Oh, he jumped me.
Right.
Like, can he stun me in time and kill me before I overgrowth? Probably not.
Right.
And then you got the Earth Spirit pull. You got Nature's Prophet, which again kind of goes both ways, but you get the vision catching him in the tree line if you're ahead. Bat Rider, one of the best matchups versus Monkey King, and then Primal Beast, another great matchup in terms of like actually being able to like trample trees and just ruin his time. Good way to escape under the Wukong's command. I'm really looking forward to see how Watson does.
Can he make the sort of solid plays, get those pickoffs with help from his friends before they are able to overgrowth and turn it or whatever ends up happening in those instances? It's going to be interesting to watch.
I think he's just a hero that, you know, he's not that understood right now, so I'm looking at some of these matchups that feel bad to me, and obviously, you know, he's this guy, he's a pro player, turns out, pretty good, so he probably knows some things that I don't.
Well, we're also going to see another interesting thing, like in this matchup that we saw last time around, too.
Got some deforestation happening here.
They're cutting it all down.
They're not doing the defense of the safe lane.
Yeah.
So throughout the DPC, that eventually became a meta where you would 5 heroes smoke to stop this from happening. You would all run here and like essentially try and get a kill or a pickoff, especially with a hero like Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
Because you expect like the roll in, you grab somebody, and you know try and catch them with additional control. Kataomi will run into Nature's Prophet. Oh, he doesn't get the body block though.
Can't get it.
I guess Kataomi having the Quali Blade makes that a bit harder because you can't just like box him into the trees. He's able to cut his way through.
And meanwhile, oh, he clipped him. Schofield, he kicked him up onto the cliff.
Fish man.
Oh no. Watson is going to be there, and yeah, that will force him back. Maybe you can get another hero. That'd be pretty sick. Schofield with the nice moves. And Fishman, in shame, is just going to have to sit there.
Wait for his TP.
Very sad.
At least they have no way of making that permanent, right? Like he can't get stuck up there. Anything that they would do would save him. So
true.
Can't like. I guess maybe if you do the world's most perfect onslaught.
Yeah.
Could it be possible?
Maybe.
Would it be worth it? No.
Well, we talked about some of the, you know, sort of what this match means for both of these teams. For Entity, they're 7-4 after that last win. Beast Coast are going to be sitting at 5-4, which is putting them closer and closer to the cutoff. Right now, they're down there with Hellraisers actually moving on in the lower bracket. But if they can get a win here, that starts to put them in contents with Geek Slate, as well as Entity again, that they would get the 1-1 versus to try and pressure for that upper bracket slot. So both of these teams, middle of the pack, Entity a little bit ahead. We'll see if they can get the win here on Beast Coast, or if Entity are going to pull ahead of this one and put themselves in a really good position to make it upper bracket.
I'll tell you, he's putting himself in a good position right now. Stormer.
Oh yeah.
9-3 to start out versus the 4-0.
He is really... I mean, yeah, that's the first couple waves here. It feels like Stormer good against Mago.
Or the deny. A bat noise.
That's pretty good. But we'll see how these levels go up. But yeah, 12-3 does have a little bit of a rough time for Mago. And as you can see down bottom, Stinger also running into some issues with his entire trees cut down. Takes a good chunk of damage there from Toby and Katomi.
Sad times. Tries to go for a stacked / pull here. But Kataomi looking to ruin that, as in the mid lane here you see Dark Mago just doing his thing while Stormer grabs the water root. But yeah, this is where the issues start to pile up, obviously. More and more sticky napalms, less bonuses from the stick over time as the damage ramps up. Hector, oh, see ya!
That is an easy one. They run him down with just level 2. So they find the kill on the NP, not what K1 was hoping for there. And a bit of a rough one. I mean, granted, NP still a lot of last hits denies, but losing his life right there, not what he wants to see.
You're just so used to seeing the TP out before that happens, right?
Exactly.
Like he heads out, he goes back home, comes back in, but got a bit too greedy there. And that's, like you said, before level 3, which is crazy because you double the damage on the Spirit Siphon. So if they keep whittling him down and then hit the level 3 timing, could be a big problem. And Stinger's desire to stack and pull that camp has meant it's left open there. So Kataomi's even getting some creeps pulled over. They have to try and manage this with Treants at the same time bullying him. It's a real mess down here.
Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely trying to mess around with the waves, and Entity has it exactly where they want it right now. You could see up top also that roll-in that came out from the Earth Spirit. He was able to actually now get a kick underneath the tower, but still a creep alive, meant no tower damage. But Schofield blocked the small camp, so their wave is also in a really good position, getting a bunch of XP for themselves. So both off lanes doing quite well right now, although Primal Beast a little bit less on the last hits. And the TP back home, K1 gets away with one.
That's what we were thinking in the last one.
Yeah.
Regen back up, TP down. Of course, you can't just do this forever, but he will have boosts as he returns, so some higher survivability in this situation. Watson doing great in terms of the matchup. Obviously, Monkey King doesn't bully these melee heroes quite as bad as he used to.
And look at this rotation. Earth Spirit moving over, but it's underneath a ward. So having an idea that this could be coming his way, Stormstormer needs to be careful. This is normally when you try and dive with Mago.
I feel like we spent an entire day in 4 games straight watching Tusk players do this.
Yeah.
And then we just had no Tusk today. And we have an Earth Spirit who's just like being Tusk.
And they ping the ward, so they realize what's going on here. And we'll see if they bring out a sentry to take that one away or not.
Well, the worst part is there's only 30 seconds left on it.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't even get here in time.
And Stormstormer, realizing the danger, doesn't even feel comfortable going over for that water rune. Doesn't even have his bottle yet, to be honest, so doesn't matter that much, but we'll be giving that to the Batrider eventually. As down bottom, the spam continues.
Schofield battling it out here with Fishman, just again, managing the pull, trying to make sure he doesn't have too much there. It is unblocked at this point, though, but the creep will get back, so there's just going to be one lone creep sitting in there.
And the waves meeting together. You can see Stormstormer very afraid as he gets close to his level 6 on Dark Mago.
Yep.
Even though he's ahead in terms of CS, the level situation and what happens at around this level 5 mark is really scary for the Ember.
It's just not worth being near him either.
Yeah.
And he has 3 points in the Flame Guard and a lot of stacks set up here as well. So that is pretty hype. That's very well set up here from Fishman. He's able to give a lot of space because Watson went for this Monkey King. So issues later because of like tree stuff and trying to secure people in Wukong's command, but guaranteed safe lane for Watson, right? Weak position 4 in the Monkey King. Sorry, weak position 4 in the Earth Spirit, and then a melee matchup for the Monkey King to deal with. So there's a lot of freedom for Fishman to set up these stacks.
Right. Mago pulls him back in. Stormstormer dodges some, but he does get the lasso out. Stormstormer, level 5, not quite 6 yet. Fishman with the rotation in the Aphotic Shield means they can't do anything. And in fact, it's going to be an illusion rune that spawns bottom. So they try to go for the all-in. It gets punished.
Yeah, still no bottle in this matchup, though, as he has the boots as well as the chainmail right now.
And Fishman.
Oh, Dark Mago, though. He's going to find those stacks.
Oh, they wanted to go in. Does get the D ward. Fishman's going to pay the price for it. And yeah, does he go in for the stacks
Yeah,
now?
he's got 10 seconds left.
Down bottom. K1. They catch him. Immediately TPs away after the Leech Seed. And yeah, they're trying to take him. Oh, no, they're not.
Well, Schofield's telling him. This is interesting. Schofield's saying, hey, there's stacks here. Like, what can you do about it? But I guess Mago's just saying, like, nah, I can't right now. Like, I need to catch this wave mid. I'll regen. I'd rather come back and do it with Lasso, maybe, and see if we can go for a kill, because he probably knows that Stormstormer's not really in a position right now to go for that in the moment either.
Right.
They could. They're all picking it right now.
Yeah.
Everyone is
knows.
talking about these stacks. Fishman's picking it. He's like, yo, I got stacks here.
Yeah, they don't want to give those up.
I feel like Sacred might want to come and play into this too.
Yeah. We haven't seen Sacred be able to do that much. You know, Primal Beast at 7 minutes, no rotations. Obviously, out of the off lane, it's a little bit different than what you see out of mid. And is getting close to level 6 for
drawing
himself.
circles up here. Everyone wants to come play.
They know. And Sacred gets the ulti. Finds it there. Aphotic Shield has already been used, and Watson will just live through it. As Mago pulls the creep wave over and is going to do the stacks while eating the creep wave.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't care if you know.
Yeah. Why not? Ember. Stormstormer moving in. But he isn't able to come and contest it. Still one of them is left alive.
I kind of like how he played it safe and only took one.
Yeah.
Didn't
That's
want to
nice.
mess with it. He's like, I won't have quite enough damage if I do it that way. Also, he's going to double stack again here.
Yeah, this is nice. Wow, that is a huge amount of gold for the Batrider.
Oh, he missed it though. That Centaur got back a little too fast.
Well, he got the ancients at least. Schofield?
He's just roshing. Just
Yeah.
ignore him. Yeah,
Okay. They dropped down a ward there too. But all of Beast Coast in the top of the net worths at the moment.
Meanwhile, Sacred's trying to force TPs pretty much.
I feel like there's going to be just this explosion of fighting that happens pretty soon, and it's probably going to be around a K1 rotation.
Yeah.
But maybe they just play it more slow anyways. I guess they don't have to. They can just keep farming if they want. Sacred, Mago, move on in. Gonna take that stack together, get some items for themselves.
Yeah.
Head on back home.
I'd rather Mago gets the gold right now because I want him to get his boost of travel, so
Right.
that they can do double TPs with Hector and Mago. But I mean, we talked about last game, the Mago heroes. I would say this is probably his best one. Is the Bat Rider.
Okay.
It is the one that he carries most. Like you said, the Kunkka also incredible.
The seeds of fortune.
He's always making the plays there. But in terms of like the meta heroes right now, this is where you want him to be.
Dire's middle tower
Down
is
towards
under
bottom. They're thinking about going. Find Stinger there. Gonna TP out. And will survive.
Dire's top
They
tower
have
is
rotated
under attack.
one more hero up top. Stormstormer trying to play around where this Primal Beast is. And they will find him immediately. Goes for the Remnant away. 1-1 at 9.5 minutes
Is
in.
that it?
And look at that. They finish off the Midas. Heads right on in to clean it up.
Bottom tower is
You
under
know,
attack.
you Midas creeps. I'll exit from your tower.
Are fortified.
Yeah. Seems reasonable.
Are scattered.
And down bottom, are they going to be able to finish it off? 2 points in the living armor. They don't have Glyph. Stinger just going to Leech Seed Toby. Exorcism wearing off. Mago makes the move. Katomi nearby. Does have the lift available if they want to go for it with the Photic Shield
Yeah,
nearby.
go ahead.
They got to run away. Okay, pig pull, head out. And Stormstormer makes the move. There's 4 heroes down here. They need to get this tower now.
Radiant's bottom
And I
tower
think that
is
they
under
will get
attack.
it.
Yeah. That's solid. Again, we talked about this last game, but the idea of like fully committing with big fights and stuff in this tower is generally not worth it, even with the Treant Protector, because you're not really saving the best real estate. Much more important to be concerned about your mid.
Okay.
And Hector is continuing to keep that up. We also have the Tome being popped here for the tree. He's going to grab that to get to 6. As Dark Mago tries to TP out, gets caught by Ember near the mid, but Schofield's here to help.
Yeah, and instead they're going to turn and kill off Fishman. So bring him down.
Might be. Yeah, just like... Stormstormer looking for some potential stackage here. Can't quite manage it though. He'll just farm up the stack that was made for him here. As Schofield is leeching some of this XP.
It has pretty much just been
whoa,
like,
whoa,
don't do
whoa,
anything.
whoa, Schofield?
He's
Yeah.
really low. Lifted. Maybe a punish? I mean, he has 2 points in kick. It's some pretty good damage on the Stormstormer. Does have Flame Guard
Yeah.
though. Roll in trouble and dead.
No.
Interesting. 2-2. 11.5 minutes. It's good. We have such an action-packed game for the last game of the day.
Well, yeah, everybody's here. They're ready for the big battles, but it's all just setting the stage here.
Right.
You see,
Exactly.
Sacred, he's just punching this tower down. He's got the pulverized, and you know, Primal Beasts, they want one thing. It's disgusting. It's BKB. They love that item. Grab a blink after. What they buy after, they don't know, because the game's either won or lost at that point anyway. And Hector, well, he's back. He's saying, "Get out of my jungle team. I'm gonna farm up these ancients." Schofield's wondering why he's playing Earth Spirit, so he's gonna buy a Veil. Try and make it feel like the hero still has damage.
True. Yeah, and I mean, I think that he's pretty good for like any of those follow-ups. But in terms of actually trying to make some plays on the map, right? He drops the Magnetize. Overgrowth. Okay, Rooted, Silence, Fishman, Ulti popped, Stormstormer, Remnants away.
Slippery bunch, aren't they?
That was an interesting one. Had to pad his stats there for the damage numbers on the, their spirit. Oh,
Hector?
K1. Watson, he's right on him. Oh, that was not what he was hoping for.
How did you get here?
Did he just get a bounty rune? Is that what happened? No, he didn't. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
he
he did.
did.
He did.
He did.
Hector got a bounty rune.
I mean, Sacred's like kind of nearby. He's really strong and scary. You're thinking maybe we're going to be fighting together.
I mean, they're leading in terms of gold. They've got this MP with the Midas. If nothing happens, eventually they're going to be in a pretty strong position, right? Surely. Well, nonetheless, it is Death Prophet with mech done. They also have Fishman, who is trying to build in some arcanes of his own. And at least for now, it seems to just be hold position. Chill in pattern of farming. Get Midas. Use Midas.
Last game of the day. I mean, you said it. Enemy like going late, so they're chilling. I love these little grabs from Sacred. You know, there's not much else to do on Primal Beast in a game like this.
Yeah.
He's like the off-lane version of an Undying who just wants his team to farm to fight the whole time, except he can actually just farm entire waves, so it doesn't really feel that bad. And they got the top 3 cores. There is a solid, like, you know, quartet here for Entity, where like the Rubik's got quite a gap over the next highest support.
True. You know what it is? They're going to wait to see if they get a Philly, and that's when entities start running. If they don't get a Philly stone, you know, it's all hell's breaking
All
loose.
gas, no brakes.
Go all in on it.
How about Greaves for Toby? How's that sound?
I mean, that's definitely what he's going to buy.
You want to play off of that? That sounds like a good idea. It's got some elite gold numbers right there.
14.5 minutes. Everybody stay on their side. Nobody overextend. They're battles that happen, these little skirmishes in the peripheries of where the farming is evenly divided. Boulder Smash stolen for Rubik. That's an interesting one.
I think Fishman's ward's about to get owned mid, though.
Yeah.
Place that under vision. And in fact, there's even already a sentry placed if they happen to see it. It's a sneaky ward, though. Placed up on that cliff, so they might not spot it.
Stinger finds Toby. They could TP in on this. Nope.
Fishman's positioning's been great.
Nope, they're not going to.
Because it's just not worth committing when he can just ult himself and then go for the Aphotic as well.
Right.
This is why I wanted the Ench for Fishman. He's just playing Ench, you know? It's the same thing. He's
True.
just, you know, instead of being a little bit ahead, you're just a little bit behind, but you really enable your cores.
He's just rolling around also on this Earth Spirit. Can't really do that much, like you said, has that Veil ready. But it does feel very much like waiting for that BKB on Sacred. And on the NP, he is also getting into the BKB pretty soon, it looks like.
He'll become that turret where he TP's in the middle of the fight and he just stands there. Their options into BKB are pretty good, though. Right. You know, you think about, like, you don't want to stand there versus Wukong's command. That's not great.
No. No, it does feel pretty bad. And I mean, speaking of Wukong's, it is going to be an incredibly farmed Monkey King.
I feel like they're getting really unlucky with these pulls into stacks. Like, it was just barely missed it.
Yeah.
That's a steal. That's 3 onslaught.
Watson almost done with his Battle Fury here. 16.5 minutes, a little bit on the longer side, but did go for the Wraith Band and the full treads first, along with that Orb of Corrosion.
Well, as much as I'm saying, like, you know, Wukong's command, BKB, that's okay. Other than that, though, I feel like BKBs are pretty nice for Beast Coast right now, and it might just enable them to sort of just take over this map, right? BKB on Dark Mago coming out here pretty soon.
True.
Stinger, if Stinger gets the shard, that would help a lot. Because, you know, they don't really have their own version of the Fishman right now. Like you said, Scofield's like sort of rolling around and everything, but
yeah,
it's not, what you want is Stinger up front, gets the vision on someone, so then Scofield hits the roll, hits the veil, get the lasso after.
And even if you need to, you can overgrowth to start the fight if you get in good position. Although it probably shouldn't. It shouldn't be able to get an easy like overgrowth on a 2 or 3, assuming a gem will come out at some point. But the gold lead, it keeps on slowly tilting into the favor of Beast Coast. Will this evolve into actually meaningful item gold lead, though? As we're still seeing Monkey King farm up those Ancients. And it looks like it's going to be around an 18-minute Battle Fury or something like that. A little bit on the long side as they will chase down this ABBA, and Fishman eventually is going to be brought down.
Yeah,
so,
that,
get the kill.
We definitely haven't harped on that quite enough, but that was a pretty slow Battle Fury considering the lack of kills. It's just, I mean, this comes back to it being, I'd say, kind of a bad Monkey King game. Like, he knows how vulnerable he is to this Bat Rider.
Silence. Watson gets the stun. Sacred there. Almost cut down the tree in time, but doesn't get it. That's Wukong's command down. will they decide to fight at all afterwards? The roll, they catch, find one. Katomi gets the lift back, didn't want to use the lasso, saving that for a bigger target. And the root, the overgrowth, they got Toby. Oh, under control and with these BKBs. Yeah, it's a hell of a timing.
Yeah, they've been dodging. I felt bad 'cause he almost got the onslaught off for the escape.
Yeah.
But not able to do it. And then saving that lasso, like you pointed out there, huge for them. Because that is the kill they need. I mean, the Greaves from Toby there, not going to be able to help out. And now Sacred pressuring mid. They got that Treant Protector. You don't. So Fishman forced to deny it in his face.
Gotta tip him.
I mean, look at the damage on this guy with the uproar. And this guy's taking that tower. Come on.
All right, he did the sort of half tip. He did
That's a big
voice
tip.
line.
Bow to your lord. That's
Yeah.
better than a tip.
Yeah, that's fair. Stinger dropping down some wards to block out that hard camp. Watson is going to be so mad. He's like, what?
Has my game not been hard enough?
I know. What
You
the
know?
hell? Yeah, Watson eventually is going to be hard to deal with, but the big worry is that K1 Nectar, he is farming, getting towards that Gleipnir. And when Beast Coast want to take fights, their lineup is really scary.
I feel like they've had such good vision for a lot of this game, and they still just cannot catch Stormstorm.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have any blinks, I guess, versus an Ember. So unless you're going to hit that silence from Schofield, that's kind of it, right? And now his BKB is just a recipe away. So your opportunities are beginning to dwindle.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be Lasso, which is, you know, pretty clutch. Overgrowth is very annoying. If you can catch him after the BKB with Overgrowth, that feels like it's maybe a way that you can make it work.
Yeah, and he has a shard now as well from Stinger. So that is something that can certainly set up for a potential kill.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under
But
attack.
we'll have to see. As 20 minutes in, the
All right.
gold lead very much into the favor of Beast Coast.
You know, I feel like I heard you say that before.
It's true.
All right, this is it, though. Arcane Rune on Batrider. This is a smoke up. Look, they've already smoked up. As I'm saying, they're going in. It's go time. All right? Nature's Prophet, ready to join. Gleipnir, it's close. It's really close.
Monkey King is hiding as a tree right now.
I tell you, I'm not finding that tree.
They know exactly what's happening. They're all hiding.
It's just a really tall tree, guys.
Don't worry. Yeah, that smoke's not going to connect onto anybody.
You know-
Stinger's wrapping around. Oh, wait. Stormstormer? Oh, no, he's TPing out. Mid? They find him. They missed the Boundless Strike onto Mago. Oh, they had him dead to rights. That one hurts. Although, I guess, again, he had his BKB, so probably wouldn't have died.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I feel like Katomi needs a solid steal if they ever want to make a smoke. Because their catch is some weak sauce.
It's pretty rough.
I mean, if the Monkey King or the Emperor are there, sure, the catch is there. But the other trio, I'm just like,
Toby.
Rubik, DP, Abba.
Roll in, find him there. Fishman with the turn, but the Lotus turning that Pulverize back onto him. Mago now looking, and he can see NP eyes on the prize. They're running
Well, they
in with
grabbed him.
everybody else.
The Pulverize steal!
I don't know if it matters. I think Rubik's still dead here, and they have a pretty good overgrowth, but will manage to get away from it for Fishman at the very least. But tower down, kill secured.
I think he saved Toby.
Middle tower
Yeah.
I think Toby might be getting grabbed there.
Oh, yeah.
If not for that Pulverize at the very least.
They did, well, he Lotus the Pulverize before at the very least.
Yeah.
So that one keeping him alive. Whose Lotus was that, actually?
I think only
Oh,
Rubik
it's
has one.
Rubik's.
Yeah. But into the roast they go. Sort of just waiting for this one kill to eventually head in here. Kind of a funny lineup for roasting, but Nature's Prophet always helps out, especially when he's got some big damage.
They don't have vision down. They don't know. Stormstormer now reveals it. Gleipnir there, in some trouble, holding his BKB.
He's out of remnants.
And Monkey King drops the Wukong's command, trying to catch the Earth Spirit or Sacred, and just doesn't get either of them.
That pressure is kind of fake, though, from Stormstormer,
Yeah.
you know?
It's true.
Like, he only had a safety remnant left. But I guess as long as you have the safety remnant, you keep spamming your Sleight of Fist with this Maelstrom right now. They're not quite strong enough.
Yeah.
Unless you want to pop your BKBs and commit to the fight, which they really don't.
K1 is going to be really strong in the next couple minutes here. If he finishes off this AC, Like, he is going to be a full item ahead of everybody. He's 6,000 gold ahead of the next highest in the game.
And the fact they didn't panic and use their BKBs means they can just go right back in and do this now.
Yeah. Easy Roche for Beast Coast as they try and clean this one up here and will get the Aegis in hand. And for Entity, I mean, they still always have high ground defense. They can defend these tier 2s to some extent, but it's a little bit scary now. Stormstormer doing a good job of holding this BKB, still his 9-second one.
Things continue to go the way of Beast Coast. You gotta wonder when they pull the trigger and bring in the What Man.
Right.
Does he go Manta? Does he go Scotty? Oh, you're right about the recipe. Okay, so we're going Manta first.
Yeah.
Confirmed.
He needs it against the tree, it feels like.
Yeah, Scotty doesn't feel quite as good as he might have.
Mago. They steal Sticky Napalm. Not the greatest in the world. Does start to stack it up a little bit now onto Entity. They're sort of hunting, and while that's going on, Hector pushes out top lane, Gleipnir, and then TP's out.
Dire's top tower.
What are their eventual plays versus BKBs? It's kind of just like Toby getting in there, right?
Yeah.
Because like Stormstorm's got this Maelstrom into the eventual Ags build, which I do think they need that jump power and that ability to like create the chaos in the backline and control these supports from the Aghanim's Ember. I think that's good, but they really are counting on Watson getting these big items. I mean, that's what you have to when you pick the Monkey King last like this. But he's like, I need like eventual bashers and stuff.
Right.
Obviously, I mean that feels kind of trash in the hero, but we just need straight up damage, you know?
He needs something. And right, like, I guess to me, if I'm seeing this AC come out pretty soon on NP, I think Hector could stand in the Wukong's command for full duration and he doesn't die. Like, with his BKB going, I think he'd be okay.
And living armor too, because
Yeah.
as we're talking about like this physical damage issue.
It's a real problem.
Stormstormer? Forced out. You just gotta go. And man, he might be thinking about a scythe after something like that too for somebody on this team. Maybe Sacred wants an Ags first. I could see like Blink being good for Sacred into Scythe, but he wants to go the Ags route instead.
Still, 4 heroes down bottom for Beast Coast, and it does look like Entity is sort of spreading the map a little bit more now. Toby is pressuring out mid, Stormstormer's farming out the jungle. There's parts of this that look okay for Entity, and the gold lead, while it is increasing, it's not by a huge amount. It just feels like Beast Coast is starting to sort of get a bit of a stranglehold on this game. Aegis in hand for another 2.5 minutes.
It's just so hard to match the wave clear they have, because all 3 cores farm their waves so fast. Like the Bat Rider, the Primal Beast, and the Nature's Prophet. And like obviously Nature's Prophet can reach ones in very dangerous territories. It's just so fast that it doesn't feel worth going after him, because you know he can BKB TP, but he never has the BKB TP because you don't actually go.
Yeah. And then they just lose a tower like this.
And you got the Primal Beast who just tramples the whole wave down anyway. He can
Dude,
like
they just
onslaught
jump
away
him
after.
here, though. I mean,
This is their chance.
This is a big play. Bat Rider is not here. They have gone in so far. Beast Coast, after playing it really safe for a really long time, is this going to work, though? They find the Rubik in the back line, and Hector tries to walk away. This AC, that's the Aegis. And I think he's okay. They buy back on the Rubik now. Mago, he backs away from him. Fishman is dead. Now trying to turn onto Watson. They've got eyes on that Monkey King. He barely gets away, but now they cut his tree. And Hector turns, finds the MK, kills him off. Toby doesn't stand a chance. And Stormstormer, the turn, the kill. 5 dead for only an Aegis. 6 dead. He killed Katomi twice.
Dark Mongo completely ruined that fight.
Yeah.
I utterly ruined it. He just grabbed Monkey King. Watson, get out of that Wukong's command. That thing's over. They had like some chance of keeping people in place. He just runs all over Fishman, flying around. They have just no way to control him. And now look at Schofield. He's just teasing him. What's up?
Interesting.
What's up?
He's in there, man.
What's up? Anything? Huh? What's up? This is savage.
What the hell is he doing?
He's just being Schofield. Oh, what's up?
Schofield is a clown, man. That's awesome. They're going for a second Rax now. 20k gold up. Beast Coast after a very rough game number 1.
Oh, no!
They find him! Schofield, they
I'm not going to say I called it.
Oh, jeez. But will it matter, though? I mean, they don't have an Aegis on Hector this time. Does not matter, apparently. Turn now onto Fishman. They're going to kill him off. Toby is in a bad way. They get the lasso for the pullback. Hector's going to head home and then come back to continue the stampede of sadness as Beast Coast going to put themselves in prime position to close out this game.
I think it's very brave of them to toss a game in order to show the importance of, you know, really caring about deforestation. Because this whole game, you know, between the Monkey King and the tree, we're just seeing the importance of trees. How many trees were cut in this match?
Not enough.
Too many.
Damn,
went the wrong way. We got Nature's Prophet, we got it all, you know?
Oh, impressive showing. I mean, 15-3, and I think that they're just going to get megas now. Mago won't be able to run at the Rubik there, but they have... Oh my god, they cut his tree again. But they take it off. Aphotic Shield, he's still controlled. Stovin Pulverize. Overgrowth connects onto 3. Watson trying to get away. This Monkey King has not been able to do much, and as they all retreat away, for Staff keeping his buddy alive, tries to kick him out of there too.
Live too.
I think he's gonna. And now, turn to fight. Why not? Watson in there. Schofield rolls away. They find and continue to run. Hector not at all afraid of any of this. Maybe he should have been, though.
And
does have his BKB. Satanic for the turn onto Watson. He stands his ground. What you gonna do when Hector come for you?
They didn't get a kill. They all lived.
It's still 3, and it's this time to 20. Yeah, Beast Coast turned up in game 2.
Oh, that was insane. Wow. Hector Nature's Prophet. I mean, that was. I mean, Dark Mago Bat. It's. I mean, you can look at this and be like, yeah, they're all really good, these heroes. But the way they play those two in tandem of the Bat Rider and the Nature's Prophet and the control over the map. Whew.
I think this tells me one thing in particular, which is Beast Coast drafts. Like, if they can get out drafted. Not last game, game number 1, they definitely got out drafted. This game, I think that it was a mixture of an outdraft and like a lot of really good plays coming out from them. Because you look at that last pick, Monkey King, 7,000 damage done.
Yeah, who outdrafted who?
I mean,
did they outdraft themselves a little bit
maybe
here?
There's a chance. The tree did more damage than the Monkey King.
I will say, no matter what the hero Watson had, like the Monkey King was at least able to survive the lane. A lot of carries would have had a lot of problems in that lane and would have got forced to the jungle. And they removed, I mean, they removed all the heroes themselves, unfortunately, from enemy in terms of who could have went to the jungle, farmed up, and had that comeback. Watson had total freedom in the jungle for a very long time. He had to play really safe and scared, but at least he was hitting a lot of creeps. But he's a Monkey King before Battle Fury, so it was incredibly slow.
Yes.
Couldn't really get a whole lot done. The control of Beast Coast, again, Stinger and Schofield, going to these areas, blocking out camps, knowing where you want to farm, stealing camps from Dark Mago. And we saw both games as well, this both series, really. This ability to just stack up the Ancients like crazy for your offlaner, too, to really propel them forward, even if the lane isn't incredible. Oh, man. Beast Coast. That was a hell of a game to watch.
Well, we do have now, as we get ready to close out for today, the matches that we're going to be taking a look at tomorrow. So let's hop over to those ones here, as you can see another full day of action. The last full day, as our final day, I think we only have 8 series that are going to be played out. So this is really the one where it comes down to it. On this stream, you're going to be able to take a look at LGD versus Execration, Aster versus Geek Slate, eHome versus PSG LGD again, and Knights versus Aster. So the second half of the day is going to be the China versus China matchup a couple of different times here. And it's actually going to be...
it's a China stream tomorrow.
Yeah.
We got lots of the China games here, so come on back.
I think we're going to wait a second while the while the standings get updated, but whenever those are ready, we can bring those up as well. So we can hop on over to that and see what they look like across the board. Because at the end of the day, this group stage, it is all coming down to this. Gaming Gladiators still sitting top of the poll in Group A. Liquid 8-2 also. Shopify Rebellion end up coming with one. I saw that Shopify lost to Knights one game, though.
Oh, really?
Which is kind of crazy. but they're still sitting towards the top of the group. And this is what I was talking about. The middle of Group B feels like it's kind of up in the air a little bit.
All right, so a friend of the show and talent here, Snare, he went around and asked everyone their top 4. What were your top 4? What did you tell him? Do you remember?
I think that I had Liquid, Shopify. Did I have Shopify? No, I didn't. I had Liquid.
I think you had EG. You had other EG or Beast Coast, didn't you?
I had EG.
EG.
Liquid, EG. I think I had no, not Tundra.
You had Bet Boom along with me, I think.
I don't think I did have
Bet
Boom.
Oh, good lad.
No, I don't remember what all I had.
I know I had Liquid.
Yeah.
Even though it pains me because I was worried that, well, who knows? It's just groups, right? Groups don't matter, actually. But
I might have had Bet Boom, actually.
They've struggled on land. I think you did.
Yeah.
I definitely had Bet Boom
Dude,
after
Bet Boom
casting
fell
Eastern Europe.
apart.
I'm like, easy for
Holy
Bet Boom.
moly.
Like, so easy. Right next to them there, you see Aster. I also have them in my top 4. So I'm looking great. But I also have Game and Gladiators, which
That's
no one
good.
else did. So
There you go.
But once again, groups don't matter unless you don't make it out of them. So Aster and Bet Boom, you got to shape up or ship out. That's the plan here. We got a lot of arena days. We still have essentially a day and a half of group stage left because the last
Right.
day's a little shorter. So it's not over. You got to win out.
Yeah.
Maybe for some of these teams, it probably is over.
And look at this for Tundra, too. Tundra on the verge of elimination also. We were watching that series earlier, the EG versus Tundra series. That ends up becoming incredibly important. The fact that EG was able to take a 2-0 over them, now they're at 5-3 instead of being at 3-5.
Yep.
And Tundra have 7 losses along with TSM. I mean, that's pretty crazy. If Tundra go out first phase...
Yeah.
in the groups, and it's, nothing is for certain yet, but especially in Group A.
Well, Excursion have also played less series anyway. Like, they only
Yeah.
have 6 losses, so
It's true.
if they just get 2-0, they instantly hop over both of them.
I mean,
into 6-6.
I think, yeah, the thing here is the wins and who everybody has to play against, which is a lot of math that we're not going to do. But it's worth noting that at this point, at least, things looking scary for Tundra, Execration, eHome, Knights, Bet Boom, Aster, which is not what I would have anticipated coming into this.
It's good old group stage. That's what
Good
we
old
like.
group stage.
That's what we want to see. So,
We're going to end it off here for today now.
are we the last one? We have to send them home?
Yeah, we get to send them home. Have a good one, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Lima Major continuing. Things looking good. The entire tournament is setting up for some pretty clutch action. You feeling good, man?
I'm feeling really good. I was just going to open chat. I was going to say hello, but
I'm going to say goodbye.
all right. Yeah, let's say goodbye. Bye, everybody. Have
a
good one.
We'll see you tomorrow for more from the Lima Major.
This is their chance.
This is a big play. Batrider is not here. They have gone in so far. Beast Coast, after playing it really safe for a really long time, is this going to work, though? They find the Rubik in the back line, and Hector tries to walk away
Oh, the
this
pullout,
AC.
though.
That's the Aegis. And I think he's okay. They buy back on the Rubik now. Mago, he backs away from him. Fishman is dead. Now trying to turn onto Watson. They've got eyes on that Monkey King. He barely gets away, but now they cut his tree. And Hector turns, finds the MK, kills him off. Toby doesn't stand a chance. And Stormer the turn, the kill. 5 dead for only an Aegis. 6 dead. He killed Katomi twice.
Dark Mongo completely ruined that fight.
Yeah.
I utterly